back to another beautiful day of Hall of Fame 12. This year, we're launching Hall of Fame Live, a new experience where our online viewers get to join in on Hall of Fame experience like never before. I'm Shay Ryan, a host and content creator for Full Sail University. Excited to be here.
And I'm Jess Ryder, a staff writer and esports specialist with Full Sail. And we're coming to you live from the Entertainment Business Building at the heart of the Full Sail campus in sunny Winter Park, Florida. Not too sunny today, though.
Not too sunny, but we're hoping.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And we have so much to cover during today's Hall of Fame live stream.
That's right, Shay. We're going to be discussing alumni and notable guests on campus and showcasing interviews with Full Sail favorites.
And of course, you can't forget to mention the exciting contest featuring Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting students and grads throughout the show, in addition to coverage of panels and education sessions.
Tomorrow, we'll wrap up the week with the highly anticipated induction ceremony, where we will welcome 6 Full Sail grads into our Hall of Fame.
Every year, we celebrate Full Sail graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through a week-long event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and more. 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year.
That's right, Shay. And this honor serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee. Their unyielding dedication to more than a decade of excellence in their professional career, and their heartfelt commitment to the students, faculty, staff, and graduates of Full Sail University.
But Jess, it's so much more than that. That's just like a small snippet. Let's talk about what Hall of Fame is all about in this video.
Every year, the induction of graduates into the Full Sail Hall of Fame is the capstone of a week's worth of events on campus. During Hall of Fame week, students attend lectures, educational panels, and workshops, learning from industry experts and mentors. There's a career expo that connects students and graduates with employers, and a tech expo that gives them a hands-on look at some of the newest technology in the field. Alongside these conference-style opportunities to learn and network, there's also a whole lot of fun. From the midway-style games and challenges of the creative experience and the displays of students' creativity and community to interactive esports competitions, cosplay contests, and a giant block party, Hall of Fame Week is a tribute to our accomplished alumni and a celebration of the Full Sail community's creative spirit.
So you see, Hall of Fame is kind of like our homecoming. It's a time to celebrate the success of past grads while setting up current students for a successful future.
Every year, 6 graduates who are at least 10 years out from graduation have made significant contributions to the industry and have given back in some way to the Full Sail community are selected and inducted into the Hall of Fame.
This year's inductees hail from degree programs including film, game design, entertainment business, show production, recording arts, and digital media. Let's get to know some of them right now. Right now.
Sounds good.
A 2006 film graduate, Stephanie Dawson, is a producer, line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. She is currently a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNet Group. Stephanie is also a founding member of Women Independent Producers, a networking group for New York producers, and serves as the Producers Guild of America East Green Committee co-chair.
As a 1997 graduate of the digital media program, Bobby Jones is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, a globally recognized strategic creative agency partnering with culture-shifting brands across wildly different industries, including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and more. An advocate for innovation and an influential leader, Bobby pioneers Purple's ever-growing team of strategists, creatives, and engineers to deliver best-in-class innovative experiences for clients. 2000 show production graduate Justin Rathbun has been the front-of-house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning Broadway musical Hamilton since its stage inception in 2013 before it landed on Broadway. Justin has also worked with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda on the 4-time Tony Award-winning musical In the Heights, where he served as the A1. Justin was recently inducted into the Cinema Audio Society after winning an Outstanding Achievement in Sound Mixing Award for his work on the Hamilton theatrical release.
After graduating from the entertainment business program in 2011, Phil Pallen began his branding business immediately and has evolved into a leading brand expert with international media appearances on CNN, Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, The Daily Mail, and many more. He has delivered keynotes on 5 different continents, and his non-conventional approach to personal branding and digital marketing has amassed a global audience.
With a degree in recording arts, Tom Todia is a sound designer, field recordist, and audio engineer and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon in Orlando. In the recording studio, Tom has experience in both major label and independent markets. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, NCAA Football, EA College Football, Deep Sea VR, Orca 360, and more.
As the current senior producer for Zynga, Nadi K is a 2011 game design graduate who began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working in QA on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers Rise of the Darkspark, and Star Wars The Old Republic. She has gone on to become a producer in indie games for Wicked Fun and casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now mobile mogul Zynga.
What an amazing group being inducted this year, but let's hear a little bit more from Nadi K right now.
Hi everyone, I'm Nadi K and I'm a 2011 Game Design Master's graduate and I'm currently a senior producer at Zynga. Favorite thing that I've worked on so far, it's got to be Star Wars. It's always got to be Star Wars. It's an arena PvP player game. It's really super fun. The lore is so amazing and there's so much depth there. And I am really enjoying all the revitalization of the new lore and the characters that we don't know as well. And so it's nice to see it kind of get revamped and get back into popular culture. Robin Cowan was my favorite professor. She definitely helped me to set a standard for equality, and that is something that I've taken with me through my career and at all my companies and jobs that I've worked at to make sure that, I am fighting for the little guy and fighting for myself and making sure that everybody has a good, hospitable, and safe environment to work in. My time as a mentor, the thing that I love about it is being able to help and watch your mentees grow. There's just a really great feeling about being able to help that person grow into the person that you know they can be. Soak everything up while you're at Full Sail. It's the best and most important thing that you can do because you definitely get out what you put in. I can tell already that those of us who put in the work and time and the hours, we are some of the more successful Full Sailors.
Don't miss Nadi and the rest of the new class's induction tomorrow, right after Hall of Fame Live here on YouTube.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got 2 days full of panels, creative experiences, and food trucks to get through first.
Right. I almost forgot.
Let's take a look at the schedule of what's coming up today.
Ooh.
We got some 10 a.m. sessions, 3D audio and Atmos for music, games, and film.
We'll be streaming that one today, so you can watch that right here in just 20 minutes.
And then there's also how to build $1 million brand.
Sounds fun. I could use $1 million.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go to that panel.
I was gonna say, can I go and take notes? That's something I would definitely want to sit in on.
And you can catch that one streamed on YouTube too. So take your pick. Which one do you want to watch? Or you could watch one later.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, get the best of both worlds.
For sure. Don't forget to check out the Hall of Fame app for more info. But while you're at it, we've got some 12 p.m. sessions, Investing in Yourself, and Stephen Barris Q&A. Stephen Barris from HBO.
Ooh,
That's
the
some
icon
incredible
legend.
Credits. Yeah. That would probably be a good one. I love a Stephen Barris panel. I might have to sneak into that one or watch it on YouTube.
How convenient. You don't even have to go anywhere. You can stay right there and watch it on YouTube.
And don't forget to check out the Hall of Fame app for more info on this week's panels and sessions. While you do your best to build the perfect Hall of Fame week schedule, let's send it out to our very own Tracy Wu out at the Hall of Fame Creative Experience. Take it away, Tracy.
All right, guys, here we are. I'm at the Creative Experience today, and right now we are at the Paint by Numbers mural. I'm kind of confused by this. I think you paint numbers on a mural. I'm not really sure. But it says, a volunteer will set you up with a cup, blah, blah, blah. You color the selected area. This is way too much reading for me, but anyway, we have some wonderful volunteers here. Let's give these guys a shout out. Thank you for being here, and a big thank you to all of our volunteers this week as well. But let's check this out. Oh, look who I just found. This is my friend Michael LaPlante.
Hey, Tracy, how are you?
I'm good. What are you doing?
I'm painting the mural here. I've got the number 6 up here.
Okay, so how do you know exactly what you're painting?
So my cup has a number, and on the wall here we have a number, and you just got to stay within the lines, which is really hard for me to do. So.
All right, so you have number 6, so you're not painting a number 6.
No, I'm filling in part of the mural here, and I think the end game is to have an awesome mural at the end of this.
Well, at the end of this, we're actually going to give you this mural so you could put it in your living room. What do you think about that?
I'm all for that. I don't know if my wife would be very happy about that. She just finished all the furniture in our living room. She'd be pretty frustrated, I think.
I think this is pretty beautiful, so let me talk to her. We'll figure that out. But Michael, you graduated in 2000, correct?
2010.
2010, 10 years off, whatever. But web design and development, tell us what you do now for a living.
So now I'm the director of engineering at a print and promotional company called Proforma. Okay. So we build the software that all of our owners use to sell promo gear, like these t-shirts and polos and stuff.
Did you bring us any to give away?
I might have some that I'm giving away to students all week.
And speaking of giveaways, you guys, check us out. We're the mobile team. I have an amazing team out here. I love these guys so much, including Ethan, who is actually a student. So thank you, Ethan, for being here. Yeah, we're going to give away some Hall of Fame swag. So if you guys see us around, just give us a wave and whatever. Don't be annoying, though, because sometimes it's a little too much. Just be nice and be like, hey, what's up?
What swag are you giving away?
I don't know. I think we might have shirts, perhaps.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, I don't know. What kind of swag have you gotten this week?
I had some sunglasses and some hats and some t-shirts already.
All right, well, I don't know if we're going to get that. But, oh, here's my friend Monica. We're going to do a little pan right there to Monica. Oh, yes, look. Tell us what's in here, Michael.
We have some t-shirts, some glasses, some pins. Those are really a hit.
Yeah?
We've got a fanny pack. Those are nice. I might need one of those. Some hand sanitizer. You can never have enough hand sanitizer. Some pens. This is like the goodie bag basket, so you need to find Monica, I think.
Swag wagon.
The swag wagon.
We have the swag wagon coming around campus all week. Keep an eye out. We have, like you said, we've got the t-shirts. I'm trying to think. We might have some hats, too. Not right now, but keep an eye out.
So these are sunglasses, and I love it. And this gentleman right here, come here, sir. You deserve some sunglasses. I threw that terribly. This is why I'm in front of the camera and not playing baseball for a living. Wow, that was the worst metaphor ever. Michael, you've done Hall of Fame multiple times. What is your favorite part of Hall of Fame?
Inspiring the students and giving back. It's the favorite thing that I love to come back for.
Aww. Did someone pay you to say that?
Absolutely not.
So, Michael, one thing, you did web design development, but you're doing software now. Is that similar? Excuse my ignorance, but I just want to basically tell the students, like, just because you majored in one thing, you never know, right, where you're going to end up?
Yeah, so I went for web design and development, and I was making websites when I first came out of school. And then I actually got into cybersecurity and was doing that, which is a really big thing these days. And then I ended up in the print and promotional industry, which you never thought there was software that backs these things. But software integrates everywhere throughout life. So these skills that we're learning here, these web design skills, these computer science skills can translate to any industry. So always keep your mind open.
So let's go back to this cyber security. So you were like working for the CIA?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was a 3-letter agency, that's for sure.
Who could it be? Who could it be? All right, I'm going to walk over here to the swag wagon. Continue painting. Michael, thank you so much. You're awesome. I'll see you later today. We're going to the swag wagon right now, and we're going to just walk. We're going to walk. We're going to find some cool kids. Do we have cool kids? Oh, we're going to go to the panel line. I don't know where that is. Oh, here we go. Walking backwards, let me tell you, folks, is a little bit difficult. Just a little bit difficult. But yeah, if you guys haven't done this, which I don't know why, we've been doing this for 2 days, but hopefully you are out there getting in line for your favorite panels. The panels are amazing. Hey, guys, what is going on here? What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
How are you doing? What panel are you waiting for?
I'm currently waiting for the art of branding yourself.
Oh, branding is very important. Speaking of branding, what's that? Oh, you already have a shirt. But you know what you deserve, my friend?
A fanny pack? Oh my goodness, I can literally walk around in style. I can wave what I got, get some sunglasses, maybe a Zachley's pizza stuffed in here for lunch. It'll be great.
All right. You guys, what's up? Who wants some swag? Anybody? Here, you get some glasses. You get some glasses. Hey, get off your phones. Pay attention, people. You need some hand sanitizer. Yes, you do. It's the best thing ever. Oh, guy in the front. Guy in the front. You deserve a pen.
Yes.
Kyle?
Yeah.
How does it feel that you just got a pen and some sunglasses?
You know, I might start crying.
Yeah?
This has been a very emotional time.
Yeah.
And now I can write in 4 different colors, and you don't know how much that means to me.
I mean, so which color are you going to pick for what is the question?
So, I think everyone knows blue is for math. I think purple is definitely geography in some sort of way, even though I don't.
We
have
teach geography?
No, we don't. But I'm gonna write some geography out.
Okay.
Green is definitely science.
Okay, that's true.
And then pink is for my
The love letters to your girlfriend.
no, my diary. I have a pink diary under my bed. It's gonna go perfect for that.
Now we all know where he keeps his diary. What is your name, Kyle?
Yeah.
What major are you?
I'm in game design.
I'm sorry?
Game design.
Game design. You know what? My director in my ear just told me that you deserve a fanny pack.
Yes!
There you go.
Now I can keep my pink pen.
That's what I'm saying.
Now I can carry around my pink
What
pen.
else are you going to put in this fanny pack?
At least my sunglasses.
Oh!
See, you guys, if you're really nice to us but not overwhelming, you will get all the things. And I mean all the things. Do you have a Hall of Fame shirt yet, Kyle?
I don't.
And what size do you wear, sir?
I wear medium.
If only that could appear sometime soon.
Out of thin air.
Out of thin air.
Oh my God! Crazy how that happens.
And you know why you deserve all this? One, you have a personality. He is in the front of the line. You are in the front of the line of this panel. He just said, let's put him in the front of the line. I'm like, he is in the front of the line, director, sir. Director, sir.
I've been
front of
waiting
the
here
line.
for an hour, so...
No, this is why you got here, because you were focused. You were like, I want to go to this panel. I want to learn about branding. I want to sit in the front and learn all these things. And you have a beautiful dimple right there. Very cute.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Our director also has a very beautiful dimple. But anyway, you got all the swag because you are focused and you are going to be successful in your future. What do you want to do for a living when you graduate?
Ooh. I ultimately want to do level design.
Okay.
Or quest design. And I'm looking at Insomniac games.
If only we knew some people here visiting right now who work for Insomniac. Have you met any of them?
I have. I've connected with a few of them. So.
And do they like you?
They do.
Did you show them your dimple?
I hope I did. I didn't I wasn't like, hey.
Yeah.
But I gave them an extra
Okay.
kind of smile.
Because that smile and that dimple is what gets you jobs.
That's right.
And lots of skill and education and all that stuff. All right, Kyle, pleasure to meet you. Who else is over here? Who's hanging out with me? No one? No one? Wow, do you see this? Double shades, double shades.
Double shades.
This is just, that's a new thing for Hall of Fame. It's all about double shades. You guys have so much fun. Enjoy learning about branding. Everything is amazing. And yeah, we'll see you out on the road. Come say hi. We'll give you some swag. Peace.
That Tracy Wu.
I love her so much.
We love us some Tracy Wu. I was sitting here laughing the whole time. Couldn't control myself.
I was like, I hope my mic isn't hot because we're just laughing over her the whole time. But I mean, CX looks like there's so much going on. It just started this morning. I mean, today.
It just opened up.
Just
this
opened.
morning, and there's already people out there waiting in line for panels and getting swag. You should get out there.
Yeah.
I hope you get out there outside.
Absolutely.
If you can't, and you're just watching on stream, that's okay. We need your energy online, filling up the chat with positive comments.
Mm-hmm. What are some of your favorite things going on at CX?
Well, I think we have a little video we can roll to show some of the stuff.
We can?
The cosplay.
Oh, yeah, the
We'll be
cosplay
getting into that a
contest.
little more later.
Oh my
Looking pretty
gosh,
good.
look at all these legend icon stars. Everyone's coming with their wigs laid, ready to go.
Yeah, our cosplay contest held by the
Is that
cosplay.
We can't talk about that.
We can't talk about Bruno. We can't show him. We can't talk about him. But our cosplay contest held by the Cosplay Club here has categories including video games, anime, film, and television. And students really come out in full force. And look at them all just hanging out in the fortress. We were going to do it outside maybe. Oh, how cute. Yes.
I just love that even
Look
if they
at
aren't
that.
participating, there's so many people in that audience.
That's got to be one of the
watching.
coolest cosplays I've seen.
Oh, my
But we'll be
gosh.
talking a little bit more about the cosplay contest later.
And definitely
So cool.
check out, if you were a part of the cosplay contest, please share your photos. Hashtag Full Sail HOF. We want to see them.
Yeah, send us your cosplay photos, even if you're not here. Just
Yeah.
what's your best cosplay?
Online students, share your
Full Sail
cosplay.
Hoff.
I
Maybe we'll
want
get
to
see
see
it
them.
later on stream. But what else has been happening, Shay?
Well, now we are excited to announce the unveiling of a brand new facility that will bring the future of film production straight to our campus.
Full Sail's Studio V1 virtual production combines Unreal Engine, live event production, and filmmaking to help students and industry professionals create innovative storytelling on campus.
And unlike traditional film sets, virtual production allows creators to marry both computer graphics and live action footage in real time.
The studio will include high-end virtual production equipment like Brompton LED processors with hundreds of tiles plus a massive LED wall with APG's hyperpixel LEDs. Whoa.
That is a massive LED wall. That's so exciting. I mean, between we're unveiling new spaces, we have the cosplay contacts, we have the CX area. Like, what is not to love about Hall of Fame?
So much going on campus, and we have food trucks, and there are food trucks.
And there are food trucks.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about CX right now. Look at that paint by numbers mural. I'm so into it. And we saw earlier with Tracy how far along they've come since, look at the time
Oh,
lapse.
it's like a little
Love
time
a
lapse.
time
Filling in that
lapse.
TARDIS. We got
Tricycle
the
races.
tricycles,
See
which
my
I
boy
heard.
Kyle over at
Yeah.
Tricycles. It's a good time.
Oh, we're doing athletic things?
Ooh. Oh, I
the
love a giant Jenga. I'm actually a boss at it. If you see me on CX, please challenge me to giant Jenga. I guarantee I'll be you.
Look, people are so active out there, despite it being quite toasty here in Florida. You can refresh with some juice,
Some
Amish pretzel.
Ooh, you saw us yesterday with the Amish pretzels if you were here. They were delicious.
Absolutely. Arts and craft stations. There's everything you would ever want out there.
Ooh, someone make me a perler of the Armada logo, please. Pretty, please.
I would really like that. Oh, and of course, get down at the student stage.
Yeah,
Singing,
go.
dancing, rapping,
Sing
everything.
your songs. I want to hear your hot bops. Let's go.
And don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF, Full Sail Hoff, throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. And then we get to read them.
Yeah.
Like right meow.
Like we're going to do that,
We're gonna do that right now.
Let's check in with some recent tweets from the community. The content I consume doesn't have to be the content I create. A great nugget from Phil Palin, says Raymond Lamar, after checking out a panel, I assume, with Phil Palin on it. I heard some great advice from Phil Palin when he came and spoke to us yesterday.
Yeah.
And
All the
his
great
panel.
nuggets of info.
Yeah,
Everything.
definitely check in on those Phil Palin panels. I bet they're real good.
Oh, we got some selfies. It says Goofy Squad pulled up. Hashtag Full Sail Hoff. Skittles.
Skittles, my boy, Armada athletes.
What's
Skittles,
up?
my boy. We love a goofy squad. Let's go. We love
And just
our Armada.
context, I'm going to assume that's in
That looks like it could
Full
be
Sail
the
University,
fortress.
Orlando Health Fortress.
Could it be the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, my favorite place on campus? Glad to be back at Full Sail for Full Sail HOF this year. Definitely missed this place. Hashtag memories.
Welcome back. Welcome back,
Cobra.
friend.
We love memories. Yeah, we're happy to be back. It feels like it was about time. No?
You know, if I could
No?
turn back time, I would make this happen every year,
Oh,
every day.
okay, share.
Oh, we got the juice.
Oh, stay hydrated. Seriously, this is an important note. If you hear me on the back lot right now, please drink water. Drink water all day or juice, whatever. Stay hydrated. I don't want anybody passing out. We want to have a good time. We want to keep the party rolling. So
Spencer knows. He's got the hat, he's got sunglasses, he's got juice. He's protected from the Florida sun.
and some sunscreen if y'all need some sunscreen, okay?
Let's make all our dreams a reality. You have to read it in all caps.
Oh, right. Let's make all our dreams a reality. You're supposed to yell when it's in all caps. I don't like it when people text me all caps because I feel like they're yelling at me. But yeah, Full Sail Hall of Fame definitely warrants all caps tweeting.
Let's take a live look at what's going on outside so you
right
at
now?
home can see what it's like.
That's CX.
It's
Look at all those people
CX.
hanging out at CX. Silent Disco's getting ready to get going.
Oh my, and I believe
a
that's
little
like a
tiny
swag
12.
table.
It looks like it could be. I would imagine we had like an ice sculpture 12. I guess it would melt because we're in Florida, but that would be cute.
Logically, that is what happens to ice when it is in a hot sun. I love it when students give like a nice thumbs up, a wave to the camera.
Yeah.
They're super excited.
Love to see
into
it.
that.
While you're on your phone tweeting with the Full Sail HOF hashtag, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app, the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week.
And how does one do that? How do you get the app? Don't worry, we got a video for you. So check this out.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
Alrighty, I think we're just about ready to jump into the first panel of the day. I'm so hyped to get into some enriching conversation with some notable grads.
The best of the best, everyone you want to see right here. Let's not waste any more time. Up next, we're headed right inside the Entertainment Business Auditorium, right over there, for a panel featuring Carlton Lim, Tom Todia, and Gary Rizzo as they discuss 3D audio and Atmos for music, games, and film. Let's go. Let's check it out.
Boop, boop, I'm ready.
put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Patrice Scanlon.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was such a nice welcome. Happy Hall of Fame 12. Here we are. I'm so excited about this panel. We're here to talk about 3D audio and Atmos. And I have three of the most amazing people on stage with me to talk about this subject and also talk about it in like three different facets of our industry, right? So representing the music side, we have Carlton Lynn. Representing game audio and Hall of Fame 12 inductee, Tom Todia. And last, but certainly not least, representing the film side, we have Gary Rizzo. So I think like in the timeline, Atmos or immersive audio kind of hit film first, then we saw it kind of be introduced into games, and then finally music. So I was just wondering, when did you all get started working in immersive audio? Gary, you want to go first? You want to use
Is this working?
Yes,
I'm not
baby.
sure. Oh, there it is. Okay. I started working in immersive sound for film probably as early as 2011. Being at Skywalker, we have a pretty close relationship with everybody at Dolby, and they came to us pretty early on and kind of introduced what they were thinking and the workflow that they envisioned for the future for film mixing and mastering. And we did some early conceptual tests. I remember we did, although we mixed the initial film for Tron Legacy was in 2010, we did an Atmos demo of that, kind of a proof of concept for them probably in 2011. And I know that we Skywalker, not me personally, did an upmix of the Pixar film Brave, was one of the first ones that actually got released in Atmos, but that was an upmix at the time. I think it was initially mixed in 7.1. And then they did, and it wasn't really an experiment at that point, it was a full-on execution. But the first film that was released domestic US that was mixed in native Atmos, meaning in that format as a premiere, was a Joe Kosinski directed film called Oblivion, which Juan Peralta, another Hall of Fame member, and I, and Chris Boys, and well, there's a slew of Skywalker people that were involved, but we mixed that. And that was the first native Atmos release. So as early as 2011.
That's amazing. Love that. What about you, Tom?
Well, I got into immersive sound and 360 sound before I was actually doing it in games. So for me, it started with virtual reality. People think that that's automatically a game, but like virtual reality experiences and in 360 video. I got really fascinated with ambisonic audio, which is the origins, and it's decades old, of how 360 audio got going. It's essentially a microphone type where you can have 4, 8, 16 capsules in the mic, essentially placed in an array and going in all directions, and you're capturing a sphere or a soundscape, and then we take that essential ball of audio and represent it within virtual microphones, and it goes out to a binaural render, so you can listen to it directly in headphones without any speaker systems. And I was fascinated by that because that basically means anybody with just a regular pair of headphones and the system could experience it in a really simple way. And we've been doing something like Atmos in games for a long time, because Atmos is essentially an immersive tech for film. Some games use Atmos and we render out to it, but we've been using three-dimensional, meta-based audio and virtual speakers since even before Atmos was there. It's been around a while in games, but game consoles and CPUs weren't quite ready for it. It wasn't efficient to do it yet. So it came online about the same time that Atmos did. Atmos pulled a lot, as well as Oro 3D, which is another version of that, from games, and it's been kind of like back and forth learning exercises ever since.
Thank you. Carlton, what about you?
So I had been into trying to do an immersive mix for quite some time, but my first experience was fairly recently. So last year, I was mixing a project in stereo, of course, and finishing up. The A&R person was like, "Oh, so by the way, the lead song on the album we want to do in Atmos." And I'm like, "Great!" And I was like, "I'll do it." But I hadn't really done my homework. So over the course of a few days, I downloaded the renderer and just started trying to figure it out and using whatever resources I had online, figuring out, okay, how do I do this? So I set it up at home and using the binaural renderer, kind of set up a mix of okay, I think this is close. Then spend a day in the actual Atmos studio, and thank God I had support from Dolby Japan people. I was doing this in Japan. Had Dolby Japan people and the studio people to kind of help me get through, because it's a lot if you're going from stereo to all of a sudden Atmos, and trying to figure out just the renderer part of it. So I'm like, okay, just simple things like how the hell do I bounce this down when I finish the mix? It's a lot to go through. So I kind of got dumped in the fire really quickly. So that was my first experience. So.
Beautiful. So what about your listening and mix environments? How has that changed for you guys? I think, Tom, you just recently helped EA build a room, right? Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, I oversaw the money paying the experts to build it. So I would say I helped sort of in a way.
That's helping.
Yeah, that's helping. It's a form of help, I guess. Yeah, we built all new facilities downtown for Tiburon. So we moved from Maitland to downtown, which is great, but it's been COVID, so none of us have actually been able to go into the building or work at all.
Oh, that's great.
We're supposed to go back in a few weeks. But we're doing 7.14 in our mix rooms, keeping it fairly simple. But we also do a lot of mixing in headphones because ultimately our output, we have people who play games in 7.14 or in other multi-channel outputs, but the majority of our audience is either listening directly on a TV or directly in earbuds or headphones. So I do a lot of my monitoring in headphones because most of what we do is going to end up coming out binaural to the audience as opposed to the multi-channel format. We render that down in real time into a binaural mix for the audience as opposed to too many speakers around.
Yeah, that's the part of this that I just love the most, is that we have these great environments to mix in with all these speakers, but then at the end of the day, most people are going to be listening on headphones.
Yeah, certainly on games, yeah.
Right?
That's the gift of cinema, really,
right?
Is that we have this environment that pre-pandemic, we would pack that house filled with people, and there was a spec to that room, that room was calibrated to the white paper spec, and our mixes would play back as we mixed it. It was kind of a fixed environment, which is so helpful. I actually, for many years, was kind of frustrated, or imagined being frustrated as a music mixer, thinking how do you even make a stereo mix? You have to check it on 4 or 5 dozen different speakers to know how it's going to translate. And the gift of cinema is that there is a spec that everybody is supposed to be adhering to, so you know what the mix is supposed to play back. But the fact is, we make our mixes to play back for the premiere, where the director, producer, picture editor, everybody is. And if you hit that spec, well, we've done our job as best as we possibly can, versus we want this mix to play as great as it can on everything between earbuds and NS10 and HD1s, as well as cinema speakers. That strikes me as a very, daunting task. But, for us, it's having that white paper that we can adhere to is super helpful. I am curious how big that 714 room is that they built for games, though.
It's not that big because of space, so it's 20 by 18 feet.
Okay, that's a pretty big environment, though, for gaming.
Yeah. It's a large room, but it's nothing like a sound stage. It's massive.
So they can't monitor the same sound level that Gary would monitor.
Right. Well, our sound systems are built to have a lot of headroom for cinema.
You can't really monitor in a small room. You can't really monitor that loud. So then.
Right. You got to bring it down.
No, but we try. We've got some big subs, and they bought us very expensive soundproof doors recently.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
The rest of the studio is jealous. They think we just sit around listening to music really loud while they're over at their computer cubicles making the game. And
But when they're making the game, you guys are listening binaural real-time render of what you're doing, but then you're listening to it also in a 714 environment. I'm curious how often you're listening to music mixes in a discrete 714 or 916 or whatever it is.
For me personally, not so often. So I'm doing a lot of my setup at home on headphones and binaural renderer. So I have surprises a lot. I go to the studio, I'm like, well, I'm kind of way off, so I have to quickly get it in line. And then I'm also surprised when actually sometimes, for example, here on Apple Spatial Audio, which is, not Dolby Atmos, they're doing a re-render. So we're hearing something different than what we actually mix. So there's a...
unless you have the Dolby Atmos workflow, coming out of like your Apple TV 4K, you can get the Atmos stream out of that.
Right, but like for spatial audio, what Apple's doing, they're doing one more re-render. So they're folding down like the overheads or something. They're doing a different.
Well, if you're going to listen to the 2-track from the Atmos stream, they're doing a render down. But in my home studio, I'm able to hear the broad Atmos mixes that the music mixers are delivering. I believe you have to deliver 2 separate tracks, the Atmos track as well as the 2-track mix.
Right.
And then I'm sure at the same time, they're taking the Atmos mix and they're down mixing for those that are selected.
It has to be sample accurate.
Sample accurate to length, the file length, and all that stuff. But
so that's another variable like that I had to go through the first time is like, they kept saying, well, this is not the exact length of the 2 mix. I'm like, yes, it is. I did the 2 mix, but unbeknownst to me, the mastering engineer had trimmed the original 2 mix. So I'm like, well, so they were comparing the mastered to. So
and it's interesting because between film music and what we do, we never have a final mix. The final mix doesn't happen until someone plays it.
Until somebody plays the game.
So we're literally waiting for someone to play it to hear what the final mix is going to do. Yeah.
Right. Is that where beta testers come in, or the gamers that are playing it before release? Do you have that happening?
Oh, yeah. We have lots of beta testers, and we also have a QV team, that basically checks all of our work and tells us what we did wrong and why it's broken, and we should get better at what we're doing.
Yeah, I know those people.
They're geniuses, really. We could not make what we do without them because they find all sorts of problems that I didn't know I created need to be fixed.
The essential QC pass for gaming. Yeah. Interesting.
So there's everybody's trying to figure things out with this. Yeah,
True.
For sure. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, when you're mixing music for immersive, how much are you relying upon the LFE channel versus low end in the main channel?
I am.
Sorry, am I hijacking this?
Yeah, I love this.
My first mix.
I mean, we're friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
My first mix, I tried using the LFE just a little bit, just kind of goosing it a little bit. And I added just a touch, and they were like, well, it's probably too much, so I don't even use it anymore. I don't use the LFE at all, because I was like, I'll let film guys mess with that.
Oh.
So I've been avoiding the LFE, because all of the spec is, most of the speakers should be full range, so I'm like, okay, I'm just giving full range to all the speakers, and I'm just avoiding the LFE because I just don't have enough experience with it.
Well, it's also the biggest wild card out in the world.
Exactly.
You never know how the consumer is going to have their sub set up. Again, there's a spec for the home, reproduction of this stuff, but who's adhering to that? It's one thing to say in cinema, there's an engineer that sets up a room or that checks a room, but it's another thing to say the consumer is now responsible for what level all those speakers are playing.
And then it goes back to the binaural render again. So that's absent. The LFE is absent from the binaural render, right? So when I'm just setting up a mix at home and headphones, that makes no sense for me to even play around with that. If I go to the studio, which changes for me because I don't have my own immersive room. I go to different studios, so their room should be to spec, but I'm like, I don't know this room, so I usually avoid the LFE.
I love it. So how has this technology changed your creative workflow?
Oh, it's changed it dramatically. For film, when you're working in multi-channel formats, meaning mono, stereo, LCR, 5.1, 7.1, everything is multi-channel based. And you can do things pretty quickly and efficiently. Certainly now with the evolution of the technology and Pro Tools and offline bouncing, you can do so much faster than you could. Once you introduce objects, Atmos objects, or it's not exclusive to Atmos, but once you introduce objects Do you guys know what objects are versus beds in Atmos? Do we need to cover that? No.
Why don't we do that?
Okay. So the idea for Dolby Atmos is that there are two kinds of audio tracks that you're running. You can have a bed channel or an object channel. The bed is designed inherently to be what they would call a 712, 7 being LCR, your traditional left, center, right, discrete speaker channels. Left side surround, right side surround, left rear surround, right rear surround. And the 0.1 is your LFE channel that we were talking about earlier. We probably did this a little out of order. That's okay. I'll forgive myself. And then the 712, the 2 refers to the ceiling channels. So in the theatrical formats, you have an array of speakers depending upon how big your room is, that you may have 4 or 5 speakers on the ceiling that within the bed, that ceiling channel on the left side and right side they are 2 channels. So it uses the entire array versus an object, which is a mono channel that does not have the panning data baked into it like the bed does. It sounds a little confusing. I'll try to make a quick example of this, where if you have a car panning as it goes across the screen from left to right, you take your panner and you pan it from left to right in sync with the image, and that is mixed and is rendered, basically, for lack of a better term, into that LCR. If it were not put into the bed, if it were a mono object, you would have the car engine on a mono track, and with that mono track would be metadata, what we would consider XYZ panning data. The x-axis being left to right, the y-axis being front to back, and the z-axis being height. So that car would have panning data on the x-axis going from left to right, but it's a mono channel. If you had 5 or 6 speakers in the front of your room, it would utilize all those channels because it has the metadata. It's not embedded directly to the LCR. I think that's as quick as I can explain it.
An amazing.
That was pretty good.
I don't know if I could get it any more concise. So that said, like once you introduce objects into your mix, it's awesome because if you've got 64 surround channels in your cinema, and I like to use the mosquito example, you can have that mosquito fly through every surround channel if you've got a room big enough for it. The smaller your room is, if you have 4 surround speakers, it will utilize all 4. If you only have 1, it'll use that 1. You won't get the full resolution of panning. The whole idea is that it's adaptive to the size of the room. And that's really cool. If you've got a huge room, you know, the Chinese Chinese theater on Hollywood Boulevard, huge room. You can utilize that. You can really hear how discreet that panning actually is. It's magnificent. The problem, it's hardly a problem, it's something we have to deal with. It's for the down mixes, in that when you do make a 7:1 render or a 5:1 render or a stereo render binaurally, you have to integrate that into your down mix workflow. And it gets, it's a little bit more time consuming to do it. It's a real-time process currently, although I want to believe that's going to change going forward, but we'll get there. Yeah, objects. They're cool, but it definitely makes the workflow a little bit more specified. You got to take the time to make sure it's being done right. That's the other thing, QC, to do it.
And then one other thing about objects. So in the music world, a lot of times we're using like master faders, right? So the only thing that's going through the master fader is those bed channels, right? So your objects don't necessarily, if you're using any kind of limiter and compressor, so your objects not necessarily go through that. So that's another thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing in games.
Yeah.
Yeah, our objects, which is almost all objects is what we do these days, but our objects bypass our master patch, which is like the master section of the console, and go directly to the outputs. So when you're in that environment, you have to double up processing or get really efficient with routing, because everything we do in a game is real time. So I can make some really amazing stuff on a $10,000 computer that's fascinating, but then half of my audience will never be able to hear it that way. Right. So unlike a fixed environment, we have to, you know, somehow meet in the middle between what we can do and what we know people can actually experience at home.
Right.
But the nice thing about the XYZ data for gaming, if everything is an object, which is really awesome, if you have that environment, whether it's a binaural re-render or whether it's a full-blown 916 Atmos installation, is that when that critter is running around, you're going to get that full resolution.
Yeah. Well, and if it's in binaural, the trick, which a lot of our stuff is in binaural, the trick is making the filtering process still sound really good, because we have to deal with HRTF, filters, and we don't have an infinite number of them, and everybody wants a custom one, but it's not really possible right now to do that efficiently, and so there's a lot of quality concerns on the binaural output right now. There's some great ways to fix it, but again, the processing, your CPU just will catch on fire if we opened it up all the way.
Can you talk a little bit about the HRTF?
Yeah, so HRTF is head-related transfer function. It's basically, in its simplest terms, it's a way of capturing the size and shape of your own ear. So the way that we all hear in the real world, the way we hear distance and everything else, is a combination of signals, reflections that get to one ear and the other ear differently, essentially. So your brain knows exactly where an object is in space around you because of the difference between the ears. Completely different from stereo. That's not what stereo is. Stereo is 2 channels left and right, and you can move within it, but essentially it's a fixed image. Binaural and HRTF are a little different. So what happens is MIT started doing this a very long time ago. This is not new tech. It's just still being improved. There are libraries of people's heads that have been recorded, and you can actually find a lot of them and look at the pictures of the ears they used to record at the time and try to find ears that look like yours, and hopefully that will sound similar to what you're doing. And essentially, if you think about these objects we're talking about in the game spinning around you, the difference between the object being here and then suddenly being here runs through this HRTF process, and it filters it out and decides how much you're going to hear in one ear versus the other. And when it's done right, it actually sounds like there's space around you in headphones. Like something is really 10 feet away, and the reflection of that sound hitting this virtual back wall and getting back to this ear really immerses you into the space if it's done right. One of the problems, though, is creating the fake room around the HRTF, because it all deals with reflections. If you do object-based sound in a space that has no reflections of any kind, it sounds more like simple panning. It doesn't really do much. But if you can hear the actual delay and decay of the virtual space you set up, well, now that object is here, but the reflections of it and the way it's moving around the room and coming to both ears can actually sound like a real physical space. And that's where we're headed. And again, we can do it now in a scientific way, but if we push the processing on that too much at the moment, it's just even the newest consoles can't really handle it, because the rest of the game needs some of that power too. If it was just audio, which it should be,
right.
That would be amazing. Yeah.
Why are all these visuals in the game?
Slowing down my audio speed. Yeah.
So it's like one of those things where we have the technology, but maybe on the consumer side, we're still kind of waiting for these products to be developed a little bit better, and maybe at a better price point so more people can get involved.
Yeah, and it's a rabbit hole.
Totally.
100 years from now, it's going to be the same thing. There'll be audio producers and artists knowing what their capability is, but knowing the audience isn't quite there yet. So that's not new right now. It's always going to be that way.
Right.
And anyone that gets into the science of audio, you're always going to be thinking about the next thing that you can do and invent, and how you can somehow get that to the audience in a way that makes sense and works for them.
Well, if I may, I'd love to just see a quick show of hands. How many people have the AirPod Pros or the latest version of the AirPods? And how many of you listen to immersive music over Apple Music or even listen to Atmos? Do you listen to Atmos like movie soundtracks as well? Not as much as music? Okay, so it's getting there.
Yeah, I mean that was
getting
almost, I would say almost close to half. Maybe 30%, 40%. But yeah, a lot more than I actually thought, I
think that's an indication, though. I mean, I like that.
All right. So let's see here. So you were talking about how you had one project that was created for more of the 5.1, 7.1 surround sound system, and then changing that to fit into the Atmos. Right.
Yeah,
so
an upmix. Yeah, a film that starts in one format.
Right.
Was completed in one format, and then ultimately wants to kind of enhance it.
Right. So what was the difference between that process and then starting a new project where that's going to be the delivery is the Atmos system? How did that change the creative workflow?
One that I did in that in that workflow was the Blu-ray release of The Incredibles that we did, which was, I think, a couple of years after the initial theatrical mix that we did. Incredibles was done, what year was it? 2004, I believe it was. And we mixed that when Dolby Surround EX was still a thing. We didn't even have a 7.1 at that point. EX
what was EX exactly?
I'll tell you. EX, what they did, they were trying, Dolby were trying to give us another channel of audio before 7.1 was really ready. So what they did was they matrix encoded the left surround, right surround to create a center. For years, we, way back when VHS and Super VHS, the only way to get surround sound was that they encoded a matrixed version of the sound mix into 2 channels. So any information that was exclusively in the left channel would go to the left speaker, exclusively in the right channel would go to the right speaker. Common in-phase information went to the center, and common out-of-phase information went to a mono surround channel. That was the fundamental matrix of how Dolby, the initial version of Dolby Surround worked. Well, then we had 5.1, which gave us discrete channels, one of which was an LFE channel, but what Dolby did next was EX. So they took the left surround, right surround discrete channels, and they would matrix encode those two so you could derive a surround center channel. Okay. And so then you kind of had quasi 6.1, but it wasn't a discrete version because it was a matrix encode of the left surround, right surround. Really, it was merely a bridge of a format to get us to 7.1. 7.1 is truly for discrete surround channels. So Incredibles was done initially in EX as a native mix format, and then a couple years later, we did an Atmos up mix specifically for the Blu-ray release. And we would kind of go back and dissect, surgically remove certain elements that we wanted to create objects out of or spread out a little bit more, and remove it from essentially the bed and make it an object, and then rewrite panning data, X, Y, Z, so that things could go through the ceiling. It really is, it's a bit surgical because you want to be honest to the track as to what it was. Me, myself, I'm a nostalgic spirit, so I like to be very honest or I try to be as honest as I can to what the original mix was, while of course, giving the up mix that we were after. So we're very specific and very cautious and very careful in terms of let's make sure that the mix remains in its original integrity while bringing it up to Atmos spec. So surgical, careful. I don't really like doing that kind of thing because it is a derivative of the original release, which is what it was. But it's a bit more surgical than just doing a native Atmos mix. Native Atmos, it's kind of like you're off the leash. You can run. You can do whatever it is that you want to try doing in order to create the ideal initial premiere version of the mix. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, definitely. So what are you receiving, like STEM-wise? Do you feel like things have been separated out more so you have more control in the mix?
No, I think things are still being delivered as separate as they ever were. The scope of the mixes has grown over the years. As much as the technology has grown, the expectation has grown with it, as is the initial build. As the years go on and we have this technology that's growing, we can build tracks that are much more detailed, and the track count can get much wider. We don't even talk about track count anymore. There was a day when I started mixing where it was like, we've got a mix that used 500 tracks of source audio. Wow. Now it's like 500. That's my dialogue premix. That's not even the sound effects. Sound effects are thousands of tracks. Wow. We just stopped counting. I forget what year we stopped counting too. The number is just too big and too silly to throw around at that point. The fact is that it's getting more and more detailed, which is amazing that we have that ability to do it.
It's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, but in terms of the splits that were given, like the splits were always there. We were just mixing it into a different format.
Got you.
Whether it was 5.1 or 7.1 and now Atmos. But I do like having certainly with the music. You got to remember, for theatrical music, we have a scoring mixer that's involved before you get to the music editor, and then the music editor hands it off to the re-recording mixer. So maintaining that spread and that split allows us a lot more latitude within the Atmos platform. I certainly like spreading things out, spreading out the choir, spreading out the strings sometimes, and I'll spread them all out a little bit differently. I personally like using what I'll call the proscenium channels, meaning the speakers that are still in front of the audience but outside of the screen image. They would call that a 916, 9 channels on the floor, meaning left, center, right. You got your left side, left back, right back, but also a wide set of left, right channels just outside of the image. To me, that is a blessing to have those channels, and I'm curious how much the music crews are using them.
I haven't used them, but I've read articles like there's a lot of music mixers that they do like having those super wide.
Super wide, yeah, because it's still stereo but wider.
Yeah.
You know, it's certainly for film to be able to spread that out, even within the context of just music. For example, taking that choir and spreading that choir wider. I'll actually use the height channels as well for like the initial LCR image of a choir. You know, maybe leave the piano on screen in the LCR, but pull the choir out just to give you another layer of dimension.
As a matter of fact, Josh, who was supposed to be here today, I think his room, he did a 916 room, did he not?
Yeah, I talked him into.
So he's got the super wide guys, yeah.
Yeah. And theatrically, it's like you may have 10 speakers along your left wall and right wall. So to just use the proscenium channel really gives almost a very focused sense of specificity to the mix. And, you know, one speaker doing one job versus one speaker doing covering 2 instruments or 3 instruments or 4 instruments. If you can use one channel discreetly for one element, I find that certain things can pop out of the mix if you really want them to. So I'll always encourage the use of those prosceniums. Sometimes overly focused objects are not good. It just draws your attention to it so much. But that's why I like those prosceniums, because they are still in front of you. Yeah. It is still just a widening of the stereo image. For years, we've been using, some plug-in trickery to try and widen the sound of our mix more and more. Yeah. Well, now you have discrete speakers.
Yeah. Which makes things a lot easier. You have space to place things. Yeah, exactly.
And headroom.
Exactly.
I gotta say, I'll encourage everybody to check out the 2019 Atmos mix of Abbey Road for so many reasons. That box set is pretty great. The Atmos mix that's on it is wonderful. Specifically, though, for this comment is their use of the headroom. Right. If you have a system that has 20 decibels of headroom, if you listen to the She's So Heavy, that track starts off right where you think it should, and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows and it gets huge. Just when you think you have to turn the volume down, it stops. Like, there's a wonderful use of the headroom to get an emotional reaction out of you. Right. You experience that song that you've heard a million times in a way that you haven't felt it before. That, to me, is the blessing.
Yeah, that's the kind of great thing about immersive audio. It's like we've almost come full circle. We went through the whole volume wars with stereo mixes for, 15 years or more now. Now with immersive mixes, you kind of have to leave some headroom. So you're encouraged to have some dynamics, and it's great. So you're having some great mixes with actual, dynamics and purvey some emotion. So that's another thing great about it.
Oh, I love dynamics.
He said the loudness wars.
Yeah.
Yes. They're still being fought.
Right. So, yeah, that was one thing with Josh I really wanted to hit on with him being here on this panel, because I know a big reason he built that room was because he was asked to take the entire library of Justin Bieber and remix that in Atmos. So, Carlton and I were talking about this yesterday. He was lucky enough to start working from the start of the project in this format. But I just wonder how much of a challenge that would be going back from like the archive delivered stems. Maybe you had like a whole drum stem, but now you want the snare and the hat to be separated,
Yeah, I think it probably depends. Like Josh probably mixed most of the catalog with Justin's catalog, a lot of it anyway.
So he probably had all the even the multi-tracks, right?
And it just depends on the stems and whoever printed the original stems, So sometimes if they printed it with verbs and delays all baked into like a stereo drum mix or whatever, or then you're kind of limited to that unless you can get them to go back and reprint and separate out the verbs and stuff. So it just depends on what you're given,
Right.
But Josh, he might have been able to go back to his original sessions and whatever and print whatever he needed.
And this is interesting because this is something we do not deal with at all in games.
Right.
Nothing is ever mixed. Everything is always in its original state. Right now, the current title I'm working on, we've got 100,000 lines of interactive dialogue. We've got tens of thousands of assets, crowds, and it all remains in its original format. There's no stems, there's no mixes. All of that is done in real time. So we have access to all of it, but it also becomes completely overwhelming. And you have to do the whole thing and time box it in stages. Because if you actually thought of a game in the way that you might do a linear project where like we have a mix time, now we're going to mix it, it would take forever. You just couldn't do it. So we have to like mix and design every day as we go. And then there is a final mix, and there is a period of time where we balance everything out into the mix. But if it got closer to the end when we really picked that up, we'd be doomed. Yeah, it'd just take way too long.
And a lot of where that placement is happening is built into either like using Wise or in the game engine itself, or
yeah, I mean, in our case, we have our own proprietary stuff, so we're not using Wise or anything.
Right.
It's very similar to what Wise kind of does. The great thing about a tool like Wise is it really makes things accessible to an audio artist that doesn't do scripting or programming. Because it's an interface, it's like a DAW, it makes sense. You've got play buttons, you've got things that are easy to understand and look at. If you're an audio person, you guys could pick it up in no time because it's really just like a unique tool. The problem is software engineers on our team do not like that, because essentially when you use a tool like that, you're taking all the things that they constantly work on and massage and putting it behind somewhat of a gate that they can't really touch and control. And software engineers lose their mind about that. So I actually tried to get our company to use Wise because it's something that I knew really well. And they're like, absolutely not. We're not doing that. Everything is raw code and we're doing it from scratch. But that's why we couldn't do what we do without our type of audio artist that I run a team of, but also a tech artist, which is someone who does a lot of scripting and library building and API building, and then also software engineers who know pure C++ and foundational code. And between the three stages, that's how we're able to basically get across the finish line.
Wonderful. So do you guys have a separate room where you have a lot of the consumer playback systems so you guys can check it, or are we just kind of like winging it and hope the Atmos fold down is going to do its job when it goes to those other consumer-based playback systems?
I'm definitely going to do what Gary is talking about with your whole Apple 4K thing where
Oh yeah.
I got to check that out. But so I was telling Patrice the other day, so the studios I go to in Japan, so it's cool. They have, the room where we're mixing at, then they also have a lounge with it's basically like your living room at home. And they have like multiple, they have, a Sony Atmos soundbar. They have like the Amazon Alexa thing. And then like a little, actually just, discrete speakers and everything. So they have many consumer things all around the room. So you can bring your thumb drive in and plug in your mix and check it out on different formats or different home devices. So that helps a lot.
Yeah, and we use a combination of things at our studio. So we've got our rooms where they're multi-channel, discrete, high-end sound systems, and then we've got multiple stereo versions all the way down to these little $18 plastic Amazon speakers I bought. They go down to that, and we use headphones. I've got $4,000 ultrasonic headphones down to $50 headphones, and then we do earbuds, and then we have on one of our floors what is essentially like a dub stage without a console, just for theater seating and sitting there and listen as if someone had a giant home theater. But at the end of the day, there's so much in a game mix to do that I couldn't, even if we go into the big listening room and a producer says they would like to hear something slightly different because of that, there's so many environments to listen to. It's more of a note where let's say, sure, we'll work on that soon. But there's just no time to go and deal with the mix in that sort of inaccurate way. And there's too much going on. We don't know what's going to happen. At any moment, you could hear one or two sounds. Someone else playing the game that gets to that exact same scene could be in a scenario where there's an overwhelming amount of audio assets and dynamic range getting hit really, really fast. So, a lot of what we have to do is take it with a grain of salt and try to keep the mix from getting too cluttered. But a lot of times I'll go home and play a game I've worked on and realize I never heard that scenario. in the 3 years I worked on it. I just heard it right now at home. And
That's what I love about nonlinear. You know, it's just like you can try to prepare for almost every situation that maybe the game player is going to go into, but then it's so amazing. These people just find this path that you never even thought of, and you're like, oops,
well, and the
that's
worst
not
for us
working.
is you spend so much time and energy, and you put your heart and soul into this mix, and it's so developed, and it takes so much time, and you're so proud of it. But then in our case, we give the audience all of these virtual faders in the front end where they just go in, I'm just going to turn the commentary off and let me bring the sound effects volume down. And I prefer it like that. I'm like, oh my God.
No,
what are
don't
you
do
doing?
it.
Wrong. I almost want to make those sliders not do anything so they can play with it and believe they're doing something.
The producer fader.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right, yeah, that must be really frustrating.
Well,
No, seriously,
yeah.
like that's like I wouldn't want somebody going into my mixes and being able to say, yeah, I'm gonna turn all the drums down.
No.
Like,
Right.
wait, what?
And it's a reality of gaming because there are some people get really, really competitive about gaming. How many people in here play games besides me? I'm the only one. Okay, so we got a bunch of people play
More
games.
than half AirPods.
People play games and they need to hear things differently. If you're playing a shooter game or an online or some kind of a competitive game, certain things are going to obstruct your ability to hear the cues you need to be able to fight back appropriately. And so people go in and tweak it. And as much as that's frustrating to an audio mixer because you don't want them to touch that, it's such an important part of our experience that you have to give them as much control as they need to really enjoy the game, or else you're just cutting them out of the mix because they enjoy it in a different way. As long as they don't review bomb us and buy it, I'm happy. You know.
Well, are you assigning like priorities then? Like within, if there's possibly 5 or 6 sounds that need to play at once, are you saying, okay, well, this one has the highest priority no matter what is happening in the game?
Oh,
this
yeah.
one has to come out.
I live in a world of priorities, and more importantly, a world of priorities that change based on given contextual scenes.
Right,
So
right.
I spend a lot of time on sports games now. We're making our college football game again, and the priority level to that is we want to hear the commentary, but we're at the most aggressive moment of the crowd going insane. We don't need to hear the commentary right now, and that priority will change based on incoming context. What time of day is it? Do these teams consider each other's rivals? And is it like an old tradition, or do they not care about each other? There's literally a million things that we check in terms of data that not only do we have the priority, but the priorities of all of that changes based on the contextual situations of the data.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas within narrative filmmaking, we are being guided through the narrative track of that, through the mixed choices that we're making, where we're saying we are deciding what has the priority, and we're baking that decision into the mix, essentially.
Right. And we'll set up, I might have 20 priorities on a scenario, but depending on what you're doing at the moment when you're playing it, those priorities will shift like a Rubik's Cube, and then priorities shift as well.
Right. Yeah. All eating data bandwidth, of course.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is like depending on consoles, CPU and everything, right? All that.
Yeah, but you know what? Our commentary team has made this system at EA that basically is a giant Excel database. And it's crazy because of how efficient it is. And it's constantly checking for data. So the data is looking every frame, 30 frames a second minimum. So it's checking data all the time. And it says, oh, it's 8 p.m. right now. And the person doing the commentary is talking. The enemy, the home team is up by 14. The game is almost over. So we're constantly running all that data. And then our context system will put together sentences that decide which chunks of a sentence to play. Because if we had in a game, if we had to say, you know, Aaron Rodgers goes for the long throw and record a version of everything that could happen, it'd be millions and millions of lines. So it might be Aaron Rodgers with a long S tail. We call it an S stitch. And then on the other side, we'll have a million versions of receives, you know, whatever it is, and in real time those sentences have to stitch together to make it sound seamless, and we're bringing in individual words, and we actually have to take I'll take S's, cut the S in half, get rid of the S, and get the sibilants coming in and out of the S, and then paste that in reverse to 2 different sentences so that when they're pasted together, it sounds like it's flowing right through them.
Yeah, because otherwise it could sound like really robotic and...
Yeah, that look on your face is appropriate. Yeah, that's exactly what
So that's real-time AI dialogue editing is what you're talking about.
Basically, and what's great is it's essentially, if you've ever used Excel, it's a bunch of Excel macros, just checking data and deciding what should go together and when, and it's probably the most efficient tool I've ever seen because somebody figured out how to do it without a big software program or library, just checking lines of Excel, and if it's true, play these things together and then get rid of them out of the audio stream.
Yeah, it makes us who work in linear.
That's impressive. That's really impressive.
Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like I do all of that myself. You're talking about like a team of 20 people making all of that happen. You know, they just make it sound good at the end. So somewhere there's a genius software engineer making it so, and we get to talk about it like I did it, you know.
Good job.
Thank you, yeah.
All right, y'all, we're gonna pass it over to you guys. Hopefully you guys have some great questions. So we've got a mic over here. So a couple people queue up there. We've also got a mic on this side. So what we'll do is have a question from here, question from here, question from online. Yeah? Let's do it.
Do we get to see the online?
No, we don't, sorry.
Okay. Hey, my question's for Carlton. I understand how Atmos can be applicable in games and film, obviously, because there's elements which go above, say, a ball or something, or like a bullet which can go from several angles, or say a dragon which goes above you. But how does that translate into music? Because I mean, for me, okay, it's a very basic question, but for me, it's like everything's stereo. You have drums here, and you have like left and right overheads and stuff like that. How do you do something where you're like in a 3D space, so to speak, with music? How do you mix for a 3D space? Like, where do your elements go?
I mean, it's total creative thing. So it depends on what you're working on and if it's a legacy type thing. So, for example, if you're doing legacy stuff like Universal Music, they send out this PDF to all of the mixers that are doing legacy stuff, and they're basically kind of telling you, don't go nuts. They're saying, okay, we want you to do a immersive mix, but don't reinvent the mix. You know what I mean? So it just depends. But if you're doing something new, like for example, on a project where I was already doing the stereo mix, then, you know, I can kind of get a little more adventurous with it. And, you know, yeah, you can put the vocal in the back if you want to, but it's going to be, you know, for example, in spatial audio, you can, you know, Apple Spatial Audio, you can flip back and forth between the Atmos mix and stereo. It'll be a little bit jarring, though. So if you have a stereo mix with the vocal in the middle, and you flip back to, you know, to Atmos, it's going to be in the back. So, you know, you can kind of do what you want, and you got overhead speakers behind you, so you can totally do any kind of 3D thing that you want. So there's not really any rules, but you also are always comparing the stereo mix, at least now. So you don't want to kind of jar the listener too much. So yeah.
It's kind of like when we went from mono to stereo, and people would put the whole drum kit in the left channel, and then maybe the lead vocal in the right channel,
Right,
and
dual mono.
right, or you know, and it's just like, okay, well, we got this new format, but like, let's not make it gimmicky, you know, or weird. That's a hard creative choice, right? To be able to utilize that without it sounding, I don't know, forced, I guess.
It is. I mix a number of musical films. Sing 2, we just finished up this year, that are obviously very music heavy, where the material is not brought in native Atmos, and the goal is to put it in the cinema experience in Atmos. The soundtrack mixes get done separately from that. They don't lift the mixes out of my Atmos mix and put them on an Atmos soundtrack release. But to answer the question, we use a variety of concepts and ideas to kind of fill the space. Sometimes it's little delays, little reverbs, little things that you can add that, of course, are respectful to the initial intention of the track, and other times we're using some up mixers. Nugent Halo is one of them. Penio Pro is another one that will actually take a stereo or a mono and up mix, and sometimes you utilize a little bit of that. Sometimes I'll just use whatever fill it creates from the ceiling to fill the drums or something. But I find that there's no one answer for anything. You wind up treating the guitar separately from the drums, separate from the keyboards, certainly separate from the vocals. Your vocals are always kind of attached to your character. Many methods to upmixing, essentially.
And I would imagine it has a lot to do with the content too.
Yeah.
If we're working with an orchestral score, that's going to be different than, you know, like a dead mouse track. If you mix
Sure.
There's all sorts of leeway to do things there. It depends on the source.
Sure. And if you have an orchestra, or an orchestrated track, you want to believe that you've got access to the room mics in a way that maybe you traditionally wouldn't be given. So you might have the Decatree separate from distant mics, separate from spot mics, and be able to create your own hemisphere of the scoring stage, that's the experience we're trying to communicate through these immersive mixes.
That's beautiful. How about over here? Hello.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay, there you go. A question for all of you. What would your advice be for like a guy who kind of lives in a bedroom and wants to like get into 3D audio? What would your advice be?
I can start that one. There are a lot of tools that will actually let you build and render out three-dimensional audio into a binaural engine that are completely free. That's how I started learning how to do it. And you don't need multi-channel speakers to do it. You're not going to hear the discrete mix in that way, and the binaural is never going to sound exactly the same way, at least not in this era right now. But yeah, there's multiple tools you can use for that. If you are interested in the sound designy sort of side of it, you could get tools like Unreal Engine, Wise, Fmod. They have binaural engines in there that are free. You can run a multi-channel mix through them. You can hear things panning up and above and around you. So there's really actually there's a good amount of free content out there to do that with. You can go online and download free HRTF filters, put them into the tool yourself, listen to them. One of the best things to do if you're learning that from the ground up in the beginning is to start really subtle and just listen to what's actually happening. So a single looping sound that you know the tone of, and you move it around and you create a new sense of space, within that 3D environment, and you hear the reality of what it sounds like. Because the surround sound portion of what we do, and I'm sure it's the same in movies, is one thing. Once you get into the height and the depth above and below you, that's when things tend to get tricky in binaural, because it kind of works on what's like a curve. It never sounds like it's going directly up. It's like it's kind of fading this way off into the distance. And there's only so much you can do with it. You can't make it infinitely sound like it's a mile over that way. But if you get those free tools and just start doing the basics and learning what it sounds like as you move around the parameters, your mind is going to start coming up quickly with things that will and won't work over time. The worst is if you jump into a giant project and try to mix probably a song or a movie or a game. It'll be so overwhelming. It'll be like, this is not worth doing it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I like to record my own voice. Not that I like listening to myself, but you know what it sounds like. And then make that move around the space. And the next time you're working on a guitar track or something, you'll remember what that sounded like and what didn't work well.
That is great advice. And also the latest version of Logic allows you to work in Atmos. So maybe getting that if you're more...
Cubase, I think, has its own renderer and everything in it
okay.
as well. I think.
Well, they get Logic and Pro Tools in their launch box, so let's keep it free,
I'll encourage you to listen a lot, though, and read a lot, and try to get a mentor. Like, try to spend some time working with somebody or for somebody that's doing it so that you can actually witness successes and creative failures, too, because they happen. So, listen, be aware, be present. The fundamentals, really. The fundamentals will take you the distance. They really will.
Exactly. So what about a question from online?
Yep. So our first question we got from online is from Ritvik Shah. They're joining us online this morning via YouTube chat. They are a recording arts graduate. And their questions for the panel. How do you go about referencing your mixes for Apple Spatial, since there's no way to effectively audition it until it's out on Apple Music?
Carlton and I were just talking about this yesterday.
Yeah, just go to Apple Music and check it now.
Yeah.
So I think what Gary was talking about earlier, just setting up the whole...
Yeah, I mean, I did something that I can't necessarily suggest everybody do, but being the movie fan that I am, I've always been a home theater enthusiast. So I've always been I was one of the first people to have 5.1 surround sound, and and it's something that I share with my children. It's a family thing when we do family movie night, and I've got a nice big setup with video projection, and it's not a $1 million room, but it's bigger than the average setup. And I've also set up to be a functional home studio as well. So that's kind of how I'm checking how mine mixes for near-field versions, because we still do near-field versions of our mixes. I'll bring them into my home studio. I've got Pro Tools in there, and it integrates in with the consumer processor that I have as well. And my room is EQ'd to spec. It's bigger than the average consumer setup, but that's cool. And I listen to it there because I know that this will give me a real representation of what the master track that I'm delivering sounds like. And that's how I check it. And then I'll also have the earbuds, and I got the headphones, and I listen to down mixes like that. Like, I know it's a little bit different than most people. It may be more elaborate than most people, but I feel like I'm delivering a solid track that's been checked in as many formats as I can possibly check it.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that the whole spatial audio thing, because of my first mix I did, and I heard it for the first time on spatial audio, and I was like, whoa. I was like, it's not what it sounded like in the studio. And I was like, it sounds like a bad karaoke mix. Like, I was like, what is going on? You know, it just kind of freaked me out. But so it's tricky. It's tricky. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Apple Music will find a workaround for that. You know, it's just not there right now. I was watching something on LinkedIn Learning, and the guy was saying, yeah, just like distribute your track and listen to it on Apple Music. I'm like, why would you want to distribute something that isn't a finished product, you know, just to test it and see how it's going to sound in that format?
I think the best thing is what Gary said, just try it out on a bunch of different formats, and, you know, just by process of, you know, averaging it out, you know.
I hope for
works
the
on
best,
the
yeah.
Amazon, like, you know, Amazon device, a sound bar. It should hopefully sound decent.
I will say there are some great sounding tracks that are out there on Apple Music.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I mentioned Abbey Road earlier, but there's a couple of Skrillex tracks that sound amazing. Rocket Man is always my like reference. The Atmos mix of Rocket Man is delicious in every way there is to be delicious. Yeah, I mean, that to me, if I ever want to reference like whatever I'm listening to, all right, put on Rocket Man and check that. Okay, I can do better. I go back to my, you know, and I work on my mix to try and make it better, and then I go back to Rocket Man, and I still shake my head. That's just the best track ever in Atmos. It sounds so good. I highly suggest y'all give it a listen if you're into immersive music.
There's some really cool ones out there. There's some bad ones out there, too.
There are. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, for every
Those are
good
important
one.
to listen to also.
They are.
Yeah.
They totally are. That's part of what I meant to answer the question of listen a lot. Listen to the good tracks and listen to the bad ones. And there are some bad ones that sometimes they take a 2-track and they just put it through Penio and that's it. And they just deliver. They say, yep, it's got something in the ceiling.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like washy madness.
Call it a day, right?
Yeah, that's it. Call it a day. You're done. You know, don't do much. Okay, this is me not doing much. You know, you run it through one plugin. That's to me, that's not an immersive mix. That's just a shortcut. There are no shortcuts.
Yeah.
That is unfortunately our time.
Aww. Yeah, I feel like we could have split this into like 3 different panels.
Yeah, I even had
right?
questions.
Yeah. I have a few.
See you at the fire pit.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys so much. This was a great talk today, and I look forward to seeing you guys on campus.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Gary.
All right, thank you all for coming today. If you can please move to the exit at the back of the room over here.
Hello and welcome back to Hall of Fame Live. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We have a special guest with us here. Now, please welcome Michael Burns, also known as Wisecrack on YouTube. How are you doing today?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
I've had a great couple of days checking out everything at Full Sail, seeing all the Hall of Fame events. So you guys run a tight ship here.
Glad to hear it. And for those at home who haven't heard of Wisecrack, I don't know how, you got 3 million subs on
We do.
YouTube. Can you give us a little explainer of what that is?
Yeah, so we're a media company that primarily makes videos on YouTube. We have a couple podcasts as well. Our main gist is taking media and pop culture, looking at it through a sort of philosophical and social science-based lens. The old sort of catchphrase of the company was laugh harder, grow smarter. So
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, we try to trick people into learning big ideas via media they already love.
That's fantastic.
It's pretty fun, you know?
And you guys do videos, podcasts. You have a whole array of...
We do. We're on all the social medias. We're starting to make more short-form content as well. So, yeah.
That's amazing. And I know you mentioned it earlier, but like, what do you think of Hall of Fame's experience going for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting for me because I grew up not far from here and remember Full Sail when it was kind of just like one glass building on a corner. So having not been here in so long and seeing both the enormity of the campus, all of the programs, and kind of the enthusiasm at this place has been really cool. I've not met one jerk yet. I'm sure they're somewhere.
They're
but
hiding.
Yeah, they're hiding. But everyone is just so nice here. And I think that mix of seeing the enthusiasm of the students and then talking to some of the instructors here and seeing their genuine passion for the work they're doing, seeing the enthusiasm of the alumni, it's slightly infectious.
Ooh, I like that. Slightly infectious.
Just slightly, though, yeah.
And I know, a lot of our students here, they have the enthusiasm and the drive, and they look at someone like you who has this career creating content and media for a variety of platforms, like the dream goal of being a content creator. What advice would you give to them?
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's about specificity. I think there's so much temptation to copy what's already working. But I think if you don't have your own specific angle and personality, so I think if anything, people should trust themselves, trust what they find interesting. And if I look at what we do, it's as simple as taking media analysis, a thing that's already existed, but adding that extra 15% of taking philosophy and big ideas to it. So really it's just figuring out what is your 15%? What is the thing that's uniquely yours or a perspective that no one else is bringing? So it's not about reinventing the wheel, but having that secret sauce, to use a cliche, that's yours.
I like that because it's like you were saying, there's so much out there, but there's only one of you. And you can bring your own sauce.
Yeah, you're going to do a bad job if you try to be the second version of anyone else. But do a great job to be yourself. And I think, too, with any social media stuff and content creation, it's a slow build. So it's sort of getting better. And you're going to make bad stuff before you make good stuff.
True.
Probably the first 10 things someone makes are going to be bad. But you get through the bad stuff.
You have to be patient.
To learn your style and keep going from there. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Do you want to give a little shout out? Tell where can we follow you? Where can we find you?
Yeah. So follow Wisecrack on YouTube. You can follow me at Michael O. Burns on Twitter. Follow Wisecrack on Twitter. Basically that stuff. And just watch our videos and leave positive and thoughtful comments.
Positive and thoughtful. Keep it positive. Keep it 100.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to send it over to our field reporter. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. We're going to go to Justin Rathbun. We have an exclusive with Hall of Fame 12 inductee. He's been the front of house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning musical Hamilton. Since before it hit Broadway, he served as an A1 for Lin-Manuel Miranda's award-winning musical In the Heights. Now let's meet the 2000 show production graduate, Justin Rathbun.
My name is Justin Rathbun. I am a 2000 show production graduate from Full Sail. I'm currently the head audio engineer on Hamilton, an American musical on Broadway here in New York City. The favorite project that I've worked on in my career is, and it happens to be my current one, and that's Hamilton. And the only reason I say that is it's been such a journey since I started working on that show in 2013, being on that roller coaster ride of what it was in the beginning, performing a show at the White House, being able to be a part of such an incredible experience. I mean, it's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. My theater ritual starts with meeting up with the Backstage crew. There are 3 sound folks that work on Hamilton on a nightly basis. We check every single microphone. I check every single microphone in the pit. We check every single microphone that goes on an actor. As far as personal rituals before the show, I tend to get out to the desk maybe 3 or 4 minutes before the show is actually going to start. I do some deep breaths. Just make sure my focus is in the right place. Make sure I don't have anything else that's on my mind, and if it is, try to get it out of there, because the next 3 hours I don't have time to worry about that. But I do some stretches. I loosen up as much as I can before I sit down for a 3-hour session of mixing a show.
I just love these exclusive looks we get at the new Hall of Fame class. And you can see more of this year's Hall of Fame class on our social channels. How do you get there? Well, you connect with us at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF, Full Sail Hoff, throughout the week to see your posts featured here live during Hall of Fame. Let's check out some of them right now. Oh my gosh, I see bumping into, learning from, and having great conversations with legends. Oh, I love that. And we got a selfie. I see 2 Hall of Famers right there. We got Leslie and Demo, absolute icons and legends. Make sure you stop them if you see them on campus. And I see hanging out with friends and networking. Storm, I see you. Oh, that's the old original Full Sail logo. Those of you who have been here for a while, you know. The ship through the sky. I love seeing all these selfies. It says, it's such a great honor to reconnect and visit with entertainment business faculty, Full Sail, at Phil Palin, the legendary Phil Palin from our 12th annual Hall of Fame inductee class. Love seeing that. And look, what a great group of people hanging out right there. So poised, so ready. Not to be sappy, but the guy that, quote, signed my permission slip to start my business is getting inducted into hashtag Full Sail Hoff. I'm emotional. That was from Victoria. Oh my gosh, talk about full circle. Oh God, so many heartwarming moments all right here. I absolutely love that. And while you're on your phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. It's the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. To help you get started, let's take a look at what connecting our block of education sections next. Let's watch a video. Let's check it out.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
So much great information right there in the app, ready to go. Everything right there at your fingertip. But let's take a look at the schedule to see what else is happening next. We have some amazing panels and education sessions. I know people are very, very excited. We have investing in yourself, an FS3B, and then we also have Stephen Barris from HBO, and he's going to be doing a Q&A. So I hope all the students are coming prepared with their best questions. They have their notebooks ready to go, ready to jot down all those great nuggets of information. What incredible panels coming right up. But I think it's time we stop planning our day right now and we get out there and have some fun. Let's check in with our girl, Tracy Wu, to see what's happening on campus. Tracy, what are you doing out there?
What is going on, guys? I'm hanging out in the DeLorean here at the CX. I'm hanging out with my friend Mark Diaz, 2014 Game Dev grad. What's up, Mark?
Oh, man, just another beautiful day at Hall of Fame.
Yeah? And what do you think about hanging out in the DeLorean?
It's a dream come true. I can't think of a better place I'd rather be.
This is my first time in a DeLorean. Can you remind me what this is called?
It's called the disconnect capacitor drive before opening.
That's the flux capacitor, no?
Oh, that sounds like a word I've heard before associated with DeLoreans.
Unbelievable. No, but you guys, check out CX. I know there's a lot of things going on here, but we have a bunch of photo booths. We have this. We have the Bill and Ted one. We have lots of other things. But one really cool thing, Mark, get up. We're going to go. We are giving away some T-shirts. Come on, Mark. This is the fun stuff. This is Enemy Inc. They're here for, check out the shirt right here. This is one of the shirts we are showing off right here. Who are you, sir?
I'm Jesse Callahan.
Hey, Jesse Callahan. Are you a student?
Yes.
Thank you for showing. What's your student number? Just kidding. But show us the shirt. The people want to know what the shirt is. Can you tell me the process of getting the shirt, Jesse?
Just had to come over and stand in line and then check in with my student check-in code.
Okay.
And then they scan it and you get it right away.
Just like that, you just get a free shirt. Mark, let's get you a free shirt. I think there's different kinds of shirts here. Let's see. Come on over, Mark. Turn around, Mark. Turn around. Let's look at these shirts, sir. What do you think of this shirt, Mark?
It's beautiful. Look at the quality of that fabric.
Yeah, what do you think of the color?
Oh, it's not my jam, but I'd rock it.
All right, not his jam. Moving on to the next shirt. Moving on to the next shirt. Hi. We already saw that shirt. Coming over here, Mark. We already saw this shirt. Okay, stop talking to them. Talk to me. Show us the shirt. Show it.
Beautiful blue design.
Yes. Blue.
Straight from Full Sail. It's your time. How impactful, how beautiful, how blue.
I mean, for reals. But seriously, okay, Mark, the other one was not your jam. What do you think of It's Your Time?
That's my jam right there.
Is this?
I'd rock that, yeah.
Well, what size shirt do you want, Mark?
I'll take a large. I'm working on getting it down to a medium. We'll see.
See, this is what happened. We'll take a large. The second you come in here and you give us opportunities to get on camera and make a fool out of yourself, then I give you stuff. You know what else, Mark? What are we going to do next?
You know what I think would be fun?
What?
If we gave away some swag.
Let's give away some swag. We got Monica out here with the swaggin' wagon. Mark, can you fit? Let's go. We're going to go in here. See, Mark, you're not yet a Hall of Famer, which I think someday you will be. But right now, we're going to give you the honor to just give this stuff away. But we're going to do this with a lot of fun. We're going to ask some really random questions. Here we go, girl. What's going on? What is the speed that you need for the DeLorean to go out in the thingy? The time travel. What's the speed? 88. 88 what?
Per hour.
Yeah, per hour. Let's give her some swag. What did she get, Mark? Tell her what she got.
You get a backpack.
It's a backpack. It's the best thing ever. Come on, Mark. Let's go. All right, again, folks. Mark works for Insomniac Games. Hey, have you ever heard of Insomniac Games?
Yes.
Name an Insomniac game.
Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man.
Is that right?
That's 2 games.
Yeah, how many you want?
Then he gets a shirt.
Let's
Mark,
go.
give him a shirt. There you go.
Can I
Mark,
get
come on.
glasses too?
Let's ask. Stop being on the phone. Let's ask you a question. Who is your favorite Hall of Famer?
Probably Demo or Leslie Brathwaite.
Okay, give me one song that Demo has mixed.
Oh no. You can't put me on the spot like that.
I can't put you on the spot. Do you see this shirt?
Oh, actually, I got one of them.
Oh, then forget you.
I'll take another one.
Do you? No, I'm not giving it to you. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Give me one song that Leslie has mixed. Just pick any song that's been in the top 40 for like the past ever. Oh my! You know what? Here, this is pity swag for you.
I can tell you this. DJ Swivel did Panini.
I'm not asking about DJ Swivel, am I? I'm asking about Leslie Brathwaite.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want no scrub. Name a song that Leslie Brathwaite has mixed.
I know he did Paper Trails by T.I.
There you go. I don't know if that's right, but he's probably right. What's going on over here? What is going on? What is your name?
I'm Cujo.
That's not what that says.
That's Tornyenyer. Tornyenyer.
All right, we're going to give you a question. This is Mark Diaz. What program did he graduate from?
Audio.
And what program did Mark graduate from?
Cool, sir.
Mark.
Is it game development?
Game development. Give this guy a shirt. Mark, give this. Oh, a backpack. He gets a backpack. This is how cool this is. This is how cool this is. What is going on? Why are you on your phone?
Oh, I'm looking at the agenda to see what's going next.
See, that is a good answer. She's looking at the agenda. What's the best panel you have done today?
Oh, I just got off it right now. It's about like how to market yourself. It was amazing.
You know how you market yourself? With some swag. Have yourself a fanny pack. Mark, can you tell us about this fanny pack, please?
It's a beautiful dark midnight blue color. It's got the Hall of Fame 12 logo on it. It's got like at least 2 zippers, that's how you know it's nice. Oh, 3 zippers?
It's got 3 zippers, Mark.
We got a 3 zipper fanny pack over here, guys.
It doesn't get much better than that. I think, come on, Mark, come on. And we got Monica. Uh-oh. Hey, you lost your line, girl. Get back in line. We're going to run. Come on, Mark. We're going to make you work out. You don't just come to Hall of Fame and hang out. You get to... We need to get you a new shirt. We're coming over here. What is happening? Guy in the pink shirt. Hello, guy in the pink shirt. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Have you ever heard of Mark Diaz?
No, I have not.
He works for Insomniac Games. You know how cool that is?
Pretty cool.
What do you want to do when you grow up, sir?
I want to own my own production.
He wants to own his own production studio. Mark, does he deserve a shirt?
Absolutely.
Let's give him a shirt. Give him a shirt, Mark.
Yeah.
Give him a shirt.
What's up, Mark? Yeah.
There you go. We're going to go over here. Hey, dude with the helmet. How you doing? I am really proud of you for carrying a helmet because safety first. What is the best panel you have attended so far?
Maybe the Paramount Pictures one.
Paramount Pictures. They make movies, Mark.
That's sick.
Can you name a Paramount Pictures movie?
Off the top of my head, I can't. I don't pay enough attention to the... I fast forward through the first part of the movies.
But you know what? Ethan went to the panel. Ethan, name a movie that Paramount has done.
It's been a while.
Oh my goodness. Let's give him a shirt anyway. Let's give this guy a shirt. Okay, this girl has the longest hair in all of campus. Hello, turn around, turn around, turn around. How long has it taken you to grow your hair?
Actually like a year and a half. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
You're cray. We're gonna give you some swag. Do you want a fanny pack?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you get some sunglasses as well. Oh, give me some popcorn. We'll give you a fanny pack. All right, hook it up. Mark, do you want some popcorn?
I'm trying to get down to a medium. Yeah.
You will be because we're just gonna round CX for. You don't have a panel till 2, right?
That's correct.
So till 2 o'clock, we're gonna hang out. All right. All right, Mark. Here's what's gonna happen. You know our friend Shay Ryan? Yeah. Can you throw to her in your best reporter voice?
Shay, we're throwing it back to you.
Oh my goodness, I absolutely love that. I love seeing Tracy and Mark together out on the CX. Absolutely incredible. Speaking of friends and gaming besties, so Mark actually inducted Carrie Allen into our Hall of Fame. He was an inductor, and Carrie Allen is a 2006 game development grad. We're going to learn all about him in this next video. Let's take it away.
Some of my earliest memories were playing video games. I remember going over to my cousin's house, playing on the Commodore 64, and told my mom and dad, I want video games for Christmas. I want a computer for Christmas. And sure enough, they came through for me. They got me a computer, and at the time you needed to really know about computers, about programming to make them do anything. Really learned to program as I learned to read and write while the other kids in school were playing in the playground. I was inside playing on the computer, and I've done that my whole life. It's always been something I've been interested in. So I was raised in the Isle of Man, which is a small island just off the coast of England, and it's famous for its cats and its motorcycle races. I would play Doom just on the 56K modem across the island with my friends. It's very scenic. I love going back there and visiting. Not really a whole lot happening on the game development scene there, so I was happy that I got to move to America. It was probably about 2 months after I graduated that Activision were in town. I got talking to the guy who would be my boss at the end, Robert Trevelyan. He was also from England, and he was a motorcycle enthusiast and very familiar with the Isle of Man. So we were just talking about motorcycles, and then the next day the interview came, and we were already kind of peers at that point. It wasn't stressful. It was just me talking about what I knew, what I enjoyed, and where I wanted to be. And that's really how I've seen every interview since then. Every job I've had has come from some contact that I've made, that if I didn't make that contact directly at Full Sail, it was someone at Full Sail that had introduced me. I did a few months at a studio called Darkside. Unfortunately, the studio closed down shortly after I got there, so I didn't get to spend as much time with them as I'd like. And I posted on Facebook, this is a bad day for the studio. I hope everyone lands on their feet. And everyone started responding to me saying, oh, are you looking for another role? And Mark was one of the guys that reached out.
The first time I met Carrie Allen was at the 2013 game development / design pack. I was in artificial intelligence class, and I saw him sitting there on the steps playing DS, like just chilling on campus. And so I grabbed him and was like, hey, you want to come check out our game? And he's like, sure, I'll come right up. And so Carrie came and looked at our game, and that was a big deal to me at the time. And same with all the other people on our team. When the time came, I was just I was on it, like in a heartbeat. I reached out to him minutes after I saw his Facebook post because I knew it would be a great fit and a great addition to the team. And lo and behold, it worked out.
If you could go back when I was 15 years old and playing Doom on that modem and tell Kerry that he's going to be a senior programmer at id, it would make his day. It definitely would. Gaming as a medium has so much power. It can be the way people learn, it can be the way people socialize. There's people out there that are going through hard times, and sometimes gaming is all they have. But there's people out there that are going through good times as well, and gaming can really help make those into even better times. It brings people together, and I think people need to be brought together a lot more.
What I think makes him unique among individuals, especially among, exceptional individuals like we have at id, is he has a tenacity to really stick through adversity. He's been like someone I've looked at with the same level of like respect and admiration as I would look at any Hall of Famer before he'd even been inducted. He's just like a natural part of that crew. The obvious choice for a Hall of Fame, like Hall of Fame 10 especially. And it's about time. It's about time.
Wow, it's still sinking in. I've wanted it for so long, and I've been to all the different Hall of Fame events, and it's been an honor to just take part in Hall of Fame, and to be inducted is just the highest honor. I can't wait to just keep on doing what I'm doing. Really, I'm just really excited for it. Kind of lost for words, I suppose.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back into Full Sail's Hall of Fame week. I'm Ellie Davis, a Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting graduate, alongside of my co-host here,
Alfonso McCree Jr., student at the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting.
Alrighty, and then if you take a look down at our left, you've got a very familiar face. You've got Scott Kirk. Scott, what's going on down there?
Can't forget the captain. I'm here giving out some free swag. I actually got this for myself, thanks to Tracy Wu.
Yeah, Scott, I got an important question. So do you find the camera, or does the camera find you?
I mean, seriously, you've been everywhere, man.
Yeah.
The camera finds me. I got this nice hair. I got a nice outfit. I got the cool dance moves going on. I got this nice,
cool.
I got this nice fanny pack. Somebody want the fanny pack? Go take it.
Alrighty.
Oh, we got somebody. Yeah, that's right. All right.
So, Scott, what's going on right now? What are we doing?
So once again, we're giving out some free prizes, cool Full Sail swag. So first off and foremost, who wants to be the first victim to win a free prize? All right, let's go. Let's get you up here first.
Ready, Scott? What's our first question? First of all, what are we playing for here?
All right, so we are going to play for a Full Sail Prime pack. It's a fanny pack with all the swag inside of it. Wow. Of course, I'll model it for you here. Let me go grab it. Thank you, Christian. So this is what you're playing for, a Full Sail prize pack. You get a t-shirt for a friend, poncho, all this cool stuff, okay? Okay. So what's your name and what program are you in?
Jack McIntyre. I'm in the film program.
Awesome. And what month are you in? How close are you to graduating?
I got about 2 months left until I graduate.
All right, we're in crunch time, so let's see if you can take this with you for the memento when you graduate. Yeah. So first question, okay? Released in 2020, this popular first-person shooter game sold more than 3 million digital copies in its first month alone.
Okay, I'm gonna say...
I'll give you a hint, it's a scary game. And, it's been around for a while, but the remake was in 2020.
It's a scary game.
Yes. It's a shooter.
It's a scary shooter game. Is it Doom?
Correct! You get the Full Sail Prime prize pack. Awesome. Great to see, great to see. All right, who's next? Who wants to win some more prizes?
And just a reminder to all of you guys in the back lot right now, you can come into the fishbowl and you can play alongside Scott and win prizes of your own. Scott, what are some of the other prizes we're looking at here today? I hear there's a big prize, Alfonso, big prize?
Something like a drawing pad?
Oh?
That's right. We're giving out a drawing pad.
Can we take a look at that real quick?
You're the lucky one right here. So let's take a look at this pen tablet.
This thing is a beast.
Whoa. It's made by Zens Labs. You get a nice pen with it, a touch screen, all this cool technology. So you are lucky, my friend. What's your name?
Brandon.
All right, Brandon, so this next question, you have a chance to win the Zens Labs pen tablet, okay? Alfonso, you mind kind of modeling this for me?
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful, wonderful. Scott, take it away.
Okay, so Brandon, which highly anticipated sequel follows Joel and Ellie's fight for survival against the infected and was Game of the Year at the 2020 Game Awards?
The Walking Dead.
Incorrect.
Scott, can we give him one more time, or would you like a
Give you one
different
more
question?
try. I'll read it again, okay? I'll read it again.
What's that?
Okay. Which highly anticipated sequel follows Joel and Ellie's fight for survival against the infected and was Game of the Year at the 2020 Game Awards?
Oh, The Last of Us Part 2.
Correct! You have just won a brand new Zens Labs pen tablet. Brandon, all right, first off, I love the outfit, very classic. What's the first thing you're gonna draw on this tablet?
Probably this dude, Eddie. Probably some like heavy metal art. Yeah, probably very much. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much for playing along.
Well done. Well done.
All right, we have more prizes down there?
Almost fumbled the bag, but nice recovery.
Hey, he recovered swiftly. You know, I had to read the question again. It's all about context clues. Go back to English class in 3rd grade. Context clues.
Absolutely.
All right. So we got some small prizes. We got room for one more. A couple others. Who wants to step on up and win a free full sale prize?
Come on, don't be scared.
Let's go.
Don't
Let's
be
get you
scared.
up here.
USA, you started making the walk.
Let's
Come
go,
on.
let's
Come
go.
on.
Scott, you
Yes,
want to
sir.
switch topics over to movies from games?
All righty.
Let's go movies, Scott.
Want to go
Let's
movies? I got you on movies.
Okay.
What do we got? What do we got?
Let me find the movies real quick. Okay. So, this popular movie franchise has over 23 films in the collection over the span of 12 years. What is the universe called?
Is it Marvel?
Correct! Congratulations, my man. You get a t-shirt and glasses you can match with yours truly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go, man.
You gotta get like the captain.
Congratulations.
You gotta get like the captain. Congratulations.
Hey, you want to do a little victory dance with me? Come on.
Oh.
Come on, buddy.
You don't have to dance. It's okay. It's all right.
Sorry, Scott.
Thanks for playing
Congrats,
along.
man. Good job. All right. You met him in our last panel, but now it's time to hear from a member of the inaugural class of the Hall of Fame, re-recording mixer Gary Rizzo.
This has been an exciting ride, a really exciting ride, one that I'm not done with. I feel like I wouldn't have been able to have the opportunities that I had if I didn't have the friends and the family that I do. Everybody has been very, very supportive through the years and through tough times and good times. I mean, we've celebrated, Oscar nominations, and we've commiserated when work is really, really slow. I appreciate all of them for everything that they have contributed to me and through all these years. I love them. I grew up in New Jersey, and as a little kid, I clearly remember having seen Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, running around the neighborhood with a big tree branch, swinging it around, making Ben Burt sound effects, as though I were a Jedi myself. I remember hoping and wishing to train with Yoda and to help restore freedom throughout the galaxy with all my Jedi powers. That was just fun for me. I lived in that universe, and it was just a good time. But I do believe that there's something in the childhood playful area that really stuck with me all that time, that kind of encouraged me to kind of keep going. I think that my career has been driven by really perseverance. I found this idea, and I chose to pursue it in my unique way. And I have my unique way of working and my unique way of dealing with people.
When I first met Gary Rizzo, I think the first Skywalker mix we did was on Dogma. Gary changed the game for me. He made it all fantastic, and he made it all good. He brought my game up. He stands for grace. He stands for perfection. at what he does. It's also fun to have around. He's a good guy. You're on a line with Gary. All you have to do is play your part, and he's going to put you in the record books.
I mean, I have been absolutely privileged to work on these projects. This still is all very dreamlike, but it's exciting at the same time. For me, this is the most amazing thing I could ever imagine myself doing. I started out on this path before I even got to Full Sail, and I'm finding myself here, and it's an incredible ride. It really is. Working with a ton of talented people. I mean, this is a dream. I'm living the dream. This is it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, it's 2001 Recording Arts graduate demo.
Yes, in the house, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how are we doing?
We're doing excellent. How are you doing?
I'm feeling fantastic.
Now, it's Hall of Fame. I know this is your favorite time of year. How does it feel to be back?
Like Christmas.
Yeah.
Every time of year. It's nice. It's 2 years off. Now we're back. We're here rocking. I'm here with all my friends. We're doing some amazing things and connecting with everyone. We missed everybody. We miss you right now.
And what are you most looking forward to this week?
A lot of the panels. I actually got to check out a couple. Usually I don't get much of a chance to check out, but this year I was able to check out some panels, and God, I've learned so much.
Yeah?
It's been amazing. Got to see Gary Rizzo, Larry Katz, God, so many folks.
All the legends all in one place.
All in one place. It's like 50 of us here this year, so it's been incredible.
I know, and it's like, I know we took some time off, so it's good to be back.
Is it ever?
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
And of course, all the students are here. I'm sure they're approaching you all week, taking selfies, asking questions. What advice do you have for students who want to enter your industry?
Well, it's kind of the same for any industry. It's not necessarily my industry. It's have a clear idea of what it is you want to do. You know, one of the questions lots of students come up is like, I want to be a Hall of Famer. I say, okay, great. What do you want to do? They say, I want to do everything. Like, I want to record, I want to direct, I want to create games, and I want to design sites. I'm like, okay, that's great. You see, what I've learned, and from all the Hall of Famers, I've learned this as well, is that if you don't have a clear target of what it is you want, it becomes very difficult to hit that mark.
True, very true.
So the best advice I can give you is get very clear on what it is you want to do. You came here you enrolled in Full Sail, you enrolled virtually to be on campus. You're working hard to make this dream happen. But what is the dream? What is it really that drives you? What's that thing that you really, really want? And once you have that, do the research on how it is to get it.
And as they're here this week, like, what are some things they should be doing this week to get the most of the experience?
For one, like, take in the experience of being on campus. Like, really go in, meet the other Hall of Famers, meet the other alumni, and ask questions. Ask. You can never not ask enough questions. So even if you're virtually, man, send your questions in. I'm sure they're on YouTube. I'm sure they're on the chat. Send them in. It will get to somebody. And if not, go directly to Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever social media sites people are on, and ask. Ask for what you want.
And what should they be doing after Hall of Fame? What is their one thing they should be driving with, going with? Like, how do you find that motivation? Like, what drives you forward?
Well, motivation really is a byproduct of taking risk and chances.
True.
So a lot of people come out of Hall of Fame and they're gassed up. They're like, I'm ready to go and take on the world. But they don't take any risks. So you got to take risks. You can't just sit there and expect things to happen just because you're going to try to will it into existence. You got to actually put in the work. You see, if I told all of you right now watching this that if every day you took 5 steps towards whatever opposite coast you're on, so if you're in LA, you're moving towards New York, and if you're in New York, you're moving towards LA, and if you're somewhere else around the world, you're going to move somewhere else. But if you took 5 steps every day, it was only a matter of time till you made it. You see, you got to get into action. You got to get in the game. You got to get off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
If you get off the bench, you go to work, and it's only a matter of time before you become a star.
It's like dreams don't work unless you do.
Well, you got to work the dream. You're absolutely right. The dream's not going to work unless you start working the dream.
And it's better to fail forward than to stay stagnant. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Stagnation is death. Death by dishonor. No, I'm just kidding.
Death by dishonor. Oh my
Hey,
goodness.
dishonoring yourself when you ain't doing nothing. It's always better to fail. I mean, I just failed right now. I did something that I was like, oh, probably shouldn't have done that. And I fail a lot more than people think. I think that I just got up here and got a banner. That's not the case. There's years and years of it. The public only sees the byproduct of the successes, but they don't see all the failures that are the foundational pieces of those successes. And if you're scared to fail, you're scared of success because you can't have one without the other. It's just not. It's not going to happen.
And I know you had such an incredible journey. We have a video we're going to throw to that kind of you discuss your journey and how you got to where you are now.
Oh, y'all got the bearded video?
The bearded video. Let's
Here
check
it
out the
comes.
bearded video.
The day came, I remember March 5th, 2000 was the date. And I came to the open house and I pulled into University Boulevard and I looked at the building and I had this feeling of like, wow, this is pretty cool. But then I walked into Studio A and I was just like, oh snap, they really definitely make beats here. Like, this is where I need to be at. This is it. It's unexpected what can happen to you when you leave school. But I knew what I wanted to do. I knew where I wanted to work at. I set out a plan. I said, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to be at. This is where I want to work. These are the kind of people I want to work with. I made a list of artists. It was a really big list. The common place where most of these artists worked with was at the Hit Factory in Miami. It's incredible. I came out of school and 1 month in, I was fortunate enough to already work at the place that's where I wanted to be at from the very beginning. It wasn't until I got to work with some of the artists that were the first ones on that list that I was sitting going like, yo, this is really like going down right now. Like Madonna, Justin Timberlake, Nelly Furtado, Timbaland. I mean, Timbaland is for real the reason why why I'm doing this. When I got the job at Hit Factory, it was like, well, I want to work with Timbaland, you know? I'm in the room with like the greatest rapper of all time, like working with Jay-Z, or I'm like, these two guys together, it's just gonna be crazy. Jay-Z, like, he's beyond any expectation a person could have as a human being. You know, he's like, he comes into the room, like, introduces himself to everybody. I'm like, yo, you Jay-Z, man, you gotta introduce yourself to me. I know who you are, like. I don't know if anybody ever seen Fade to Black, but it's on the documentary, that moment. Like, Timbaland starts playing the beats. He starts playing these beats. We're all like, ugly face, like, oh, God. Plays that beat. I was like, oh. I heard from people how he worked, but it's one thing when you hear this and you see it, the phenomenon that is Jay-Z and his writing, it made me go like, I now really gotta step my game up. Like, this dude is beyond what I thought he was gonna be. I gotta kill this. I started looking at that list one day, I kind of found it in a drawer somewhere, and I went and I started checking off all those people, and I was just like, whoa, like, I knocked off a big chunk of that list. First person I ever recorded was Missy Elliott, and I remember sitting there going, I want to work with this woman, you know? I remember that moment when I hit the record button, the first track I recorded, I remember thinking like, wow, I said this like 7 years ago, and here I am recording Missy. I'm like, yo, this is crazy.
Oh my God. Okay, it's Jess. Jess is back. I guess you're not demo. Welcome back, Jess.
What did I miss, Shay? I feel like I've been gone for a while.
Oh, you missed a lot. So let's get you, and you filled on everything that you have missed so far.
The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends, and Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event sponsor, MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with free play gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter Al Facino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in the best of 3. Do you want to see the whole stream? Head over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada and catch the full show. Do you want to learn more about esports of Full Sail? Of course you do. Follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all of the gaming action. What a good time we had on Sunday, Shay.
We had the varsity, junior varsity there representing, and the challenger teams, plus the whole crowd.
Plus, I had on my shiny jacket.
And your shiny jacket.
For me, that was really the highlight of the night. No, just kidding. It was the kids getting prizes. It's so fun to see that.
Let's see what else happened this week.
Yeah, some more stuff happened this week. Tell us all about it, Shay.
On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomed back to campus the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to the experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and so many more. All of that tech right there at the fingertips of our students.
I know. I love it. Must be so fun to get hands-on with stuff that's not even out yet sometimes.
Right?
At the Tech Expo, you get to see, new stuff that they're about to launch, so we love that. But that's not all that happened on Monday, Shay.
What else happened, Jen?
The Career Fair, the ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair, returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment, media, and emerging technology employers. Gotta love the Career Fair.
Such a great opportunity to get your resume out there, get some tips from people, in live time interviews, all that.
If I'm watching online and I don't live in Florida, can I still go?
Oh, yes, of course, because we do these all over the country. LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event happening in a city near you. Just check out the Full Sail Alumni website.
Oh, love it. Love to see it. We also opened a brand new space on campus yesterday. Can we talk about that?
Oh, of course. We're excited to announce the unveiling of a brand new facility that will bring the future of film production straight to our campus.
Full Sail Studio V1 virtual production combines Unreal Engine, live event production, and filmmaking to help students and industry professionals create innovative storytelling right here on campus.
And unlike traditional film sets, virtual production allows creators to marry both computer graphics and live action footage in real time.
The studio will include high-end virtual production equipment like Brompton LED processors with hundreds of tiles, plus a massive LED wall with APG's hyper-pixel LEDs.
I absolutely love that. I want to get in there. I want to go try out some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Make some videos, make some things.
You know what else is exciting?
What's exciting?
Getting to see how our students show off their sick cosplay skills.
Oh, yeah. I want to see everyone. I want to see all of these. Look at that. Are you kidding me? We had, first of all, Bruno.
Hall of Fame's annual cosplay contest, hosted by the Campus Cosplay Club, was held last night in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. Student cosplayers hit the stage and gave us all the looks we could have wanted and more. Students had the chance to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the contest panel of judges and the Full Sail community. Cosplay contest categories included video games, film and television, and anime. Great job to all of our student cosplayers, and congrats to all of the winners.
Big round of applause to all of them. I love their commitment to all of their outfits, the cosplays from head to toe.
And you're a big cosplayer, right?
I am.
Shay? Yeah, she's pretty fantastic. If you have not seen her cosplays before, wait until Halloween, okay? She does 31 days of Halloween makeup. It's intense. It's intense.
You know what else is intense?
What?
The creative experience. During Hall of Fame, the creative experience is a space for students to engage, relax, and have a good time as they interact with unique creative stations, including a paint-by-numbers mural, tricycle races, silent disco, and so much more. students, faculty, staff, and grads can grab some good eats at the food trucks or stop by the student stage to see fellow Full Sail community members display their skills in live performances, or head over to the arts and crafts area to create to their heart's content. CX gives students the chance to interact with Full Sail clubs and social teams while securing awesome Hall of Fame 12 swag.
Oh, such a good time. I love the creative experience. And a buddy of mine at security has wanted me to remind everyone multiple times, when we're talking about CX, we're also talking about drinking water, okay? Stay hydrated out there. I know it's a little cloudy out today, but that doesn't mean that it's not hot. We live in Florida, okay?
And while you're out there drinking water and enjoying CX and all of the educational panels and sessions, don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And of course, be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHoff throughout the week to see all of your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. Let's check out some of them right now.
I feel like I should start tweeting so I could be on the screen. The content I consume doesn't have to be the content I create. Some great advice from Phil Palin, one of this year's inductees. We'll see that tomorrow. Phil Palin get inducted. I'm sure that Raymond can't wait.
Goofy Squad pulled up to Full Sail Huff. Oh, I love that. The selfies.
We love a selfie. I love a Hoff selfie.
And I spot an Armada jersey in there.
Glad to be back at Full Sail for Full Sail Hoff this year. Definitely missed this place. We did too.
Absolutely.
A hard year off. Last year, this time of year, I was just like, hey, where's Hall of Fame? Where are the food trucks? Where's the juice truck?
We were gearing up to make this one even better than before.
Yeah.
Better than everything.
Yeah, because this year we're bringing you awesome stuff. Hey, stay hydrated.
See, Spencer says he knows. Stay hydrated, my friends. Of course, with Florida Juice, which is available on the back lot, but also don't forget to drink water.
You can also come inside to panels and presentations and sit in the AC for a while. That might be nice too. And I don't know, maybe you'll like enrich your education. Let's make our dreams a reality. Full Sail Hoff says Cannon more. That's what it's all about here, right?
Absolutely.
What's the tagline, Shay? How's it go?
Dreams don't work unless you do. And if you're serious about your dreams, we will take your dreams seriously.
That's what got me hooked. I know that. I heard that tagline and I said, okay, I think I can rock with that. I think I can believe in people who believe in me like I believe in me. So it all works out. While you're on your phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app, the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. But let's help you out a bit. In the upcoming 12 p.m. block of education sessions, we're going to have Investing in Yourself and a Stephen Barris Q&A. Investing in Yourself will be streamed right here during Hall of Fame Live, and you can catch that Stephen Barris Q&A streaming on YouTube as well. Pretty good. These Hall of Fame grads have been amazing. Did you know that they've been coming back and giving back to the students of Full Sail? And we've been celebrating them since 2009. Oof. Let's take a look at what it was like back in 2009 for the very first Hall of Fame.
I gotta watch this.
Jason, it's your buddy Gary Jones.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, my friend. How are you?
All right, what's going on? There is a box. The box is in front of me. I have not opened the box.
I would love for you to grab that for us and go ahead and rip into it and grab the brown envelope that's inside.
You're nervous? I know. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, what have you guys done?
I'd like for you to read that to us if you don't mind.
In honor of more than a decade of outstanding contributions to the world of entertainment, media, and art,
as well as a heartfelt commitment to the students and graduates of Full Sail, it is our distinct privilege to announce your induction into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
What a moment, what a morning, what a time to pause and just look at all that your hard work and your dedication to our students has allowed us to become.
You know, I want to thank my family, my kids, Nicholas and Gabe, who Not too long ago, Nicholas woke me up blasting AC/DC Back in Black on a Sunday morning. I said, yeah, good job. Don't turn it down.
2 reasons that have allowed me to pursue such a rewarding and prosperous career. I have followed my dreams, and I have pursued my passion in the entertainment industry, no matter what obstacles arose.
Do what you love. I don't care. Dancing, singing, bang a drum. Dream big, do what you love. You are destined to be successful if you do that. And I would like to thank Ampex, the maker of the VPR6. My entire career revolves around the fact that this recorder was so incredibly complicated they had to hire an intern to use it.
I've had the good fortune of working with a lot of very talented individuals over the years. I am the direct result of all the educators' efforts, hard work, and dedication, and I'm just one of many.
Never say you can't. You can do anything you want, and I've taken that with me every step of the way. If you want it bad enough, you can do whatever you want. And take that from me, if you have it, you can do it.
The premiere of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame happens in 3, 2, 1. Each inductee into the Hall of Fame has dedicated more than a decade to the fields of entertainment media and the arts, advancing their careers while consistently giving back to the students and the graduates of Full Sail University. We are proud to honor these 6 graduates as the first inductees into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Trying not to cry.
I'm good. Are you good?
No, it's the swelling music and the kind words and the just feeling like we're part of this big community, this big family. It gets me every time. And it's so crazy to see how far we've come.
Yeah.
I mean, forget about just, it's been 12 Hall of Fames, but our production quality has certainly improved.
And also the fact that these grads still, like, they were from the first class.
Yeah.
And Gary Rizzo was just in a panel.
Right. He just
right
like walked
there.
past us.
He's
and it's
still
weird,
coming
like,
back.
For 12 years. For 12 years to come back and enrich the community and give back to the kids here, because at the end of the day, we can all relate to what it feels like. Even the Hall of Famers especially can relate to what it feels like to have a dream that you want to pursue and just do everything that you can to get there and just keep grinding. So I love that they come back and inspire our students and share their knowledge like for free.
Absolutely.
They just come and hang out, and it's such a good time.
Because at the end of the day, they are helping to shape the future, the minds of tomorrow.
Right.
So what they're doing in their industry, and then also coming back, finding like-minded individuals in these students here, you know, talking to them, relating to them, giving them sound advice, being honest and real with them. Like, I'm gonna start crying all over again. I'm not ready.
Doesn't get better than that. And it's so great too, because, you know, our students, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to get to come and interact with people in these spaces in this way here on campus and even online. You know, if you're an online student, you're watching this, look up the Hall of Famers, find them on LinkedIn, connect with them, send them a message and say, hey, I'm a Full Sail student. This is my program right now. I'm this far along. I watched all the Hall of Fame live stuff on YouTube, and I just want to connect with you and learn more. And I guarantee you they're going to do that, because that's a big part of what makes one of our Hall of Famers a Hall of Famer. It's not just that they went out into the industry and were very successful, is that they came back and gave back to our students here. And that extends to our online students. So don't feel like just because you're not on campus that you can't make connections and get out there.
And I mean, like you mentioned earlier, our Full Sail YouTube channel is stock full of all kinds of archive videos. We have panels, we have sessions, we have individual interviews. So you could go on there and just binge watch all of those videos and pick up so much information that even though those videos might be 10 years old, they're still relevant today.
Right.
A lot of that information can still help shape your future in your professional journey.
So make sure you guys check it out. But I think we're going to head into a panel soon. You want to tell us more about it, Shay?
Absolutely. Next up, we're going to hear from Hall of Famers Demo, Margaret Haig, Brian Carrico, and Cully Bunker, along with one of this year's inductees, Tom Todia, as they discuss why investing in yourself is an important step throughout all phases of your career. Let's hear from Tom as well as we head into the auditorium.
Hi, I'm Tom Todia, and I'm a recording arts graduate from 1997, and I am an audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon. So let's talk about my favorite project that I was involved in. I'm really fascinated by surround sound and by three-dimensional audio and spatialization, and I got onto this project where I was able to record the killer whales orcas for about 6 months, building some underwater microphones and creating a virtual reality project called Deep Sea Orca 360, which is a permanent installation at the San Diego SeaWorld. But I would go sometimes in the middle of the night, and I would be there at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the park would be empty except the security guard, and I was literally just hanging out by the tank with the microphones and the orcas. It was fascinating on so many levels, it's hard to describe, but I absolutely loved being involved in that because people to this day get to go and experience what we did there, and it was amazing. I'll never forget it. So one piece of advice I would give my younger, still in school self would definitely be to go after every opportunity that you see. The closer you get to being part of the community that you want to join, the better things end up working out. Be involved in every part of your industry that you can, and keep a really open mind about it. You can always have a smile, you can always be present, and you can always be polite when you're in the room. We spend a lot of time working together in production, and we prefer to be around people that are just lighthearted and fun to be in the room with. The easiest way to become part of a community is not to be contrived, but to really just join the community.
And now, everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Michael Taylor.
All right. Welcome. Listen, we got a great panel here today. Everybody on the stage right now is a Hall of Famer. So this is where you want to be in 10, 15 years, okay? All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce them here in a minute. But let me just tell you a little bit about me. I'm a course director here at Full Sail University. This is my 13th year, and I teach in business intelligence, the master's program, okay? So if you want to talk about that, we'll talk about that later. All right. Without any real introduction, this lovely guy right here, his name is Demo. Hey, he is so accomplished, he just goes by Demo, okay? The next guy here is Tom Todia, okay? Hall of Fame inductee this year. Excuse me for a minute, but Demo was Hall of Fame inductee, Hall of Fame 5. So he's rocking it. Our next panel is Brian Carrico. I said it right. So Brian was Hall of Fame 10 inductee. Our next distinguished guest, Margaret Hay. Like Brian, Margaret was Hall of Fame 10 inductee. And last but definitely not the least, our good friend, Hall of Fame 3 inductee, Cully Bunker. All right. So I think what we're going to do, right, most of the time we're going to spend together is going to be Q&A. So, we're going to be firing questions at these guys, okay? So let's go ahead. I know Demo's been warming you up. So
I'm ready.
Demo.
Put me in the game, coach.
All right, let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
So with investing in yourself, there's a lot of ways you can go. A lot of us will all speak on it in one form or another. But for myself, to me, that's kind of the thing that really helped me keep going at times in my career where I kind of had to stump. It was a lot of times people were got really comfortable really easy. They just got their job and they was like, like people that I started with. Like, man, I'm cool, I got the job, I'm good, I'll just do my 9 to 5. For me, I was just hungry, like really hungry. So I spent a lot of time researching the gear that I was on. And that little bit of research that I spent early on was kind of the catalyst of how I went from being an intern to being an assistant engineer that eventually led me to being a recording engineer, and then it just kept going. But investing in yourself, I find to be one of the most important things that anyone could do. Yeah. How about you, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And investing in yourself is like a big topic. Like, what does that actually mean? It's a little bit of everything. And to Demo's point, one of the most important things, obviously, is to get good. I know that sounds really simple, but it's crazy important. Everybody here, whether you're doing audio, video production, graphic design, show production, lighting, there's like 1 million media production styles represented within the Hall of Fame group. Probably the one string that's really similar between all of us is how much we enjoy learning something new, right? And it doesn't stop in school. That's almost like the beginning of learning something new. Investing in yourself is getting really good and being around people that are incredibly talented, hopefully more talented than you are, because we're egotistical and we rise to the new occasion. So you want to surround yourself with the best people, but you want to keep learning no matter how far you go. And eventually you get into a position in a job where people say, that's awesome, you have a gig there. And literally what I do is I get paid to learn new things. I used to pay to learn new things. Now I get paid to learn new things. So investing in yourself is learning new all the time and networking. And we'll talk a lot about networking as we go on, because that's like a word that's kind of amorphous, but it's one of the most important things, if not even more important sometimes than your skill set. Yeah.
Who's here for a degree? Who's here for a degree? All right. Who's here for a career? Yeah. Yeah. If you're here for a degree, that everyone can get a degree and you can do what you want. If you want a career, that's what you're investing in yourself, all right? You're here for a career. You're starting now. You're going to go above and beyond what is asked of you in class, all right? You're going to go out and you're going to try to get on whatever extra things you can find on campus. All right, that's the investing in yourself. It continues after you graduate. You know, you're here and you'll be paying back your tuition, and technology is constantly growing. You're going to go back and you're going to take more classes in whatever specialized into you, software, whatever may be related. But you're going to continually be investing in yourself. And what you're wanting to have happen is a return on your investment, and the return on your investment is a successful career.
Before, I'm gonna tell you, he really speaks.
Hey, it's her turn.
I just found out. Hold on. I just found out. Tell him what you just did.
Oh, during the pandemic, I came back to Full Sail and got a bachelor's degree. Show Pro 2021.
And scene. Yeah, I'm the same way, what they said. And then also, I was the same way. I went to school for journalism, hated my life. I worked in an office with a bunch of cubicles around and stared at a gray wall, and people kept track of how much time I spent in the bathroom. It was no way to live, you know? So I found Full Sail. I worked at a student loan company, and I moved essentially 900 miles because I went to the website, and it was a Flash website. You remember that? Do you know what Flash is? Okay. And it was animated, and it played music, and it was at the top of the chain, right? And I was so attracted to it, and I would just I need to be there. And ever since then, and change is scary, especially at 26 years old, and I already had a degree, right? I thought that was supposed to be my life. But I was I feel never being scared to take a chance, and change something. Change is super scary, but it's also really exciting because it leads you to all kinds of new, really curious places. I like to call it trying things on. I'm always really interested in putting something on and trying it out and be is this me? Do I like it? Does this feel okay? And then if it does, I'm okay, we'll stay here for a little bit, you know? But yeah, I feel the exact same way.
I've been over here listening to you guys talk about this area.
I'm a girl. Just JK.
Persons over there. And I'm really racking my brain on how to think about how I invested in myself. And really nothing came to light. It's just everything. Everything that I did was investing in myself, moving it forward, failing, succeeding. But as I've been in the industry for 22 years now, I find myself finding others to bring in to help me invest in my company by investing in them. So, I've spent a lot of time and energy learning, but now that I've risen to a higher location, I've lost touch with a lot of that learning in wonder and trying to figure out how to do these things. I still do it in certain areas, but when it comes to the artistic and the software and doing that stuff, I look to new people that are in it since they were 5 years old at home when they had computers we didn't have until we were way older. So they live, eat, and breathe it, and I love watching them come up with new ways. I have a recent employee that's just fantastic, Full Sail grad, and I give him tasks. I'm I need to see something like this. He's let me look into that. And a day later, he's sending me tests. And that excites me. That feels like how I'm growing, is seeing this guy grow. So, yeah, I don't know. It was really hard to rack my brain, and I'm it's not just my growth anymore. It's seeing how the people that I hire or talk to or work with grow and lift me up now.
Do you mind if I go again? I just thought of something. Okay, great. I was just thinking about this. I always find someone who's better at what I do, right? Who's better than me, and then I attach myself to them like glue, and then I learn everything that I can from them. Sometimes when someone's better than you, it can be intimidating, but it's actually an opportunity to learn because they know way more stuff than you, and they're better at it, and that's an opportunity of a lifetime.
I know some of y'all got questions. Put your hands up. Just walk to the side. There you go. Yeah, they'll come over to you.
Hi,
Do I need to introduce myself?
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yes.
Hey, guys, I'm Zane Ruiz. I'm in Programming 1, and I'm new. I just started. My question is how do you balance investing, time in yourself and helping versus investing in others? For example, I want to, for programming, I want to study and try to work ahead, but a friend in my class always needs help. So how do I balance helping him versus helping my own?
I personally, when I help people, that reinforces my knowledge. So hopefully when you're helping him, that helps you relearn and enforce what you're teaching him. So that will build a stronger base for you. It's a really hard thing to time manage something like that, but I do believe, and I know this is maybe the answer to your question, but I believe you helping him will help you even more in the long run.
I mean, for me, that would really depend. I don't want to sound cruel or anything like that because your buddy might really need your help, and by all means, keep helping out. But you have to manage your time appropriately either way. If someone does not run at the speed that you run at or faster, if they're not picking things up as quickly, when I'm friends with somebody, of course, we always support each other, especially if it's a two-way street. I work on a team of about 15 people, and everyone on my team is an expert at something that I'm not an expert at. So what I have expertise in, I will always share, and vice versa, because there's a back and forth going on. That call is kind of up to you, but repeating things, the experience of repetition is really important, and you can think of that as a skill. I taught for years what I also do professionally outside of school, and teaching the same basic topics over and over and over again. At first, it's like, I don't ever want to talk about this again, ever. I don't want to hear it. It's echoing in my brain. Over time, when you do the same thing and repeat it, you start to realize that you're making much deeper connections, even on basic topics and how they relate to other things. So if you look at it as a way of not only helping, but expanding your own information and repetition and experience, that's really good. But in the long run, outside of school, you can't have dead weight. And that's no offense, I don't know the person you're talking about. I'm not calling anyone dead weight or anything. If you're here, this is just a hypothetical situation. Or not. Or not. Or yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm dead weight. No, you have to look at it on a big picture size. I just recently had a recent grad on tour with me on Blake Shelton. In the first week or so, maybe I wasn't really learning anything, but the focus was for him to get up to speed, because once he did, he could then ride solo and I could go do other things. So on a big on the micro scale, maybe I wasn't, but on the bigger scale, it was definitely moving forward.
For me, I've been in, I guess, a leadership position for the past 4 years. So, and I actually, because of all of you and coming back here, my newest passion is mentoring young talent in the workplace, and that's because of y'all. But I would say that being adaptable is one of the best things, in life. And I literally, every 30 minutes is something different. I'm doing my own work, and then I'm helping someone, and then I'm doing my own work, and then I'm sometimes just sitting in a meeting to be there for someone I'm a lead for, and listening and keeping my ears open and knowing when they need my help. But I feel like it's just, it will be, if that's what you want to do and you want to be a leader, it will come effortlessly. Don't stress yourself out about it,
As Tom said, no one to say when, though. If it does start affecting your work, then it becomes a problem.
I have a quick question. I want to just open it up to the panel. Talk a little bit about the importance of mentorship and seeking that out when you're just getting started in your profession or career.
Well, that's a hell of an investment, because think about it this way. The real trick to my success is that I've always found somebody that's doing the thing that I want to do, and then I ask them to show me how to do it, and then I do exactly as they say until I find out they're lying or they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Straight up. And I do that, and I jump around. I want to work with the best producer. I wanted to be a producer, so who the best producer to me was Timbaland, so I went and worked with Timbaland. Before that, it was who's the best engineer? Jimmy Douglas. So I went and did that at Jimmy Douglas. And then after that, I was who's the best songwriter? Madonna. Oh, shit, I'm going to go work with Madonna and learn how to do that. And then I do that all the time. Even outside of in my business life, I do that. In my relationship life, I do that. I find out, who has a great relationship? You know what? Sandy and Mike have a fantastic relationship. Sandy and Mike, how the hell do y'all do it? Give me the gems. So Find somebody who knows, who's doing what you want, ask them to show you, and do exactly as they say until you find out they're lying or they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, everything that we do is a form of mentorship. I mean, everyone on this stage is not only a mentor, but we're all probably being mentored by someone constantly. In media production of any kind, the amount of information there is to learn over your career, it never ends. Right? I think when I retire, there's still going to be a lot to learn about what I do at that point. That's just the way that it is. You need someone there that can not only guide you, but get excited by your information and vice versa. And that's what networking is. When people talk about networking, they say it's really important to network. Well, what does that mean? It's really not complicated. Do not overthink the term networking. Networking is talking to people that love the same stuff that you do. Like, I know people that are so introverted, they have a really hard time just saying hello to somebody. Like, it's overwhelming just to think of that. Drop that and think about the fact that your person you're talking to is into the exact same thing that you are in a nerdy way, and just go right at that. Right? I mean, I know people have a hard time communicating, but if you want to talk about audio topics, all of a sudden that seems to drip away, and we can just focus on that for a while. So let the topic that you're into be the guide. If you're passionate, I make game sound. So if you're passionate about game sound, even if you don't know anything about it, I'm going to get excited when you talk to me about it, because I can see the look in your face. You want to learn, I want to learn as well. There's an excitement that we get from each other in learning and mentorship that never really ends, and it breaks away some of the inability to communicate if you just focus on that. So always do that. Always communicate with the people that are in the same field as you, and before you know it, you're networking and making friendships, and then people ask you how to network. You're like, I don't know, I just talk to people about what I'm into. That's networking 101.
I only disagree with the talk to people in your field. And the only reason I say that is I've had great success with even audio guys, and I'm a lighting and video guy. So, but we are definitely in the same field of touring. But, you know, when you think mentorship, the next word you should be thinking about is relationship. Because a mentorship is not a short-term occurrence. It should be a long relationship. Of all the grads I have helped mentorship, I mean, we're beyond the mentorship stage. We're now, you know, they're colleagues. So, you know, we're side by side. So think about that too when you're looking and seeking for a mentorship. It's, you know, it's kind of like when you buy a dog. They're cute as a puppy, but you know, it could be a long-term investment. But you got to think about that in mind as well. Collie's cute like a puppy.
Yeah, he's all right. I was gonna say if like to Tom's point about being introverted, if y'all need any help with that, like I can definitely help that in that area, because part of my job is to interview people and ask them really hard questions, like about finances and about health and how it makes them feel. So I'm a master at making people feel comfortable and tell me their deep, dark secrets. Actually, do you want to try it? Should we try it?
Sure.
Okay, so
let's do it live. Why not?
All right, I'm just gonna ask Brian a couple questions. So, hi, I'm Margaret.
Hi, I'm Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So how are you today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you live?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, Nashville. That's great. What would you say, like, about living in Nashville? Like, what would you say is, like, your favorite restaurant?
Oh, well, it's got to be Monell's, you know.
Monell's?
Yeah.
What is it about Monell's?
Well, it's good Southern cooking, so that's what I've grown up with.
Southern cooking?
Yeah.
What does Southern cooking look like?
It's all the crap that's bad for you.
All the crap that's bad for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Does that involve bacon?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
And it should. Everything should.
Did you see what I was doing? Like, did you pick up on anything?
What did y'all notice? What did you notice that she was doing?
Bacon.
Speak it out. Okay, she was going off the answers. What else? Repeating everything else. What else? She was focused on him.
And I also asked him open-ended questions. I tried to keep that. I didn't want to put a hard stop on anything, right? Because the more I ask, the more I'm digging, you know, kind of thing. And then they open up. And that, it's kind of a way for you to, like, feel kind of comfortable with someone, because, I mean, I guess on the real, people love to talk about themselves. You give someone an open to do that. I mean, especially this guy, you know, we could be here all day. But yeah, you should go and practice on someone. That's your homework.
Yeah. Any introverts here? Raise your hand. No, yeah, all of us. All of us, yeah.
I will say on the practicing side, I mean, seriously, if you want to practice on someone, get in an elevator. That person is going to be gone in 10 seconds, all right? Hey, how you doing? How's your day? Great, awesome. Have a good day. And second floor, they're out of there. Or you're out of there. But it's a great place to start.
That's how I met Chance.
Oh, in an elevator.
In an elevator. We lived in the same apartment complex. I just started hitting it up. I had a Full Sail jacket on. He's like, I went there. You went there. We're in the Chance. Our Chance.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame Chance.
All right. We have two audiences, right? We have the live audience, and we got an audience online.
we got questions.
So we have questions online. So let's go ahead.
Proud here.
Can you hear me? Hello. The online community, JVO, wants to know, how do you avoid overthinking through the process of learning and working on yourself to achieve your goals?
Medication.
No.
Sleep.
No.
That's a really good question. One little thing that we do a lot, at least in game development, maybe it's a different name in other forms of production, but we do something that's called time boxing as a really important part of our progress. Because a game, for instance, when you're making a video game, the size and scope of a game from the beginning, if you looked at it as a whole, is beyond overwhelming. It's a huge process. Hundreds of people, $200 million investments. It's going to take forever to do it. If you thought of the whole project, you'd be so overwhelmed, your thoughts would never stop. So you have to plan things out and recognize a time box that this thing is extremely important, and I recognize it. It's not starting for 6 months. I do not have the time and bandwidth to consider that deeply right now. So I'm going to put a literal box on the calendar around it, and when we get there, we're going to go there, but you've got to keep an eye on what's happening now as well as the long term. And if you think too much about it, you can get into a corner where nothing actually ever gets done. Sometimes you just got to print it and move on and iterate later on.
I find giving yourself more than one task. If you are on one task and you need to complete it and you get stuck, you are stuck. So if you have more than one task to do, you can set this one aside, clear your mind, go to another task that has hopefully nothing to do with this other task, and then come back to it with a fresh mind. That way, you're rethinking each time you go to a different task or taking a break between those, because I will get stuck big time on some tasks, and I'll either quit, go do something else completely different, or go home and go to bed and wake up and go, oh yeah. That's happened more than once. I literally dreamed the answer.
And it's hard to overthink something when you're on a team, isn't it? I mean, if you're in a silo and working alone, that's one thing. But when you're on a team and you're working with 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe a dozen other people, someone's a designer, someone's got an idea, someone's a producer. We're working collaboratively. So I might overthink what I'm doing, but there's still a goal in mind, and it's not totally up to me. And I can't spend 3 weeks thinking about something that isn't even part of the design or the collaborative feature. You know, like we all do art in some way, but we're never alone. We're working on a collective project, and we're not the only voice. So if you're an overthinker and you can't calm your brain down, remember to wrap it around the design that's in front of you and what needs to get done, and not what you would like to do in an imaginary world that's different than the one that you're in.
Nice. I got a question here. Hold on, I got one right up here. Come on. Right.
Oh, in the back. Hi, persons. My name is Martina Mochkovsky. I'm from Entertainment Business. And my question is basically kind of similar to what they just asked, but is how not to be rough to yourself. Because I always listen to people say, okay, you have to help others because it helps yourself. You have to have a mentor, and it's really important to, connect, network. But what happens to me is that I am so mean to myself, and I'm never happy with what I do, even though other people tell me, oh my God, that's amazing. I'm like, no, it's not enough. Ever. And I'm always on that loop of, okay, I want to complete something. I complete it, and then I don't like it. And then people are like, wow, it's amazing. No, it's not.
How's that working out for you?
That's called being an artist. Like it's an occupational hazard for all of us. We all are with you. Like we can't take our own compliments. Like that's a compliment. You got to be just trying to bolster my ego or something. It's a problem for all of us. And I would love to hear more solutions because I have the same issue.
It is in all of us because I think because we all are driven to make something better, and which is great because that's kind of what keeps me driving. But I mean, even personally, I mean, a lot of people deal with, maybe I'm not good enough, or you just got to keep driving and keep pushing, and you want that. People say that's great, that's awesome. In your mind, you think, yeah, that can be better, and that's great. And maybe on the next project, you see ways to improve. All right, you remember, you're trying to, meet the expectations and exceed the expectations of the client, and you obviously have if you're getting that comment. All right. But I mean, live production. I mean, there's stuff held together by tape and staples all the time. Looks great. You're like, yeah, it was barely hanging on. But the next one, that we know how to improve that. All right. So you just kind of have to get that one. Yes, it is. I know how to make it better the next time.
Yeah. Art is never finished. It's left alone.
We got a question right there.
Hold on. I want to jump in on this real quick. I got a whole different take on that. Listen, that shit isn't going to serve you. It really isn't. Like, being overcritical of yourself and stuff like that, just leave that out the door. Like, here's the deal. I know it sounds difficult, and I know I'm making it sound really easy, but I got 2 simple words. You're going to want to write this down, because this is really powerful. This might be the most important thing I say all day. Are you ready? Stop it. Just stop it. That's not going to do anything. It's all good. Like, it doesn't have to be, just like that. Keep it bright and big. No, but all of you, stop it. Listen, it's all good, you're artists. I heard that, I've done that, but that doesn't help with what you're trying to do. It's okay not to buy into nonsense, which is like, oh, I'm the greatest. This is the greatest piece of art. Oh, it's perfect. I'm not saying do that. But I'm saying is, you get it to a point where you say, you know what? This is good enough. I've done the best that I can do. You can only do the best that you can do. You can't do anything more. You can't do anything more. You can't do less. You just do what you can do. So you just do it. That simple. Yeah. Then you keep striving to be better. This is what investing in yourself is about. You're never at the top. Listen, we all have, collectively, we're probably at a century's worth of work experience. And every one of us will sit up here and tell you, man, we still got a lot to go. Yeah. Like, that doesn't stop.
When people say you've made it, I dread the day that someone says you've made it and you're done. Because then what the hell do I do next? I don't want it. So, I mean, that's what drives me. And so you don't want to be there. So stop trying to get there because you don't want to be there. Because once you did it, now what? Yeah. All right? Because you want that. It's a good thing. And don't characterize it as a bad thing.
And that quest is what you use. It's what we all use all the time to get better at what we do. That's the energy and the fuel that you use. But ultimately, it's not just an art form, the things that we do. It is a business. I have a client that I need to serve. I have a deadline that I have to meet. I have a team that I have to manage. I have a budget and a scope where everything has to get done through that direction. So if I get completely crazy about that and don't think of it properly, it will never be accomplished. So there's the art side of us, and then there's the business side of us, and you can't let the ADHD, the OCD that most of us have about our personal art form get in the way of actually getting across the finish line. Because the first album, the first video, whatever you make, the first one you're going to look back at and wish it was better. You're still going to feel that way on the 50th one that you do, but at some point it has to be put to bed and you need to start the next project, because it is a business and we're not going to do well if people don't hire us again. So timing everything out is crazy important. It's almost as important as your skill set.
I was going to person to person. I turned 40 this year and I'm the cool. Hey, thank you. Hey. I am an absolute queen of self-deprecating thoughts. Queen, like literal queen. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not fit enough. I've over the pandemic gained 20 pounds. Every single day when I look in the mirror, I hate myself. There's a moment of that in a day, and it never goes away. Self-love is literally one of the hardest things. But to Demo's point of stopping it, all that self-deprecating behavior or thoughts of thinking to yourself that I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, it was replicating itself in every single relationship, romantic relationship I was having. They were treating me exactly as I was treating myself. It was I was asking for it, right? Because that's what I was putting into the universe, right? It's exactly what I was getting in return. As soon as I switched that, I took time. I took time with myself. I did what I needed to do. What that looks like for everybody in this room will probably be different. For me, it was I'm not lying, medication and therapy and a lot of reflection, you know, and a lot of doing stuff and boxing, weird stuff like that, right? But yeah, like I'm not happy with my body, but this is the first time in my entire life that I love myself. And because of that, I met someone, you know, like in a relationship that treats me the way now I treat myself, you know? So he's so right. You don't want to project that because you don't want it in return.
Yo, shake somebody's hand on your left and right and say, you are good enough.
All right, we're gonna go up. We've got a question right up here. Let's go ahead, take it away.
Daniel Rose, music production online. As a 37-year-old husband and father who's kind of late to this game, how do you navigate a career change while maintaining financial stability? Like, I don't think I'll be able to like do a internship, you know, financially. If any of you guys have any insight into that.
Wow, that's a really good question, and I would like to say I have an answer to it, but all I can say is from my experience and what I've gone through is I did an internship, and it was 3 months unpaid, and I had no money saved at the time whatsoever, and it was extremely rough. I actually slept, it's not a joke, I slept for months in an Oralex foam box. It was basically the size of a large coffin underneath someone's dining room table in between studio sessions. That would close the box up and sleep in there. I had no money at the time. I would actually eat bagels out of the studio kitchen, which we weren't allowed to touch the food as an intern, but that was all that there was. So I'd drink coffee and eat bagels every single day. There is a hard grind to it. If you're already past that point, the really important thing is to maintain your personal relationships and to know that no matter how hard you work or how far you move backwards financially before you go forwards, because there are those periods, you need to respect the people that are in your life because they're the ones that are going to get you through it. There's no chance I would be where I am right now if it was not the overwhelming support of my wife, who has been there through all of the hardest times, never quit on me, she's always involved. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be that. If that relationship is just with you yourself personally, just start there. You know, there is a grind to what we do, but it does get better. You do get past that, and you just have to acknowledge, as a studio engineer, that's how I started in the recording industry. At first, the idea of an internship was just overwhelming. I had no car, no money, literally nothing to go on. Somebody was nice enough to let me sleep in their dining room under their table for a while. But you will get past that, and all the people I looked up to, I thought, okay, Quincy Jones, the huge industry icons, a lot of these people started in the exact same internship thing. You know what I mean? So remember that. You're also on a path where all the most successful people went through that exact same thing, and no matter how hard you work, just remember the people around you are what's going to typically get you through.
Go ahead.
I was just Tom reminded me of something really funny. Somebody's like, how do you sit in a room full of VPs and just not care? You just say your mind and speak what you feel. And I was like, because I know sometimes he gets diarrhea and so do I. So like, we're on the same playing field. You know what I mean? But like, people are just human, you know? Everyone's human.
Yeah, what you want and you desire is all attainable. Let's start there, all right? I'm letting you know it's attainable. I travel 280 days a year, touring all over, doing concerts. I have a wife. We've been married 23 years. I hope I got that right. We have 4 children, all right? They've turned out normal, somewhat. Margaret.
We're not married, but yeah. We're good friends.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it's attainable. What you want is an obtainable goal. And the reason I tell you that, because that's really a big part of it. I remember when I came here to Full Sail, I grew up in West Virginia. There was not anywhere near the entertainment mecca of the world, all right? Unless till YouTube came along. But what I'm saying is it's obtainable. I want you to know that because I want you to keep reaching for that. Your wife, like Tom said, is going to be your biggest strength for sure. You know, I hope that relationship is great for you guys because she is going to be your biggest pillar. My wife is living the dream she never had because she's taken the sacrifice to let me do things that I've done. And now that I've in a spot, you know, we're moving back to her, but that's a choice that we both made together. So it is obtainable. Keep going for it.
I do believe one thing you all, not just you, have going for you is right now, this is the best time to be in media ever. Yes. There are so many jobs out there that can't be filled or are not filled. It's insane. When I got out of school, there was hardly any jobs. You had to go live on couches. I lived on a futon under a flame for a year to learn that box. Right now, there are so many opportunities. If you can't find a job, please speak to somebody, because there are so many out there. Nobody can find employees right now for anything in media. It's so wide open. So just keep moving forward.
I actually got another side of this too, because I actually did the opposite. My relationships went to shit, all of them. I've lost a marriage over this. Like I've done it. So I'm gonna give you all the shit not to do. And some of y'all want to write this down, because at some point you will be in that situation. Is first thing is you gotta understand that your priority to be great and have this great career also affects them. And managing your time. So if you're going to go and you have a spouse, correct? Yeah, if you have a spouse, he might or she might be able to go and spend 12 hours a day focusing on this thing. You might only be able to do 4. You might be able to do 8, meaning you have to, those time that you have, really put in the work. But time with the people you care about, the relationships you want to improve or keep improving is important. And second is having some kind of end game. Like you got to give them a carrot. You know what I'm saying? So they're invested in what you're doing. I didn't do that. I just figured, oh, well, my wife's an artist. She'll understand. Shit, I'm trying to crush shit. I'm trying to be the top ever. She was totally not at that place. So what happened? Whoop, put some distance, and that's it. So you need to have a carrot for them. Listen, I'm working really hard at this because, you know, once I get this internship, or once I get this job, it doesn't have to be internship, once I get this job, with this additional income, we're going to vacation for a weekend, you know, we're going to go to Disney World. Who doesn't like Disney World? Like, you know what I'm saying? So you got to have a carrot, and you got to have some time.
If you just tell them that your success is their success too, and appreciate their support, it's going to be better.
Just get them involved. Does that help? All right, great.
All right, we got a question up top there. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ryan Hipple. I'm a music business student. As a 20-year-old college student, what are some tips you guys have for increasing your drive and speeding up your internal clock a bit in a professional setting?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Tricks to improve your drive.
Oh, yeah. I got a real simple. My entire career has been built around this one thought and this one desire. I have an extremely strong desire to not suck at what I do. That's it.
Good one.
I don't want to show up at the workplace. I'm going to do the homework before I get there. You know, I don't want to. I want to always be prepared as best I can, and that's what it all comes down to. It's that simple for me.
I absolutely love to procrastinate. Nothing gives me more passion than 10 minutes, before something's due. I still do it. I wake up at 4:30 in the morning to get something done for a 9 a.m. meeting. I still do it. So for me, it's like too much time. I can't. Like I have, ADD or whatever. I just need a time box, 30 minutes. I haul ass, and then it's out.
I am pondering.
What's going on in there?
I find that having something totally opposite of what I'm doing, like a hobby, can inspire me in different ways. With family. Like, I go out and I do these different things, and I'll find that I'm thinking about work and how to improve it while doing this other thing. So it kind of opens your mind. You get in a different mindset, and you're not so in the grind. So I don't know. It's just a random thought.
No, it's good. Yeah. And for me, it's projects. Because at your age and my age, we're older than you a lot. But when I was 20, what I learned is that I could read and I could practice and I could study and I could ask people questions that are in my field. But I learn best when I have something that has to be accomplished. So it's easy to consider a theory, but if you've come up with a small prototype or a mechanical project that you know needs to get done, and in order to finish it, there's a bunch of things you're going to have to learn to get there, that's what I set my sights on. Because in a silo on my own, I could just go play video games and eat Cheetos and ride a bike and just not work. But if I know I've decided I want this thing to work and I'm going to give myself 1 week to make it work, now I have to unravel all the mysteries of getting across that finish line. And if I don't, I feel like I've failed myself because I didn't finish a project. And it's the worst thing you can do, start projects and not finish them. Because then what happens is you start believing internally you're not capable of finishing things. Even if it's bad, always finish it, wrap it up, move on, and it becomes like an armor where you know, I'm going to do this until it's done, and I'll learn whatever I need to do. Work with other people, too. When you're working with a partner and you find something to work on together, your ego naturally wants to do as well or better than they are on it in a friendly kind of way.
That's
where sometimes we don't push ourselves as much as we do wanting to not be the one in the back of the pack.
Yeah.
Do you eat Cheetos while riding the bike?
Actually,
all day. Okay, cool.
I'll give you mine. Mine is just when I got into this, I just kept imagining what my dream was, my goal, and I just kept making it more and bigger and bigger and bigger. Man, I'm gonna work with Jay-Z. Some of y'all heard the story. I made a list. It was like 7 pages long of all the artists I wanted to work with, and I put it up on the wall, and I would look at that every day. And I would always ask myself in the morning, like, you know, if someone call up, yo, man, I lived in Miami, so people are like, man, let's go to the club. It's like, damn, that sure sound nice. But then I would look at that. Then I'd look at that list and be like, man, that's one day less, 1 hour less, whatever time less that I'm not using to get to that, and just tunnel vision on that. And yo, it took like 5-6 years to get to that. One day I found that list, man. I knocked everybody. Shit, I knocked off Michael Jackson. He was dead already. He was knocked off the list. Though. I worked with him, so shit, you knock off dead people if you work on it go long enough. So yeah, no.
Yeah, no, hold on. We got students online that's got questions.
Online, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Stop it.
David Utt would like to know, taking it back to networking, how do you change a networking conversation into a potential job? And what do you call it?
Potential what?
Job opportunity.
Oh, I've done this many times, but the key is don't ask for a job.
Yeah.
The key is to be personable, find out what their interests are, find like interests, and save it for a later date. You know, don't ask for a job right up front. Like, you do that? Oh, cool. I do that. I want a job. No. Oh, I do that. Okay. Quick story. I was at a screening for Kubu in the 2 strings or 3 strings or something like that, and there's a guy behind me, and I just kicked up a conversation. Found out he's a visual effects supervisor. I'm like, oh, I do visual effects. Let's talk sometime. Got his number. 2 years later, I'm working on Westworld. It was a long play. It was a very long play. I have so many long plays.
What did you do?
Because I try to be a friend first before I try to interject business. So I was friendly with this guy, interested in what he did. We had like interests, but I wanted the job. Don't get me wrong, I wanted the job, but I know if you're going straight for it, you're gonna knock them out. You wanna create that friendly environment so they want to give you that job, not that they want to get away from you.
Yeah. I would completely echo that. Networking is not about trying to get something out of someone that you want from them. Networking is joining a community. It's building a relationship and a friendship. It's really that simple. The people that meet you and start to trust you over time and see what you're capable of, one day they have a gig that they cannot handle, but they know somebody who can, and they like that person. And they've been around and they've been part of it. A lot of my best jobs have been from other people that were not available at the time that handed it off to me. And then if you see that project through, that other person knows now you're in a circle of trust where they can rely on you, because that means whoever this client was, in Game Sound, when you have a client, someone comes to you and trusts you and wants to actually give you some money, if you can't handle it, I need to keep that within my fam, right? I need someone in my extended crew to do that project if I can't, because that client now knows if I can't handle it, I know somebody who can, and that's going to be someone that keeps coming back over and over and over again. And a lot of them are long play games. My best client, who I'm still working with 15 years later, the first 3 years we worked on free projects together. Like nothing interesting happened out of it, but we got to know each other. He's now one of the bigger independent game producers in the world and has called me for all of his projects. And it started as us just really talking smack and playing games online.
So many like that. I met a couple band members here at a Hall of Fame. Became friends, talked on Facebook. Whatever that is, talked on some kind of social media thing for 2 years. And just eventually they had a new album coming out and was like, hey, I'd love to write on this to direct. And I don't direct hardly ever, but they gave me the chance and created one of the best pieces of art I've ever done. And that was and I didn't even think that would ever happen, but it was just becoming friends with them. And then long play opportunities present themselves from long play networking?
I have like a little bit different perspective. I mean, I'm gonna say like yes and kind of thing, but there's like passive ways to do it as well. So I'm like always team follow back on like Twitter. You know, like if you follow me, I'm like, cool. You're a designer. I'm a designer. I'm gonna follow you. You know, like that whole thing. And it's led me to like, I wouldn't say like it's led me to opportunities with other people, right? Because if you're posting about what you love and like talking about it and like that whole thing out on the social and like posting your work, stuff like that. Anyway. I'm saying all of this to say I have a connection with someone on Twitter that I've literally never talked to in my whole life. And 2 weeks ago, I like went on Twitter because I don't really go on social media anymore, but I go on Twitter, right? And I saw like next to his name it says like looking for opportunities. And I saw that and I messaged him and I was like, what's your level? We're hiring, send your stuff over. Unfortunately, he had another offer, but like that's just a passive way that like someone I've literally never talked to, I just know is like a cool personality on the internet, is also a designer who was looking for a job, and I thought of that person.
Nice. Here. Hey, I got a quick question. Well, I'm going to make a comment, and I want you, Tom, specifically for you, but any member of the panel could answer this. One of the experience, and I thought it's relevant, I had was one of my classmates who sat with me during my business school degree. And we didn't have a lot of interaction necessarily. But a few years later, he called me up when he heard I started my own business. And he said, I've got some work here, and I think you'd be the perfect guy to do it. And so I want you to talk about that, people that you've been in classes with, or maybe even seminars or trade shows that know you, but never really interacted with you, but come back and said, yeah, but I really respected you. And that's what he told me. He said, I valued all of your contribution in the classroom, and I know one day we'd get a chance to work together. Talk about the role that might have played in any of your experiences.
Yeah, well, I'd pretty much echo what you just said there, because what you're discussing is networking, and whether it's a classmate or someone that you meet on Twitter and you just communicate back and forth, I think, to me, the value in those relationships are super important, but also just to echo what Cully said and repeat that because it's true, just do not go in for the kill. When you're networking, you're meeting people that are in your field and you're getting to know each other and you're building each other up in terms of your information and how you swap things back and forth. I've never seen a job personally or a gig come out of that in a very transactional kind of way. Like we start talking like, cool, you got a gig for me? I've never heard that work out and happen in that way. It's always later on when a gig opens and they consider you as someone that's probably available for that it really happens. When I was teaching here, I had a student really quickly, and really hardworking student, and this guy showed up to class every day in a full business suit. Here, full business suit, looking as sharp as you could possibly look. That was impressive. It doesn't mean anything to me because in my industry we don't dress that way at work at all, but it reminded me of what he was probably capable of. And there's a game gathering downtown in Orlando, and he said he wanted to do game development for audio. I said, well, there's a bunch of independent game developers every month that get together downtown. I always tell students to go, just walk in, talk. None of them do audio. You do audio. They're going to need you at some point, and just chat with them. He showed up one day, and I was surprised because none of my students ever bothered to actually go down and show up. And I was there with my son, who's a great little gaming nerd as well at the time, and this guy walks in, full business suit, tie, just looking amazing, in a room full of game developers. These are people in sweatpants and shirts with stains on it, and they've got 180 IQs, but it's off-putting right away. And he brought a briefcase full of resumes and a beautiful leather briefcase. And he was like, well, I'm going to network. And he walked around bringing a resume to independent game developers asking for jobs on the spot. And I had to pull him aside, and it's like, whoa, you're scaring all of these people really bad. And here's the thing, everyone in that room wants money, so it doesn't have to be discussed. Of course you want a job. I have a job and I want a job. If you got a job that pays a lot, I want that job. So it's almost something that doesn't need to be addressed directly because we already know that's what we're all thinking in the background. And he had a hard time communicating with people too outside of that. And my 10-year-old son walked him around because he's an extrovert and walked up to all the producers and said, this is my friend. I'm going to say Billy because I don't remember his name. This was a long time ago. And he's a 10-year-old holding him by the hand and walking him up. This is my friend Billy. He does audio for games, and he thinks you're making a really cool game. He wanted to talk to you about it. The producer would say, oh, cool. And he'd walk out, and I'm watching a 10-year-old network at that level and doing it right. Don't ask for a job, ask them what they're doing. That's amazing. I saw your artwork. Tell me about it. Where'd that idea come from? 5 minutes later, you're exchanging emails and notes, and they like you because you're talking to them about what they do, not asking what you can get out of them directly. That comes later. You know?
Nice. Yeah, there's a question up here.
Hi, my name is Mamao, film bachelor's degree. So Tom, you were talking earlier about when you're doing a project, you want to put in your best not to fail. My question is, if you fail at something, whether it's a project or anything, how do you get the courage to get up and push forward?
Oh, well, you have to think of that as part of what you do every day. I mean, failure is part of success. I know that's it sounds like a cliche, but it's 100% true. At EA, we literally have a motto that we repeat all the time, and it's called hurry up and fail. And we take it really seriously because you can have an idea all you want, but until you try it and see if it's going to work out, all it is an idea. So we try to get all of those things out right away, nosedive, fail, put that aside. It's not a good idea. We're not going to do it. And eventually you end up with something new and creative that really works. So if you think of failure as like a knock, you're not really going to get all that far. If you're trying and you're thinking and you're making something you've never made before, failure is also a word that you have to quantify. Like, what does failure mean? Did you learn something? Did you know how not to do something at the end of that project? That's not failure. That's a learning exercise right there. I would love it if every idea I had, I just did it and it worked and it was magnificent and I didn't touch it again. I think that happens maybe 5-10% of the time I'm working at the most. Most of it is failures and going down avenues and then finding eventually the right path because of it. But if you're afraid of failure, you never really get quite to the yellow brick road, down at the end.
Yeah, and the time you're here, I mean, this is the time to fail. This is the time to fail a lot because you have a support team to help show you and how to improve. I mean, don't be afraid to fail. Just go out there and try it because that's how you're going to learn. I learned from pain, so I've had a lot of pain in my life because I'm not real smart the first time. But that's me. I want to go, I want to try it, I want to feel it, and I want to know why that's wrong. My parents say, don't jump off the roof of the house. Well, why? I mean, why not? So I did it. And I didn't break my arm, but, it hurt. So I was like, well, yeah, you're right. I should not jump off the house. Now I know. I got it. I got that vibrant feeling. All right, I'm not going to jump off the house anymore.
I experienced when my, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Only 3 weeks ago, I had one of the biggest failures I've ever had in 22 years. We were given a job, thought the job was going to be easier, got thrown into a meat grinder, and just had no idea how we were going to deliver, and we didn't. They pulled quite a few of the shots back, and that's really, I've never not delivered. But, that's on us for taking a job that we should have saw was a meat grinder, but the only solace is I chucked it up, learned that I should look at the job a little closer and assess the situation. I mean, I might not even get paid for that, but I have to pay my people. So that's a learning experience for me. And after 22 years, I still had to learn. So it was painful. But we move on.
So kind of like Brian a little bit. I am the queen of foot and mouth syndrome. Like constantly, I don't have I'm kind of like, if you've seen Golden Girls, like I'm Sophia, and like that, the part of the stroke portion where I just like say whatever I'm thinking happens, Literally up here, I said something earlier and I'm still stressing about it in the back of my head, thinking I failed. I'm like failing in real time with you. And, you're like, where do you get the courage? It's literally just keep pushing forward because as I'm looking in the mirror, in an hour from now, that moment, that 10 seconds isn't going to matter anymore, right? So it's like, just push forward a little bit. I fail like literally all the time, so you're good.
And if you can ask for help, ask.
Yeah.
Like if you see the failure coming, try to do everything you can to ask for help or bolster it up or just bob and weave.
Hey, let me
bobbing and weaving. Oh, sorry.
Let me get to this question here because we're running low on time.
I wanted to say, sorry, if you work for a company and they or anyone and they punish you for failing, that's a red flag. You should be able to fail and get paid to fail.
Yeah, this look like we're about to wrap up, but I'll leave it off with this. Fear of failure. Who has a fear of failure? Put your hand up. Let me see it. Quite a few of us. This helped me out when I learned this acronym. When you think of fear, look at it as a fantasized event that appears real. See, in your mind, I'll say it again, fantasized event that appears real. Yeah, you want to write that shit down. Write it down. I'm going to try to memorize it. But here's the thing. You have a fear of, I'm going to apply for this job and I'm going to get rejected, right? Right? That's something common. Here's the deal. You haven't applied for the job yet. Meaning you haven't got rejected. You see, it's like if I say to you, I have a fear of asking her out to go have lunch afterwards, right? And I never ask her out to lunch, right? Now, here's the deal. If she says no, do I lose anything? Of course not, because I didn't have anybody to go to lunch with beforehand. You see? You didn't have a job beforehand. So the idea of this fear that we're going to fail is ridiculous. So remember, it's a fantasized event. It hasn't happened. It just appears real. So make it unreal. Okay? I know we got to wrap up here, so I'll toss it over to the man.
Well, we're going to wrap, but let's give it up to our panel. Thank you all for coming today, and hopefully you've gotten a lot of great insights that will help you in your journey. Thank you very much.
And we're here. Come up. If you got questions, come up. Come up. Come up.
Hello and welcome back. What a wonderful session we just saw, investing in yourself and featuring an amazing group of alumni. My name is Hanky Q. Hazelton.
And my name is Alfonso McCree Jr., and we are students of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. Hank, I took a few things from that panel that we just saw. You know, one happening at the very tail end of it, the acronym of fear, a fantasized event that appears real. We've had experiences with that already, man.
Yeah, I mean, myself coming into the school and just talking with people at the beginning, I was very fearful for, like, he made the mention of asking that girl out and going to lunch. Obviously, you have nothing to fear. If you come back and she says no, obviously, okay, you have nothing to lose. Ask the next person. But the biggest thing out of this all is I try to tell people, always go talk to anyone and everyone that you can, because you never know who you're going to come in contact with and what that will lead to.
And you know what? That ties into our next point, which is networking, right? And you know, I'm glad they brought it up during the panel, because this is something that I've tried to live by for a long time, and it's definitely helped me out in my networking experience, which is to build relationships, don't seek a job. And that's really helped me build not only my LinkedIn profile, but a lot of other things as well. You know, when it comes to all the people that the Dan Patrick School brings to campus, you know, we have some of them today, Byron Saxton, AJ
it's going to be amazing.
Like, that's just the beginning. We have a panel today and we have a panel tomorrow, and it's going to be amazing. But, you know, building those relationships is so important. Just going up to them, telling them how much you admire their work, everything that they've done.
I want to talk about the networking part. So obviously you see all these people out here. So for those of you who are watching, networking, when you come to this school, it's a huge factor. That's something that you want to take advantage of. I was excited to come to this school because of the networking in itself. So I would encourage people every single day, if you can, go to at least 5 different people and ask them their name, what they do, and what they want to get into once they graduate. Because if you're not networking, why are you even here at this school? There's so many opportunities out here, so many different degree programs, that if you learn to talk with these people, you'll never know what is gonna help you out. So,
and we literally have a Full Sail Hall of Famer right behind us, networking as we speak. I mean, if he's out here networking, all of you can be out here networking as well. We're all trying to get to the top of our profession, right? So make sure you guys are building those relationships. Take advantage of it. We have so many great people on campus this week that you can connect with, learn things from. So many amazing panels like the one that we just saw. And another thing I took from that panel, Hank, is hurry up and fail, right? The motto of EA Sports is hurry up and fail. You know what? I want to give you some credit. I want to give you some credit. You know why, Hanky?
Why is that?
You know why, Hanky? Because we are a part of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. Sportscasting. But you've taken it to a new level. You do news. You do regular news in that broadcasting seat. Tell us a little bit about that.
So that was the thing when I first came to this school. I thought to myself, well, it's all sports, but how am I going to get my foot in the door with, telling the news? And me being a younger person, obviously the crazy hair, I'm a different type of person. I step outside the box. I want to be different. I want to be different from the average Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting student. So I thought to myself, I really love news. I'm not someone who wants to sit down and talk about stats and statistics, because I want someone to look at me and be able to be engaged. But if they see that I'm not interested, they're probably going to change the channel. So I took things a little bit different, and I started doing things of news and what's going on in the world. I want kids my age and your age to kind of see, hey, here's a kid who's young, who's kind of informing me. And when I did my last segment, it was on, I believe, Donald Trump and what's kind of going on in Ukraine. I had some people come up to me and they're like, oh, I'm kind of like paying attention more. And that like really sparked something into me. It's like, wow, someone really paid attention to my stuff. Yeah. So if you come to the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, you're going to learn so many things, obviously, when it comes to being a better writer, being more comfortable in front of the camera, obviously networking, but you have the ability to do whatever you want. So this school is amazing. Obviously, you should check it out if you get the chance.
Absolutely. I mean, a great staff, great faculty. Our director, Eric Rutledge. I'm not saying that so you won't make me feel bad. Gus Ramsey, of course, with experience all across the industry. Mac McDonald, Mike Stinton. I could go on and on and on about all the people that we have at the Dan Patrick School that just prepare you for your future in this industry. But don't forget to connect with us on socials at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHoff. That's Full Sail HOF throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame week. We got some tweets to read, don't we?
Yeah, I'm excited about this. We're going to read a couple tweets from just some different students and things throughout the week who have been saying things about Hall of Fame. I'll take this one first if you want me to.
Yeah,
so we got first one here. This is by Victoria H. Boyd. She said, not to be sappy, but that the guy signed my permission slip to start my business is getting inducted into Hall of Fame, and I'm emotional. Thank you for being one of my first business mentors, even if you don't know it, with a happy, smiley face. And then she thanks Phil.
Phil, of course, going into the hall. The content I consume doesn't have to be the content I create. Great nugget there from Phil P. Allen, Full Sail Hall of Fame. That one's coming from Raymond Lamar 1. Oh, look at this picture. This picture is nice. They look happy. They look happy to be in Hall of Fame.
That's what happens when you come to the Full Sail.
Bumping.
He's actually right here behind us talking.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe if we can see him.
Yeah, same guy.
Giving the kids and the students a wealth of knowledge.
He's in 2 places at once. He's
all over the place. He's energetic. That's a guy that I want to be like right there.
This looks like a football huddle almost. I feel like
that pregame speech.
I feel like I should be cutting a highlight over this.
It's almost like an everyday given Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, a very motivational individual, as we saw in the panel, and it just continues and never stops. He's the same person. We move on to our next tweet from Cannon Moore ESN. Hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame. Let's all make our dreams a reality. That's all. That's what we're here for, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to go to the next one by Spencer.
Oh, have you had the Florida juice yet?
I haven't. I was just out there. I did have one of those pretzels, and if you haven't had one of those pretzels, literally amazing. They got all these different sauces. What was the one that you had?
Sweet mustard.
Literally,
Absolutely.
it was amazing. Like, I wish I could go get one right now, but.
Spencer Hutton II is staying hydrated with some Florida juice. Make sure you guys get out there. Get yourself some OJ. We are in the state of the oranges, so you're not going to get it much fresher than you can get right here. And while you're on your phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. I know I did. It's the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. Let's get you started with these upcoming sessions. So at 2 p.m. today, the Fortress Solid State Logic presents a conversation with Tom Lord Alge. And then we have two more right here in Building 3. First in Room 106, Diversity and Inclusion in Games. And then in Room 112, Starting a Digital Marketing Business.
As we just saw on our last educational session, investing in yourself is important, but equality as important is investing in your community. Let's hear more about how Full Sail's focus on emerging technologies has led to incredible strides for participants and conductors at the Conductive Education Center of Orlando. Let's check it out.
Assistive technology aims to improve the lives of people living with disabilities. In the Simulation and Visualization program, we ask students in the Portfolio 6 course to put their hardware and software skills to use towards a positive cause. The idea is if anybody struggles with daily activities, what can we do to try and help them? And it's also partly just looking into the community instead of trying to, come up with some epic project, just looking down the street and see what's around here so we can participate in the local community. SECO is a facility down the street here that works with kids with cerebral palsy and a whole range of motor disabilities and things like that.
It's so important for me to give success for these kids because they lose it in very early ages. Started with like, I cannot roll over, I cannot reach for my toy, but I want to. But I think we can change their life and make them as independent in their own life as possible.
Their facility has lots of ladder devices like this because they use them for strength training and grip, climbing, walking. So when we toured their facility and realized that, we decided that's a good target. Let's see if we can try to digitize one of these and make it interactive.
Still works nice.
We gave the audio version to them just to play around with and see what they thought about it. And that alone had fantastic results. What they told us was a lot of these kids have trouble even lifting their neck. But when they were reaching up and pressing on it and it was making a sound, they were looking up to see what was going on. And that was a huge win for the staff over there. They were very excited to see that. But once we got past the audio version, we put on a monitor and a little computer. So now we could do software development and start making games and tie it into our inputs. And that's where the potential just went through the roof. The students were involved in every aspect of it. In fact, we were doing things that I had never done, so it was new to all of us, a lot of it.
Some of the challenges that we faced when constructing it were some electrical issues. We had some issues with the wiring and the paint methods to detect if people were touching it. We got some false triggers, which was a real challenge.
Even putting our hand near it, it was triggering false positives, and that was no good. Once we got past that, it was not too many challenges and just a lot of fun.
They started out very simple. They would grab a piece of the ladder and the screen would change colors. And then as soon as we got that down, we started coming up with a lot of other different ideas. And then from there, once we got some feedback from SECO to say, this is good, or, maybe this isn't very good, we just went from there and eventually just built those blocks up until we had something that both of us were really proud of.
This is something that some of my students and I have been working on for many months. And we made it to obviously look very similar to some of the devices you have here, these ladders. And we looked at some of the activities that you do and tried to make them into more like a game, a computer version where we can interact and get feedback. So does anybody want to try this out?
It's so important for our kids to get the technology closer to them because it's motivating them more. Almost all of our kids has an iPad at home. Now they have the motivation right in front of them. It gives us opportunity to develop head control, develop eye-hand coordination, develop holding grasp, and it's connected with a game which contains the opportunity to develop cognitive levels as well.
After we delivered the ladder, I got back and we started receiving pictures of the kids and the staff using it. And that's when it really kicked in. The smiles were so powerful.
A lot of the projects I had worked on previously usually involved some sort of training. It was really nice to see that there's just a totally different direction that the field can go.
Sometimes we just lose touch with connecting with people and helping out each other. And it's just like, do you need a helping hand? We can just help you with this stuff, make your life a little bit better.
For us, it was just work. But when you see the result of that and the smiles, that's when you realize you've done something much bigger than just worked on a project.
Amazing to see how technology can affect lives in a positive way, Hanky. Let's send it out to our very own Tracy Wu out at the Hall of Fame Creative Experience.
What is up, people? We are here back at the Creative Experience with Get Inked, which means we're going to get tattooed, whatever. I'm old. I don't know what the thing is. We have all these different designs, and this is all about branding yourself. And speaking of branding yourself, you guys, guess who we have today? Hall of Fame 12 inductee, Phil Palin. But before that, guess what we have back here? We have a bunch of awesome students who are just freaking out that Phil Palin is here. Yep, this, my friends, is what I like to call the Phil Palin fan club. But here's Phil. We're going to get Phil a mic. I'm going to sit right here, if you don't mind. And these two lovely ladies who came here to give us tattoos. What up, Phil?
You know what? I'm just taking it all in. I'm good, babe. I'm good. This is going to be fun.
Oh,
What are
yeah?
we doing?
I don't know. We're going to brand ourselves because that is what
I
you
like
do.
that idea. That's my love language.
What are you going to do?
Let's do something appropriately delicious
Okay.
and get some gummy bears.
Gummy bear, but it's tiny. We want, no, you still want gummy bears?
Well, you get to decide.
I
think it should be cute,
say-
and gummy bears are cute.
I'm really hungry, so I say we get a cupcake.
Fine. Sold.
Cupcake it is. All
Okay.
right, do you mind giving him a cupcake? I'm going to get a mermaid because I feel like I should swim away. I don't know. So, Phil, for those who don't know you, and if they don't know you, they're silly.
Okay.
Because you're Phil Palin, and you are the star this week.
Thank you.
I mean, you're always the star, let's be honest. But you're the star this week. Tell people what you do.
Okay. Well, I'm a brand strategist. I'm a very proud EBMS graduate, 2011. Hall of Fame is like one of my very favorite times of year. Probably my favorite time of year. I've had the distinct privilege of coming back for a few years. Talking about branding, I feel like it's almost urgent for students to figure out personal branding. So I love coming back here and getting people excited and teaching them what I know. And right now, getting a tattoo.
Do you have a real tattoo, Phil?
Yes, I do.
Oh, really?
I do. Do you want to see it?
Absolutely, but you're going to mess up her art.
No, I'm going to turn it here. If you want to, I'll try and point it towards you. I have my logo. Talk about branding, sweetheart. I have my logo tattooed on my wrist. Do you know why?
Why?
So that I can't change it, because I love to rebrand.
Okay.
And by getting my logo tattooed on my body, it means I can't keep changing it.
That's brilliant. So should I get my logo tattooed on my body?
Yes, you should.
I don't have a logo. Will you create me one?
I see where you're going with this. I see. That was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was
Well, here,
good.
Phil, why don't you tell our lovely audience how we met?
Okay, I'd love to.
Oh, my goodness. People are crashing this party.
Crash.
Is this a Hall of Famer, Phil? Phil?
Oh my, this is embarrassing.
Would you like to interview
zoom in
our,
on
our
the
past
zoom in
Hall
on the
of Famers?
PP on my hat.
Oh my God.
Zoom in on the PP on my hat.
Branding.
Would you like to interview these guys? Tell us who they are.
Yes.
Hi, Phil. How you
Hi,
doing?
Leslie.
Hi, how you doing? Leslie Brathwaite. Tremaine Williams. What are you doing?
I have no idea. Whatever Tracy Wu tells me to do is what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're getting tattooed. Actually, Leslie, you are Hall of Fame 2. Phil is Hall of Fame 12. You've got 10 years of Hall of Fame experience over Phil. What advice do you have for Phil now that he's a Hall of Famer?
Well, he's definitely going to cry when he gives his speech. We do a poll every year. I think we're going to put Phil at about maybe 30 seconds and he'll start crying.
30 seconds, that's all they're giving me?
I give you about 14.
Oh my God. Well, I don't think I'm going to cry that fast, but I guess I'm wrong. I guess we'll see.
Tremaine, what is your advice for Phil now that he's going to be a Hall of Famer?
I don't know, because I want to be like Phil. Phil's branding is A1, and he knows what he's doing. I'm still trying to figure out my career. And also, I want a cupcake tattoo like Phil.
And I want to be like you, so this is a good arrangement.
It's pretty impressive.
Everyone's happy.
Of course not, Leslie.
I like the permanent joints. I just want to ruin my life forever right now. I want to ruin
Leslie,
it.
you know that my very first and only tattoo I got because of Hall of Famer Brett Novak and Hall of Famer Keith Garrett and Hall of Famer Jack Geckler kind of coerced me into getting my first tattoo.
This sounds like a terrible idea. This sounds like an awful idea. Yeah, this
Oh,
sounds
it
like
is.
an awful idea.
It's the worst combination ever.
All right, we'll leave you guys to it. We just wanted to say hi, show Phil some love.
I'm glad you did. I appreciate both of you.
In the Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
Like, really, the whole "it's about time" thing, it's really about him. It's about time. I mean,
You
for
guys.
real.
You're too good to me.
Love y'all.
You're too good to me. See you later.
All right. Well, Phil, any words of advice to our students of how they can achieve success? Because I remember you as a student,
Yeah.
and now you're like big time.
So let me tell that story really quick if we
Please.
have 30 seconds. I, as a student, saw Tracy Wu on the screens as the voicemail of Full Sail. I was like, I need to meet Tracy Wu because I wanted to be a TV host. And so I found Tracy's email. I emailed her and said, can I please meet you? We met and sat on a park bench. I offered to buy you coffee, and you will never let me forget
Who paid
that
for it, Phil?
I think it was you,
Yeah.
which is so embarrassing.
I think you can afford to buy me coffee now.
I will buy you whatever fancy latte you want,
All right.
sweetheart.
I
okay?
like oat milk, please, because
Good,
I'm
me
lactose
too.
intolerant.
We can have that covered.
All right. Well, let me show these guys my beautiful tattoo. They did a fantastic job. Check that out. It is a mermaid. I'm going to remember this forever.
It's beautiful.
Or until I shower later today. But we're going to see Phil's final tattoo here in a second. I'm going to run over there. Okay.
This was the right design choice, okay?
Now
you did
this-
such a good job of this.
Thank you. So you guys, when you're out here at CX, make sure to stop by the Airbrush Tattoos. These ladies are incredible.
They
They're
are.
super nice. They'll even add glitter if you want. I mean, who doesn't want...
Wow, come on. Know your audience.
You have no
Honey,
glitter.
I want
Can
glitter.
we give him some glitter? Just a little bit of glitter, because this man just
Needs
deserves...
glitter.
He has enough sparkle, but is there ever enough sparkle in the world?
No.
No. All right, Phil, have you written your speech?
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to read it,
All right.
but I might just go with the flow. We'll see.
All right. Well, you know what? We want to learn more about Phil, so we're going to throw his video up right now. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love you back. Hey, I'm Phil Palin. I'm a brand strategist, and I'm an entertainment business master's grad. Personal branding as we know it today, it's become something that has a meaning in everyday conversation. But when I started this, that wasn't necessarily the case. This idea of a brand being built around a person was relatively new and unique. I really believe it comes down to achieving consistency between who you are and how you show up in person and how that's portrayed online. So while I love to talk, a big part of my job is listening and figuring out how can I take what makes this person so awesome in real life, how can I recreate that online to achieve that similar experience? If I'm gonna stand up on stage and give someone advice, I still better be in the trenches actually doing the work. So after this, I'll jump in and code a website. I'm involved with our team in deciding photography, brand identity design. I am in it. Our team is in it. It's small, but we all love it because we get to be a part of it. And it's lean, but we all play a really important role in delivering that final product. And I just don't ever see that changing because we all love our work.
Now, I've always been a big fan of tattoos myself, but my mom always would yell at me and say those, are horrible or whatever the case may be. So mine aren't as pretty as Tracy and Phil's, but I did go out there and get one myself. I don't know if you can see it very here. Kind of dark, got some skulls. But the real man out of it all is my man Alfonso. He's got the real tattoos. He sat through the pain. That's something I can't do.
Sure. Rest in peace, Chester. Rest in peace, Chester.
Look, he's even got a little bit of muscle in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start working out. I gotta up my game.
Hey man, we don't skip arm day around here.
I try not to, but all right. Next up, let's learn more about our next inductee, Bobby Jones, a 1997 digital media grad. Bobby's credits include Disney, Cartoon Network, NASA, and more. But let's hear it from the man himself.
Hi, I'm Bobby Jones. I'm founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, and I'm a graduate of the digital media program. One of my favorite projects is when we got the opportunity to work with Lego at Comic-Con. Our team got to work and really started to come up with some ideas, and we thought what a really cool experience it would be if you could take the minifigure concept, put it into an interactive experience, and then allow the user to put it into a comic book theme, which was Marvel and DC based, and then ultimately create a unique, one-of-a-kind storyline with your minifigure, print it in real time, and walk away with it. It was a highly successful, kind of one of the most sought-after booths at Comic-Con. It has really forged the way for us to continue in this awesome partnership with Lego, so we're excited to see what's next. My advice for any student who is still in school, really invest in your passion, whatever that is, whatever that looks like for you. You're going to get more bang for your buck in life in general if you try to get as much out of your time at Full Sail as possible. One of my biggest takeaways was don't be afraid to ask questions. There are no bad questions. They can lead to some of the greatest ideas ever. Spend as much time as you can with other students that are in other programs. Like, really spend your time wisely, just soak it all in. If you put your heart and your passion into what it is you're doing, it can take you places that more strict regimens can't.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Maybe a little bit. Definitely missed this guy if you haven't seen him yet today. It's Brian Carrico, one of our Hall of Famers. How you doing today, Brian?
I'm great.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear it. So how's Hall of Fame treating you so far?
This has been absolutely fantastic. I think I've been here, it's the most I've been able to be at a Hall of Fame.
Oh,
the amount of
good.
days.
Okay.
It's just been really great. It's been a really good one.
Oh, I love that. I love that. What are you most looking forward to this week?
I have to leave to go back to work for the ceremony. I'm looking forward to watching the ceremony, though.
Okay. On
the live stream.
Oh, so you'll be with us in
I'll tune in,
spirit.
yeah,
okay, you hear that, everybody on YouTube? Brian's going to be with you too.
That's right. I'll be right there with you.
So what advice do you have for any students, I guess particularly show production students, right, who are looking to get in to the live event industry?
Well, currently in the market that we're in, it's everyone's looking for people.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the best time to be a student and the best time to be someone that's going into the workforce. There is so many opportunities available, and it's really great. And I've had the opportunity to bring a couple grads with me on the road in the last few months.
Oh, awesome.
So it's a really great time. It's the best time to be in this market.
Great. So give me what have you been up to in the past couple months? What are some big things you worked on, if you can talk about some stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, who are you touring with right now?
I'm currently with Dustin Lynch. I'm production manager with him.
Okay.
I finished up last year with Blake Shelton as video director with him.
Awesome.
I've also been working on some CMT, country music television, on the award shows with them, and currently going back to start a new series this week with them as well.
Okay, way to jump from Hall of Fame right back into work, but that's how it goes for all of our Hall of Famers, right? This
Absolutely.
is like, does it feel like a vacation to you guys, or is it like, this feels kind of like work too?
It's a vacation. It's a different type of work. It's a way lot more fun. And all the Hall of Fame members in general, we're such a great family. It's so great to see our friends and family and all the staff here and everyone back in the room. It's just great to give hugs again and see everyone's non-virtual faces.
That's awesome. And if students see you on campus, they can come up to you, right? They can be like, Sweet Pea, what's going on?
Absolutely. I love it when they do that, yeah.
Sweet Pea, that's your nickname, right?
It is, yeah.
How'd you get it?
Well, it's just a really anticlimactic story, honestly. But it was kind of talking about a story of a wrestling coach and how he would talk to us. But he had a really high-pitched, weird voice. And I was telling the story on a bus one day, and On loadout, someone started calling me that, and it just stuck like glue.
Cool, I like
over
it.
20 years later, I'm still Sweet Pea.
I'm not calling you Brian anymore, if that's okay.
That's
All
fine.
right,
That's
cool,
absolutely fine.
cool. And where will students be able to find you for the rest of the time that you're here?
I just finished up a session. I'm getting ready to go back into one, but I'm always out and about, and please just yell out, and I'd love to come chat.
Cool. Are there any Hall of Famers getting inducted this year? You're a big fan of?
Justin Rathbun,
Yeah,
definitely another
of
show
course.
grad.
I had a feeling.
It's absolutely great to see him, and great accomplishments he's doing.
Yeah.
It's also been great to meet the new inductees coming in.
Yeah.
Bobby and I have chatted a lot. It's been great. It's always great to add new people into the family, and it's truly what it is. It's like bringing more people into the family for sure.
Oh, I love that. Well, let's learn a little bit more about Brian in his profile video right now.
Getting to Full Sail was about a 3-year journey for me. I worked about 3 or 4 different jobs just to save the money I could to get here. And those jobs were anything from working security at the arena, because that was the closest thing I could do to get into the business, to recycling carpet padding, because I was so driven and I knew what I wanted to do that I was willing to work the hours to the point where you really debated, do I shower or do I sleep? That really prepared me for the schedule here at Full Sail and for the entertainment industry in general. While I was in school, I loved lighting, and there really wasn't much of it at the time. When I wasn't in school on the weekends, I was doing lighting for other companies on the side, whether it be Tampa or Orlando here locally. By the time it came time for my actual lab for lighting, I was actually the student who was setting it all up for my class. There's been great people who have helped me out along the way, some incredible production managers, people who see where you are and see the drive that you have. Bob Peterson, who I met starting very early in my career. I would find the ways and the opportunities to really ask him questions and try not to be annoying. But he was very gracious in answering the questions I had, and really kind of took me under his wing into anything I wanted to know, he would share with me.
Curiosity and volunteering were characteristics that Brian had very present right away. If we'd be in a programming session where normally the technical crew would be sitting backstage and just waiting it out, Brian would come and watch and ask questions when it was appropriate and involve himself as much as he could to learn every bit of what the whole process was.
He really helped cultivate me from a technician up to a programmer into a designer, and really showed me along the way of how to do things, how to make things look great, not only physically in front of you, but on camera as well.
I think Brian's growth is attributed to his curiosity, but also a desire to always make things better. And he's realized pretty early that you can only do so much on your own. So if you involve yourself through camaraderie and teamwork, you can collectively raise the level of the project. Out on tours, for example, he's not just video directing and switching and calling cameras. He's actually working with the lighting department, the band roadies in terms of where things are placed, even audio, to make sure that they're collectively raising the bar of the entire project. And I think this is what's led him into a director's chair.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame, when I found out, was quite shocking. Honestly, I felt like I was never at the level that previous inductees were at. I saw other peers of mine be inducted. I saw Dylan Dresdo, who I was in class with, and we worked side by side. And Jeremy Vickery, who was my roommate going to school here, and Tyke Santos, who I've toured with. So I knew very closely people who have been inducted. To be inducted into that class and that fraternity with peers and friends who I already had was really, really great as well. It's never the motive. It's never to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. It's not why I do what I do. I just do what I do because I love what I do.
such a big fan of Brian. So nice to see how he was honored during Hall of Fame 10, which was such a cool one because it was a big anniversary. We had a great time. But I'm joined now by sportscasting grad, but I'm going to let her introduce herself.
Thank you. So my name is Ellie Davis, and I am a recent graduate of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. And I'm super honored to be here, getting the experience and being able to co-host with you. It's been a really great time so far. This is a fabulous event, and I couldn't be having more fun.
We're having a great time. We've got lots of people behind us. Oh, hi, everybody. Everybody say hi. Hi, Hall of Fame Live. Everybody's having a good time. Don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail, on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, even TikTok. We're on there too. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. As a matter of fact, let's read some tweets right now. It's such an honor to reconnect and visit with the entertainment business faculty at Full Sail. Phil Palin. Ooh, what a great picture. Who took that photo? Are they taking photos of us? They're gonna get a picture of me? Looking good, huh? Yeah, Phil Palin is such a fun one.
Alrighty, this one comes from Storier, hanging out with friends and networking. One of the biggest things that you can do right now at Full Sail is networking, making connections. Always a great way to go, so that's really good to see.
Yeah, I'm always talking to grads, and I'm like, we know networking is a big buzzword at Full Sail. Like, what does networking mean to you? And it's like, everything. It means everything.
Absolutely.
I'm on campus all day, Wednesday, Thursday. Any students welcome to hunt me down to share, talk, shop, and make a new friend. Gary Rizzo, you need to take him up on that. Gary Rizzo was incredible. I saw him earlier, and I wish I could have talked to him longer. I just had to be like, hi, Gary, it's good to see you, because he's just running from panel to panel and talking to students. But he's here today, and he's here tomorrow, so if you see him, make sure you stop him.
Alrighty, and then this one with a cute little picture of our phone booth over there. Be excellent to each other. We're running into so many people during this week, so, always being kind and, just being excellent, like he says.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I think we're gonna throw some swag out to our audience. Can I get some swag here? Got a stagehand gonna hand me some swag. This thing.
Scott Kirk, you want to come help us out with this?
Yeah, Scott's gonna give us a hand. Hey, Scott, welcome back, buddy. Scott's not mic'd up, but we're gonna get him a mic in a second. Scott's got some trivia questions here.
Trivia questions?
We're gonna grab somebody from the audience. You could leave it right here if you want, Scott, so you don't drop it, because that looks like it's expensive.
Scott, you want a microphone?
Who wants to win a VR?
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, come on down. You raise your hand super fast, bro. Okay, we're gonna ask you some questions. You get it right, you get to win this awesome Samsung HMD.
Yeah, come on,
Odyssey
buddy, let's
headset.
go.
Come on down, come on down.
How you doing, man? Doing good. So, what's your name and what program are you in? I'm Hunter Viator, and I'm a Game Arts Bachelor.
Awesome, awesome. So you ready to play?
Oh, heck yeah.
All right. One question, you get the headset, okay? No pressure though. Okay. This popular first-person shooter game developed by gaming studio Infinity Ward is set in World War II and premiered in 2003. This franchise has released several other titles, including Modern Warfare and Ghosts. Which game franchise is this?
Call of Duty.
Correct. You just get a brand new Samsung VR headset.
Awesome.
Hey, what's the first game you're going to play on this?
Phasmophobia.
Oh, that's very scary. Good luck, my friend.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to need it.
Good, VR makes me sick. Get that thing out of here.
Alrighty, Scott, we've got your next...
Are we on a time crunch?
Yeah?
No, let's go. Let's do another prize.
Right.
Who wants to win a
next?
prize?
Who wants to come on next? Let's go.
This guy, he was standing here waiting. He just walked up. I don't even think we had to call to him. Hey, bud.
All right, man. What's your name and what program are you in?
Jacob Kelly, and I'm in film.
Oh, you're in film. Cool. All right, awesome. So what's our next big prize? Let's line it up here. Okay, all right. So we got a HP VR headset. There you go, Shay. I don't want to drop it. It's a lot of money, worth more than I am. Okay, so one question. No. You have a chance to win this beautiful HP VR headset, okay? All right. So this popular technology company is best known for its search engine featuring temporary alterations of their logo known as doodles. Name the company.
Google.
Correct.
Google didn't make this, but here you go.
You get a brand new HP VR headset. I'll ask you the same question. What's the first game you're gonna play?
I think Resident Evil 7.
Again, I don't have the guts for that, but good luck, my friend.
Now, Scott, I have a very important question. So we saw you do a little dance earlier. Did you see the dance?
I missed the dance. Wait, you're going to do the dance again, right? Because I didn't see it.
I might need someone up here with me.
It might have
we're
been
gonna need you to
lunchtime.
find somebody to do the dance, and maybe that's how we award our next prize.
Ooh.
Who wants to win one more prize? Somebody get up here.
You
Let's
gotta
go.
dance.
Who wants to
You
do
gotta
it?
dance, though.
Maybe 2 prizes?
Maybe 2 prizes.
One more.
Yeah, let's get
Let's
another
go.
folk down here. All right.
All right, so in order to win this prize, you have to follow me step by step, okay? We're gonna do something we call the Hall of Fame Shuffle. You gotta do it to
They're putting their
T,
drinks down.
All right, the Hall of Fame Shuffle. We go. Ready? The Hall of Fame Shuffle. The Hall of Fame Shuffle.
Is my
Let's
stage
go.
going to break?
Hall of Fame Shuffle.
Scott has been preparing for this moment his
There
entire
you go.
life.
Hall of Fame Shuffle. Let's cheer him on. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. Congratulations, guys. You win some prizes. Good luck. Good luck. All right, let's get him out here. Let's get him out here.
Yeah, we're giving you some stuff.
Yeah.
We got fanny packs. We got shirts.
There you guys go. Some Full Sail Prime packages. Congratulations.
Kirk's on there.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Hey, keep on shuffling.
Alrighty, thanks, Scott.
Of course. Thank
We'll
you.
see you later, man. Alrighty. And again, don't forget to follow us on social at Full Sail on all of the social platforms. Seriously, anyone go in there. I'm pretty sure we even have a Pinterest. So you can find us there at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And again, be sure to use that hashtag Full Sail HOF throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. And now we're going to learn a little bit more about how panels and presentations work. Let's check it out.
Throughout Full Sail University's Hall of Fame week, students can attend a series of conference-style sessions held on our Winter Park campus. Attendees are invited to learn, engage, and make connections with graduates, faculty, and industry professionals during these sessions, many of which are also live-streamed for online students. With panels, presentations, and workshops covering topics across the fields of entertainment, media, business, and technology, as well as career-focused sessions devoted to networking, mentorship, and more, students can get a perspective on what their chosen careers are like in the real world. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
Alrighty, now let's get to know 1999 digital media grad Michael Benford, the Director of Brand Development for the U.S. Soccer Federation.
For me, when I was in high school, I didn't care much for academics. So when I came to Full Sail, I knew that I was doing this because I wanted to do it and wasn't because I had to do it. So I made sure when I got here that I was dedicated to getting the perfect attendance award and graduating with honors or merit. It took me a little while after I got out of school, though, to find work. It was probably almost a year before I found a job in the industry. It wasn't a job that I enjoyed. I didn't care for it, but it was a job in the industry and a foot in the door. And then it wasn't long after that I got a call from a Full Sail student that I graduated with who was working for an agency in Chicago doing pro sports web design. And they were about to sign the New York Giants, and they knew they needed some designers on that account. Brandon House really has been one of my best friends throughout my life since Full Sail. And he's really the one that opened the doors for me and kind of got me a foot in the door in sports.
From the very start, I found Mike to be so fascinating. He was in a band, an 80s hair metal band. Maybe not 80s, but he was wild. And it's safe to say at that point, I had never met anybody like Mike. And it's still to this day, it's safe to say that I haven't met anybody like him. Mike is just the guy that you want on your side. I knew of his passion and love for sports, and I knew that he would fit in perfectly with our team. And he's also just such a hard worker, and I knew that he was going to take the role and just run with it, and that's exactly what he did.
I think a lot of it comes from my father with his work ethic. I remember even when I was in the band, he would work a full-time job, and then he would pick me up and drive me into band practice and continue to work while I was at practice. And then at the time he was starting his own business, I really got to see what his work ethic was like, and there was no such thing as a day off. You know, when he looked at doing anything with the business, he's building his reputation equity. Everything that he did reflected on him, and I think that was something that he instilled on me. My career with the Falcons, I've been there, it's about 17 years now, and I started as kind of a lone in-house designer, and we were just focused on digital media and the website. I think the very first time it really hit me was My very first year with the Falcons in '02, we went to the playoffs in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and no team has ever beat the Packers in Lambeau in a playoff game before. And I remember somebody on the team early in the year saying, you know, you've got to make sure you find the moments to take it all in and recognize what you're actually doing. And it was at the end of the third quarter or so when it's starting to snow and the scoreboard showed that we were winning. And I remember standing in the tunnel that day and just kind of looking out at the scoreboard and realizing, wow, this is really, really amazing.
I've had a front row seat for the majority of his career, for all of his career for that matter, and he's redefining what it means to be the best in the field. From being the first designer the Falcons ever had to leading the entire organization creatively, he just continues to excel. He's one of the best that there is, and he's one of my favorite humans on earth. I feel so honored to be part of this. Benford, thank you, and congrats, buddy.
Being inducted is a dream that I never even knew I had, you know, until it came to be. And then I was like, I can't believe this. It's been unbelievable, the onslaught of Facebook messages or Instagram posts and text messages that I've been getting from other Hall of Famers just welcoming me to the family. And I feel like I've known them for 10 or 15 years already, and I haven't even met them yet. And I'm just a sports guy, so it's so humbling to me that I'm even considered to be in the same group as a lot of these other Hall of Famers. I'm not sure where I'm going from here yet. I still love what I'm doing with the Falcons and with Atlanta United and Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and we're still continuing to change the game. And until that stops, I don't want to be anywhere else.
As we know, Hall of Fame is an action-packed week, and while you're trying to decide what events you'd like to attend, let's fill you in on what's been going on so far in this week's Hall of Fame.
Some thunder's been going on. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and Halo Infinite. The winning teams secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event's sponsor, MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with free play gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter Al Pacino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in the best of 3. Want to see the whole stream? Head on over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada and you can catch the full show. Or do you want to learn more about esports at Full Sail? Of course you do. Follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all of the gaming action. Shout out to those Armada varsity teams. Were you able to catch the gaming event on
I was
Sunday?
able to catch a little bit of it,
Awesome.
and might I say, they are so impressive to watch. As somebody that's not a big video gamer,
sure,
I'm shook.
Oh man, yeah, it was a good time. But some more stuff happened on campus this week. Ellie, could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So on Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomed back to campus the Full Sail Tech Expo, presented by Sennheiser and Dell, featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces. The expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and many more. What else has been happening?
I'll tell you what, the ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers. The career fair is always a good time.
And we do these all over the country: LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career event happening in a city near you.
I know I'll be on the lookout. I mean, the one for me will probably be in Orlando, but
Probably. And now we are excited to announce the unveiling of a brand new facility that will bring the future of film production straight to our campus.
Full Sail Studio V1 virtual production combines Unreal Engine, live event production, and filmmaking to help students and industry professionals create innovative storytelling right here on campus.
Unlike traditional film sets, virtual production allows creators to marry both computer graphics and live action footage in real time.
The studio will include high-end virtual production equipment like Brompton LED processors with hundreds of tiles, plus a massive LED wall with APG's hyper-pixel LEDs. Really a mouthful.
And it's pretty exciting that with all of this equipment, Full Sail Studio V1 will be one of the most technologically advanced on-campus studios in the nation.
You know what else is exciting, Ellie? Getting to see the students show off their sick cosplay skills.
Yes, let's take a look at yesterday's cosplay contest.
Hall of Fame's annual cosplay contest, hosted by the Campus Cosplay Club, was held last night in the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. Student cosplayers hit the stage and gave us all the looks we could have wanted and more. Students had the chance to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the contest panel of judges and the Full Sail community. Cosplay contest categories included video games, film and television, and anime. Great job to all of our student cosplayers, and congrats to all the winners. But that's not all. More has happened. Seriously, a lot happens this week. We're not joking around, and Ellie's going to take us through a little more.
Absolutely. During Hall of Fame, the creative experience is a space for students to engage, relax, and have a good time as they interact with unique creative stations, including the Paint by Numbers mural, tricycle races, silent disco, and so much more. Students, faculty, staff, and grads like myself can grab some good eats at the food trucks or stop by the student stage to see fellow Full Sail community members display their skills in live performances or head over to arts and crafts to create to their heart's content. CX gives students the chance to interact with Full Sail clubs and social teams while securing some awesome Hall of Fame 12 staff swag that we've been giving out.
Yeah, that's right. You can get it here, but you can also get it out on the back lot. But next up, we'll get to know a man who truly needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway because I really like him. Entertainment Business Master's grad, former Armada Stream Team athlete, and director of Esports at North Carolina Wesleyan College, my friend Shantoni Grant. Let's check it out.
Growing up, I love video games, and a lot of people kept telling me, hey, Shantoni, yeah, you like video games, it's cool, but video games is not going to get you into college. 5 years later after high school, I go to school for video games, and now people are like, man, I should have went to school for video games. I should have focused on video games. So if you do not follow your dreams, you're just gonna walk around miserable. The day I realized I wanted to pursue a career in entertainment media was my senior year of my undergrad degree. I started a gaming club, and I was so fond of the productions and the creativity and the gaming aspect that I decided that I need to go to the best school that focus on these concentrations. That's why I chose Full Sail University. When we started off my streaming career, it's kind of funny. And I had the little MacBook, we had a little MacBook Air, and I plugged it up and I streamed, and it looked so horrible. It looked so horrible compared to now. And I was sitting there like, boy, I was just a man with dreams, and look where I'm at now, you know? So I think the trial and error is very important in life, actually, but you keep improving and practicing. Then you start learning tips and tricks on how to make your content better. And I think that's what I did, because I didn't want to start a brand. I didn't want that load. I was like, I'm already in my master's program. I'm doing esports. And then my friends were at my head like, nah, Tony, nah, you need to start it now. I'm like, no, like what? And I was like, you know what? What I gotta lose? I mean, just me, you know? Because I was so invested in the BJ that my boy Dynamite was like, what if they take it away from me? I was like, you know what, bro, I didn't think of it like that, but you never know. So I was like, you know what? I'll create Too Toxic Tony. I was like, I sat down one day, had my leg up, called up the boys. We don't talk on the phone, so that imaginary call up the boys. I was texting the group chat, bro, I need a name. And then my boy was like, how about triple T game. I said, what, Too Toxic Tony? Got it, done. Called him my designer. I was like, hey, Gary, hey, man. Hey, I need a brand. I need a picture. He was like, what you need, big dog? You know, he didn't say that, but in my mind, he said that. And I was like, hey, man, I need me with a gas mask with smoke coming out of it. He said, all right, man. In real life, he said, all right, man, take a couple of pictures like this and send it to me. In my mind, it was like, hey, I got you, big dog. Hey, man, take some pictures. So I'm like, I bet. So I took some pictures. I was like, man, this thing gonna be whacked. I'm like, he don't need, like, what does he, like? And I said, you know what? I trust you. Show me what you got. He sent me this. I cried. And that's when this baby was born. You just gotta be a grinder. You gotta want it. If you don't want it, then yeah, you're gonna easily fall out. But you gotta want it. I wanna be in Full Sail Hall of Fame. I wanna be the best esports program in the USA. Okay, all right, I'm going too far. But yeah, that's what I want. That's my goals. Like, I wanna be top. I want you, when you see me, go, that's Too Toxic Tony. And I'll be like this, how you doing?
Alrighty, so in our next panel, we'll be hearing from grads across the gaming and esports space in a session focused on diversity and inclusion in video games.
please put your hands together and help me give a warm welcome to our host, Ken Cowan.
Good afternoon. I hope that you're staying dry today. It's a little stormy out there. So please make sure that you have your umbrellas handy. It is Florida. We have to stay dry. I would like to welcome you to our session today on starting a digital business. My name is Ken Cowan, and I am a course director in the Information Technology degree program here at Full Sail. Our panelists today will shed some light on what it takes to run a digital marketing business with a focus on social media, specifically social media strategy. Our guests will help you to understand how to focus on the needs of our clients and customers. So today, allow me to introduce the panelists. We have Fela here, Fela Davis. She is a front-of-house engineer and content creator. She's worked with industry leaders such as the Clare Brothers and House of Blues, and has performed sound mixing for various artists such as Arturo Sandoval, Chris One, Ron Carter, Bilal, and Christian McBride. She also has a podcast too, so hopefully she'll get to talk about that. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Also, today we have Mr. Bobby Jones, and he is... he is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors here in Orlando. I actually had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of years ago when I was the past president of the American Marketing Association of Orlando. And we had an event at his venue. He graciously invited us in. So that was very nice. So thank you again. As a creative agency, Purple Rock Scissors, they work with various influential brands such as Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal, Hard Rock, NASA, and a lot more. And then our third panelist today is Mr. Michael Cardwell. He is the founder and creative director of Digital Brew Orlando. His video production, animation, and design agency works with clients such as Amazon, Cisco, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and more. So please give us a warm round of applause again for our guests. So I would like to start out with, I guess it's kind of an easy question for you guys. Actually, I think it's kind of a broad question. So when you're thinking of your social media strategy that you use for your business, how do you determine what types of social media are going to work best with the clients that you deal with?
As far as that, it kind of depends on. Well, first of all, it didn't mention in there. I own a recording studio, and we specialize in podcast production. And so that's how I have clients in all these different things. I do stuff for regular people, doctors, lawyers, stuff like that. But then I also work with iHeartRadio or SiriusXM as a third-party company that, delivers the deliverables of audio. So it's kind of built in with what they're already doing. A lot of our clientele already has their setup going. Somewhat, I don't usually start from scratch with a client. That's very hard to do, but I'll start with what they already have going, and then I'll hop on that particular platform. But I mean, right now you really have to create where the eyes are at, and which is Reels and TikTok. So I mean, that And that goes with every niche. I mean, it doesn't even matter, doctor, lawyer, A-list star, can get millions of views. So yeah, we're using all the popular stuff, and we're creating for that, particularly those reels, the stories, podcasts, and then using the podcast to create more content for those platforms. So that's how we start, because we're podcast oriented and video oriented.
That's awesome. Yeah, for us, I think it's a very important component of the digital marketing mix, right? It's definitely a component. I think where we start at our agency is we consider ourselves a goal-driven design agency. So everything kind of starts with the intersection of, pinpointing what that intersection looks like for key stakeholders, the end users, and then what those content channels and delivery networks look like as Fela was saying, where the eyes are, right? Like, every channel's not meant for every business. And so really, I think following suit, paying attention to that goal-driven design component, and what happens in that moment is we're doing stakeholder interviews, we're understanding who their users are, what their voice look, and tone are like, what their product is. So we're measuring, we're analyzing all of these different pieces to then come up with what is the marketing mix, and ultimately choosing what social media platforms make sense. And then from there, it's about building out a content calendar, creating the content, and delivering that content, and then measuring that content. So that's sort of what it looks like at Purple.
Okay.
So the question was, what do we do at our business or for our clients, or both? Either one?
Well, for your clients, you could also talk about what you do within your business.
Yeah. So we don't do social media for our clients, but we make videos that they use on their social media. But ultimately, how they decide to do that is up to them. But our clients are requesting videos for stories. So we'll make a 16:9 video, and then we'll convert it into a vertical one for them to use if that's what they decide that they want. They have a story strategy, or whatever. Basically, it's what Bobby said. You got to know where your audience is, and wherever they are, then those are the channels that you use to promote your brand. For us, like, we tried advertising and doing paid advertising on Facebook to get people to buy videos. We never once got one deal off of that, and we've tried it several times in many different ways. And I don't know exactly why it's not working, but I kind of suspect maybe that people don't want to buy a $10,000 to $20,000 video off of a Facebook ad, or that's not where our audience is. So our strategy is with Google ads. That's where we get 95% of our businesses from using Google ads. And we use social media as a way to attract talent, because that's another problem that we have, is finding good people that are good at design and animation. So we try to make our social media channel look fun, like our company look fun, because it is fun, but we try and project that onto social media. So when people are thinking about working with us, when they go on there, they get excited about working at our company. So we use Instagram for that. And also, if any of you guys are graphic designers, you should definitely be using Instagram, posting all of your work, even maybe having a dedicated channel just for your work on there. Because as an employer, I'm looking at that, and I know that other animation studios, they only have an Instagram strategy to find talent for their companies. So anyway, Instagram is a great tool for designers and animators for promoting yourselves and your work.
Yeah, I heard you guys mention two different things that kind of stood out to me. The first one was the podcasts, and then Instagram. I realized that podcasts have really increased in popularity. So, Fela, could you talk a little bit more about your podcast?
Yes. The podcasting started for me like 5 years ago. Actually, I started a video series because I realized, the more content you get out there on what you do and what you're interested in, the higher you'll just show up on, and analytically on any platform. The more content you put on it, the higher they're gonna rank you anyway. so we were doing a video series, and we were doing it with like other musicians and producers like Leslie Ann Jones and stuff like that. And we had to put it down to 5 minutes because you don't have that much. We knew that you couldn't keep the attention that long. So we were like, man, we're losing so much great information. And I was like, oh, this new thing, podcasting, this may be the way to keep it all long form. And most people are driving or working out or doing something else, so they don't mind. You don't have to look at a screen. You're just hearing a story. So we switched it to that format, to a podcast format. Me and my business partner, we would interview these people, or we would review gear. Then we had people ask, how did you do that? Could you do a podcast for me? And it was like, oh, yeah, this is a business. Like, and this is a business that everybody needs content, whether you're a plumber, electrician, any business owner needs to put their information out there. I mean, as Michael just said, 95% of his clientele is coming from Google. About 30 to 40% comes from Google for what we do. So, I mean, and that all is because we've got a ton of content on these platforms. And we're doing some ads, but it's also a lot of content. So realizing that, and then just knowing, okay, we can help businesses succeed just by putting themselves out there. And that was how we just developed into, you know, what we're doing. And as you read before, I started off as a front of house engineer, traveling around the world doing concerts, and then kind of fell into this. And that was also because I was an endorser for a lot of different manufacturers like Focusrite and stuff. So then I was creating video for Focusrite. Then Focusrite would send me gear to test out and check out, and then we look up, we had a bunch of gear that was like literally underneath our beds and in our closets, and it was like, okay, now we need a place for that. So it was kind of a stack. Oh, okay. We slowly grew into what we are now. And yeah, now, through Google and stuff like that, that's where heavier clientele also finds you. That's when we get random phone calls from Food Network, or for an animation series or something for voiceover. It's just because those people are Googling, and it's just like whoever has the most flair / content is who's gonna win that piece of business. So yeah, that was how it all happened.
Excellent. Yeah. So, Bobby, it looked like you had something that you were going to interject there.
No, she's 100% right. I mean, I've been in this industry now for close to 20 years, I believe. And I will tell you the one constant, because everything is changing constantly. The one thing that has been consistent, content is still king. It always has been, and I think it always will be. So, the fact that, she's mentioning, I think as we create new habits using the software that's provided to us, like Instagram, Facebook was like obviously the first round and is a little bit broader, slower pace. And then we moved to Instagram, and your mind was looking for quick, bite-sized, consumable content. And that's what she's talking about with these little vignettes and creating like small bits of content to grab your attention. And then ultimately over to, TikTok, which is even, more drilled down into like super fast paced, content that you're ripping through. So yeah, it is what exactly everything Fela is saying, and same with Michael. And it's an interesting time to be working on all these different types of media that ultimately come down to content is what it really comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, this question's kind of directed towards Michael, because you were saying that you create content for clients, and then those clients post on social media to help promote their business. So could you kind of give us a little bit of a background about how you make decisions about the types of content that you're creating? Are the clients like telling you, hey, I want to create an Instagram video or a series of pictures or layout or.
Yeah, most of the time they come to us and they want to, I don't know, they have a new product or service, or they just want to promote their company and they want a video to do that. And like the nice thing about finding us on Google, like Fela said, is they're at the end of their decision-making process. I don't have to talk them into why they want a video. They're just trying to decide who they want to go with. And once they decide to go with us, then like we don't advise them on any type of strategy or anything like that. We're working mostly with like marketing managers or vice presidents of marketing at these other companies, and they have this strategy all put together. They just need a company to do the video, so we fill that gap for them. We do include a social media cut of all of our videos, which is like a cut down version of the longer. If we do a 90-second video, we'll include like a 30-ish second version that they can use for social media. So it's a little bit of a shorter format. And then if sometimes they'll say, well, we want it for stories, or we want a vertical or square or whatever, and then we just kind of rearrange the graphics or the video to make it fit in those different formats. And there's additional costs for all those for the client, but yeah, we don't really help them with the social media strategy that much. We make the content to fit whatever channel that they're going to use it on. That's about it.
Yeah, so basically you can kind of see how content is really important in this mix and making decisions about what types of content you're going to create. So I have a little bit tougher question because, we obviously over the past several years, we've been dealing with a lot of different social issues out there. So I figured I would ask a question to you guys, or pose a question to you guys that's specific like this. How do you balance communicating the message of your clients with the social issues that are happening today?
I can tell you just from the videos that we make, we're always very mindful to include like diversity in our characters and or people that we've cast in our videos to make sure that there's that everyone is represented for the content that we make visually. That's probably the biggest thing I could think of of how we do that.
Especially because you do animation. I don't know if people realize. Yeah,
so we can make them we can make them blue if we want.
Exactly.
Sometimes we do that. So
yeah,
yeah.
For us, it's really what the client wants to. It's their voice. It's literally their voice because we don't have any animation or anything going on. So it's it's them telling their story, and we're making it slick and do its thing. Nothing really I can't even think of a. I guess because I'm a black woman already, so people feel like they're already doing their job by hiring us anyway. So it's like it's already there, So it works out.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with him. We do what is sort of, in line with the need and the goal of the project. I also think it can, this may even be a bit of a controversial statement in this, but I also don't like to see it where it is overly pushed into it.
Yeah.
It's almost like, okay, did you feel like you had to do that, or is that an authentic representation? Mm-hmm. And I think there's a place to authentically represent the right cultures, subgroups that feel underprivileged or underrecognized. There's places for it, but as a creator, I see through it and I'm like, they just did that because they thought they had to. Where I think it's so important to have the why behind that and make sure that what you're doing is truly representing the right audiences. So I think there's definitely a thoughtfulness that needs to go into that every single time, but it also needs to be authentic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of like the not necessarily audio content specifically, but like what is spoken, how do you match that with some of the cultural or social issues that may affect your clients?
I don't think that really comes up for us.
Man.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's actually, I kind of think that that's good because it's not something that seems forced, like you were saying.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, they're talking about their business, their story, their passion, that, or a product. It's, it's so specific on what we're usually creating the content on. I don't really do that goes very wide once you get into that. So, and that's usually a different, thing.
And a lot of times, like Fela, if I understand correctly, you are the conduit to connectivity. Like, you got the software, the tools to deliver this content. So while you may influence or give suggestions, like you're saying, this is your client's voice.
Yeah.
Right? That's
I'm
awesome.
making it look and sound great.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
That's
it. Yeah.
So in terms of how you deliver social media, not necessarily at your location, Michael, but for Fela and Bobby, how are you setting up the delivery of your social media? Are you setting it up through a team, or do you have dedicated people, or how does that work?
Oh yeah, it's a team. It's too many moving parts when you post for them, and I'm like Michael in a way that they actually give me the copy though. Like I'll have access, and they'll like, we want this with this video, and that's just another service though. But we're not the ones necessarily writing, putting it out there. So,
Yeah, I think we've actually found this to be a very difficult, service, if you will, for a client, because it isn't something one person can do. Like, because there's a visual element, there's voice and tone and copy, there's strategy behind why you're posting what you're posting. So, like, to get a post up, if you're doing it proper, like for a decent-sized brand, I mean, there are a few Swiss Army knife folk out there that I feel like I've seen that can understand the voice tone, great writers, can know the goals of the brand and carry out a social post. But usually if they're able to do that, they're not wanting to do social posts. So it's rare to find them. And so if you think about that, the size of a team, so when a company comes and we're like, starting at like 10 grand a month or whatever to do a handful of posts for you, they're like, what? Like just to put some stuff on, on Insta. And I'm like, yeah, because we could post random noise, but if you really want us to like move the needle and like get to the why and the goals of your the deliverables that you're looking to do, then it's going to take all those subject matter experts, the strategist, the graphic designer, the photographer, the videographer, or animation, and then writing the copy to have the voice of the brand, and then a project manager to oversee that. Like, it just goes on and on. It's like 6 people to do a post. And so it's a very challenging component to that digital marketing mix I was referencing in the beginning, but it is also super important. So how we do it, as you just heard, is with a legitimate team that is going to take everything from project management to our experienced marketing team. They literally are looking at it from every angle, from the research to how to write the copy, what the voice should look like, building out the calendars, all those pieces. And people think when they see a post that you just literally go like that. We've had 3-day shoots to get one post that was for a Christmas post for a brand with 8 people on set, getting this one little post that I guarantee you most people want just like this. It's crazy. So it's an interesting And, you know, while social media is more quantifiable today, it reminds me of the internet very early on, where brands were like, I don't know what it is, I just need to be on the internet, build us a website. And then there was like you know, a moment in time where social media was like, I don't know what it is, but I have to be there because that's where everybody's at, right? And now it is getting more measurable, and you can quantify the value of what you're spending on that. But it is absolutely an interesting component of the digital marketing mix.
Yeah, so I was hearing you mention quantifiable, and I know Michael had mentioned using Google and the tools that Google has. What tools specifically do you use to perform your measurements?
Well, how much money we're making is one of them.
But Google My Business is
Yeah.
the app.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
that they're most,
Yeah, Google My Business, and AdWords has a back end where I can go in there and see how many clicks we had and impressions and conversions, and then we use a CRM, which is a content or customer relationship management software called SharpSpring. So whenever we get a lead or someone opts into one of our forums, they go into there and it automatically sends them like emails, like different paths of emails. So like if they opt in that they want a video, the next thing that happens on the website is a link to Calendly to schedule a call, which, by the way, if you guys need to schedule yourself, Calendly is amazing. But anyway, it can be built into your website so someone can schedule a call. And if they do that, then it automatically sends them an email that says, hey, thanks for scheduling a call. It'll be with this guy. Here's what to be prepared for. If they don't, what we're paying for with Google is their email and for them to schedule a call. Really, we need them to schedule a call. So if they don't schedule, they get another set of email chains. It's all pre-written, and they'll say, hey, you know, thanks for contacting us. Blah, like, did you know video can do this, this, and this for your business? Schedule a call. And then if they don't do it, it'll 3 days later, another email comes, and it's all automated. So those are called funnels, like marketing funnels. When people opt into your landing pages or website and stuff, you should, if you work, the company you work for or for yourself, you guys should have like these funnels to follow up with them to try to get them to take whatever action you want, which for us is to ultimately schedule a call. Now for social media, like I said, we use that just for to attract talent. So we don't really have a way to measure that. But one thing that I didn't really know about social media when I first got started is that you can schedule all that stuff out. There's a thing called like Hootsuite or CoSchedule where you can go on there and you can do all your social media for the whole week or the whole month. Takes you 2 hours or whatever, and then it'll just automatically send it all out. So that's kind of a cool little shortcut for anyone getting started in social media, is that you don't have to remember to do it 3 times a week. You can just do it once and schedule it. So
awesome. So I think this is kind of a fun question, but are there any social media fails or even content creation fails that you would like to share with us, that, you know, or pitfalls that maybe our students here would want to avoid?
The first thing that comes to mind for me is that we spend a lot of money advertising on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn. We haven't really gotten very much business on that. I've had lots of people say, oh, you're doing it wrong, do it this way. I haven't figured out how to do it yet, and I spent a lot of money on that. So that was one pitfall that I did. So I don't know. Now I'm like, okay, I've tried this 3 or 4 times. Like, the next guy that comes and says, you're doing it wrong, I'm just not, no, dude, I'm fine. I'm not going to do it again. It's a mistake over and over again. But I don't know. Other than that, not really. I think we haven't done, you don't want to post anything inappropriate. It would be, I guess, instantly regret. But
on your essentially personal, that's for yourself, but for business, I mean, it's about business. It's about, what you're doing, and, that's where you don't have to be as humble. You could just show, your best work and keep it moving. I never spent money either on I didn't spend a little money on Facebook, but I didn't see anything anything come out of that as well. But LinkedIn, I would just get connections through that. And I don't.
It's so great.
Yeah, I do have like the premium user. So, but no ads really, but it still kind of ranks you higher, and more people see your stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with them. I don't have anything that's really coming to mind, but on this topic, I will share, like, as you get out there into that workforce, it is just a gentle reminder, like, it is turning into more of a gig economy, in my opinion, and, sort of, what your brand reputation and who you are and what you look like, people are going to go look at that. So keep that in mind, like your sort of social hygiene, if you will, like making sure that everything is, in good keeping for those employers or potential contracts that you may be in pursuit of. So yeah, just a little bit of advice on that, because I didn't really have anything that I could recall to answer your immediate question.
But I will also confirm that I check people's social media channels, like their personal ones, before I hire them. And if they're out partying every night, then to me, that's a red flag. Like, they're high probability they might not show up at work, or they're irresponsible or whatever. So party all you want, just don't take pictures of them and put it on the internet,
Exactly. People Google you all the time, so yeah, don't.
Yeah, so there ultimately could be a lot of personal fails, right?
Yeah,
than business
it'd be
fails.
more personal, exactly, than business.
So she asked the question, what do people think what do I think when people don't post anything? Nothing. I just think that doesn't hurt you, in my opinion. Unless, like, if you're going for like a social media job, I'd probably expect to see that you knew how to do that, but no, that's fine.
Yeah, because I think we're at a place where I think a lot of people are getting socially gassed. Like, they're just like, I don't really want to post on any of these channels. I'm over it a little bit. And so, yeah, I don't judge that by, anything. And if you're like a social media specialist and like your channel's not great, probably an indicator though that may not be the best for that role, or for what we're looking for. But yeah, that was just a little extra advice sprinkled in there.
But I guess in marketing, if you're gonna be in something like this, you should.
Yeah,
you do. You need a footprint.
Yeah.
Even if it's just towards your career, but it's under your personal, just do it that way, and don't ever, that's how I am. I don't post private stuff. Everything is business based.
Right. And I actually have had several students come up to me and ask me to look at their social and give them input on it. And the one thing and this is just a personal preference, it has nothing to do with like any kind of data sets or anything to prove what I'm saying is accurate. But I have this thought, like, if you don't want to compartmentalize or silo your like work versus your personal, it's just nice to have like I think break it up in a third, and a third, right? Like, so maybe a third's your personal and like a little bit of who you are. Maybe a third of it is the work you are working on, so we can kind of see what your work in progress looks like. And then maybe the third part is like more portfolio-esque pieces that you want to show about where you're trying to track as far as your career path goes. So that's just my personal advice on that. But, ones I've seen where people are struggling, like, should I be posting like personal stuff in this one? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think just have a nice mix so that people can kind of get the flavor on who you are and what you're like, and some of the work you're working on. So.
Awesome. So are there any specific success stories that you would want to talk about, like even within your own business, and how did that play into building your business?
With social media, you mean? Or?
Oh, well, with social media, with content that you've created, it doesn't matter.
Well, I would say the thing that's made us the most successful was using Google Ads or AdWords, or I don't know, whatever they call it now. Is that, before I had that, when I first started my business, I had a strategic partnership with one guy who gave me like a ton of referrals. And so I ran my business off of pretty much that relationship from him for the first 2 or 3 years. But eventually that dried up, and there would be many times I'd be like, just kind of, the phone did not ring. Like, no, people were not finding us at all. And I was really worried about how that I was going to continue to get business. Some people would call us back that wanted, additional content, but then we tried Google, and the first time that we tried Google, we hired a company to help us with it, and they said, like, you got to put $300 a day, and I was like, I cannot afford that. So I tried $50 a day, and it was like $1,500 for the month. I got one call, and it didn't close. So then he's like, dude, you got to put more money on per day. So we're casting it over the entire country. So I was like, all right, well, let's try $300 a day. So that's for 5 days. And I got 7 calls, and I still didn't close any. And I was like, F Google, I'm not doing that. This thing does not work. So then after 3 more months of the phone not ringing, I'm like, okay, I got to try this thing again. So I called them like, well, what if we just like try to do it not in the whole country, but just in every big city in America so that our budget doesn't get burned up so quick. And I spent that same $1,500 and started to get like calls on a regular basis. And then I was able to spend more money and increase, the daily budgets and stuff. And now we spend, probably like 10 to 15 grand a month on Google. But that is like, I guess the point of my story is that there's advertising online and stuff like Google has been just game changer for us. And I failed at it the first 2 times, and then I finally figured it out. And I did actually close a deal on that $300 a day, but it took like 3 months to close it. So anyway, Google's been like the biggest transformation for our business. So hopefully that's not going away anytime soon, and I'll change it. Do that stuff.
Well, the story that initially got me into content, which I've told it a lot, but it was with LinkedIn. And when I Brad told me, he's in the house right there, he told me to get my LinkedIn page together, and I was like, okay. And this was 11, 12 years ago. Nobody was doing anything with LinkedIn at that time. So after, a while of failing, and like Michael, you get down to this desperation. Okay, I got to try something. One day I just put in a bunch of content. I put up my picture. I put my cover, the background cover. I made it look nice. And then I started recording, 2-track recording my live gigs that I liked, and then posting them. And then 8 months later, I get a call from 7-time Grammy Award winner Christian McBride to go out on tour. That was when I realized, this content thing, people are looking, and it's heavier people that look for, especially on like Google and your LinkedIn's, big companies with real budgets. That's where they're at, and that's where we, are always casting our net as well, because of just from my personal, and then now I've turned it into my business as well, and just realizing the mass creating lots of content just pushes you up on every platform, on Google, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and anytime somebody looks that up, you'll show up. Like, you'll show up in all the major cities when you're looking for video. So yeah, that was the first win that made me realize how important putting yourself out there, is. And now I've turned it into a business that I enjoy, helping people get this same like rush. Like, and you feel like you have control finally of your career.
Yeah.
And of your business. So, it's just constantly looking for those things that you finally, okay, here we go. Let's go.
So how about you, Bobby?
Yeah, well, I can think of one story that's, kind of comes up when you bring that question to us. We had some blog content that was posted, and one of our team members wrote it, and we definitely had thought about it and made it very content rich and searchable rich, in the sense of like, hey, if people are searching for some of these terms that we've laced in here, it's probably going to yield the right kind of client if they get to it. And it sat there, it was up forever, and one day out of nowhere we received a call from from a museum, and won't go into the details on that, but it literally launched us into a vertical where now we've done 4 or 5 different museums and continue to get that kind of work all off of one blog post. And so it's just really interesting how it ultimately comes down to content. And, you know, we're pretty bad about, you know, it's that, I don't know, there's so many different sayings, but, you know, you've heard like the cobbler's shoes or whatever. Like, you don't take care of your own stuff because you're too busy taking care of everyone else's. And I think we fall victim of that a lot. We end up being so busy working on client work that a lot of times we neglect ourselves. And I think every time we are reminded by the power of content, like that blog post, I mean, ultimately is responsible for 7 figures worth of work. Wow. Which is nuts, right? Yes. One blog.
No, 7.
No, 7 is, yeah. Oh, it's in the million range, yeah. And so, you know, and again, it was all because of one blog post ultimately, but then it wasn't responsible for all that revenue. But then once we did one of the museums, then we were searchable for that vertical, right? Because they would see that, they would look at that museum and say, who built this? Mm-hmm. And then the other museums are like, we have to talk to them because they're doing the way they built their, you know, reservation engine, or the way they built like the flow of the content was really cool and it's future thinking. And so the next museum showed up, and then the next museum. So like, again, but if you go back and trace it back, you look at like, there are those one moments like you talk about that are kind of pivotal.
Yeah, I mean, as I heard Phil, but I've said this too. It's a lottery. Like the content, you never know what that one piece could, you know, be life changing for your client or yourself.
Yeah, so it's sort of like when things go viral, like the ice bucket challenge, I guess. You know, you have that moment, and that's like your success. So in terms of protecting your content and data within your business, what types of mechanisms do you put in place to ensure that you're keeping things protected?
Well, we have cyber security, or I forget, some kind of cyber insurance that a lot of the big companies we work with, they want every insurance known to man as part of your, which I just hate. Insurance is just literally just giving away money. But anyway, we have cyber insurance to protect against that, supposedly. And then we have an internal server that we keep everything on, all of our, and depending on the client, some of them have certain online tools that they can use. Like some can only use Dropbox, some only will use Box, some will only use SharePoint. So different companies have approvals for those, like, I guess, firewalls, or I don't really know the technical terms, but is that right? Yeah. So we're only allowed to use certain platforms with certain clients to protect their data. As far as like the content that we make for our clients, we're work for hire, so it's theirs. Like, it's not really technically ours, but those are kind of the way. We don't really have to do a whole lot. We're not working with super secret stuff very much, so it's not too much of an issue for us. But
we're same as him. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just kind of find a point off of that to speak on, because I think we're sort of what he said. It's usually the client stuff. It's usually fairly protected, but I will give you this one bit of advice. If you are going to create content, you know, on the other side of that coin, for what he's talking about, is don't take people's content and republish it, or don't like find, you know, an audio music clip and be like, oh, this is just some random artist, I'm going to throw it on here. Like, there are people legit, their whole day job is to go find you and basically hunt you down, and they're not, their goal is to get paid, and so it's, you know, you're most likely not going to come out on top on that one. So just make sure everything that you are publishing, if it, you know, has some type of licensing agreement, you're following all the parameters for that, and, you know, you'll be in much better shape.
I'll say something else about like sharing stuff is that like on our social media, sometimes our artists want to share what they're working on, and sometimes that's okay if the client, doesn't care. But other times, some of our clients, we're not even allowed to tell anyone that we work with them at all. And so they're not. So our general rule at our company is you can't share anything without permission. The other thing that I've had happen before is when we finished a video, I knew it was okay for us to share with this particular client their content, but I put it up on Vimeo publicly, and then I got a call from them, the guy we were working with. He's like, hey, did you guys post that video we're working on? I was like, well, yeah, and I thought it was okay. And he's like, well, we haven't even posted it yet. And when you Google the thing, your link comes up first. And I was like, yeah, so I was like, oh, that's really bad. So now we don't post. I wait. I'll let them get some time online with it before we share it at all, like 3 to 6 months. Then I'll make sure I ask them, and then I'll share it. And there'll be some projects too where you'll have an NDA where you're not allowed to say that you ever worked on it ever. So in that situation, you make sure that you don't share, because then you'll be in breach of a contract, and they probably won't hire you again.
All right, so I would like to open it to some audience questions, see if anybody has questions. We have some over here. I guess we can start over here.
I just had a question about LLCs. Particularly, when would you say is the best time to start an LLC versus just staying a sole proprietor?
When you're making money. Don't just start a business when you don't even have clients. Because, yeah, there's such a transition in between there anyway. DBA it till you really can afford it, because, you need to get you an accountant. You need, it's some legit stuff you need to get done before you go into that LLC. Because I went into it a little early, and I was like, God, a lot of money kind of was wasted when I should have just held back a little bit longer and then went into the LLC. So for me.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. The one thing that you're kind of gambling with there is personal protection in the event. So like you said, if you don't have really any clients, you don't need to go incorporating like that day. But, if you really are getting into like more strict like contractual obligations, it is good to have that sort of protection over yourself. So and going through and understanding what the meanings between the different types are, like, are you an S corp, or, are you, what is the structure that's going to, limited liability, but which type, and then which type's going to make the most sense for the type of work you're going to be delivering. So I would highly suggest talking to an accountant when you're ready, because they're going to be able to instruct you. I'm the same as her. I waited way too long. I had like 4 people working for me, and my accountant was like, this is not like the way you do this. We need to get you incorporated. So luckily I never ran into that situation that I'm telling you, but I would hate for to see you like gamble it and wait too long, and then you run into an issue that kind of gets tied to your name personally.
Do you want to start a business in the state of Florida?
A business? Oh, sorry. I have a business already, technically.
Okay.
I do like freelance editing and different video productions on the side. But I don't have any, LLC, any paperwork signed.
So you don't, as far as the IRS is concerned, you don't have a business.
No.
So if you want to start a business in Florida, you just go to sunbiz.org. It's very easy. It literally take you it's kind of confusing the way that the website is, but it takes about 5 minutes to start an LLC and about $150. And then once that you submit for that, you wait like about 4 to 6 weeks, and you'll get a notice from the IRS that will give you your tax ID number. And that's like the social security number for your business. So then you'll use that on all of your bank accounts, all of your everything. And so that's kind of the benefit of and then like Bobby said, when you have an LLC or an S Corp or whatever they advise you to do, which I would recommend one of those two, but then you're protected. If your company gets sued, they can't take like your house, because that's not part of the company. But if you're a sole proprietor,
it's a shell for you. It's basically a protector for you.
Yeah, they can take all your stuff if you're just a sole proprietor. So.
Okay, and then just, I guess, one quick last thing. So, like, you mentioned expenses. You know what I'm saying? Like the expenses of keeping an LLC up. What do those expenses look like? Because I know you just said like $150 on.
It costs $150. It's a one-time fee, dude. And then every year you have to. It'll ask you to file an annual report, which is just. I mean, it's so easy. You just like put your. I can't remember what it is. Just like put your name and like check a couple of boxes. Boom, annual report filed, and that'll keep your LLC in good standing. At least that's how it is in the state of Florida. And you do that through SunBiz. But as far as your expenses go, it can get really messy if you start spending money on your personal credit card and for business expenses. So I learned pretty quickly. I have a bank account and a credit cards only for the business. I do not spend anything else except for that for business stuff on those accounts. So even if you're doing a sole proprietor and you have a personal account, I would recommend, or you're just going to be a sole proprietor for a while, I'd recommend getting a credit card that you only do business expenses, because when you go back to track all your expenses for taxes, if it's all on one credit card, real easy to find. If it's in your debit card with McDonald's and everything else, it's really hard to track all that stuff. So trying to keep it separate with credit cards and bank accounts is really important. It's worked well for me anyway.
Thank you. Get an accountant. That's the accountant.
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, my name's Curtis Allmeyer. I'm going through the SimBiz program here, and I have a bit of a question about kind of mindset as you guys have progressed through your careers. So, were you always certain that you were going in the right direction? Was failure ever an option? Did you have a fallback plan? So how did you kind of think through that process as you went through your careers?
Hey, real quick, how many people would think you have a question? Just curious. Just want to pay attention to time. So on that note, one of us will answer so that we give everybody, because if we all are going to answer, we're not going to get to you guys. So you want to take this one?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was thinking about that, so I didn't hear your question.
Mindset.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, you can only fail up. Just do. I mean, you do have your doubts sometimes, but I mean, it's just keep going, and it's a little bit every day towards that goal and that vision that you have, and continuing on every day.
And you've all heard it, so I'm just like, I'm going to repeat something that you're going to get tired of hearing, but it does tie back. You can't possibly continue to do it without the passion. It's just not possible. You will, and I feel like so many people are willing to go the 1 mile, but I believe in this mentality of like, if you go to the 2nd mile, a lot of people fall off. And I remember early on I had a client that I wanted. It was like year 1 of my business. And they were like, oh, it's so nice of you to reach out, but you're not ready for us kind of thing. And I remember like 5 years later, I'm like, I'm going to reach out to him again. And I reached out and they were like, oh, you're still in business? I'm like, yeah, this is a real deal. I'm not going anywhere. And so I think, that reminder that the only thing that's going to get you past the failures you're talking about to hold the mindset is at the end of your passion. So if you can't be true to that, then you're going to have a hard time. You're going to kind of flop around a little bit. So stick true to whatever that is, and you'll want to keep going even when you fall down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, who else? Over here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shantiera. You can say Shanti. I just graduated with my Master in Entertainment Business. I wanted to know what would be one of the systems that you guys utilize to track your original organic traffic as far as like marketing systems. I'm familiar with SEMrush, but outside of Google Ads, I wanted to know if there's any other systems that you guys also use to track your actual audience and the traffic.
I'll look at the analytics on my social media just to kind of see what's going on and who's looking where. But that's about it for my own personal bit for the business. Yeah.
SEMrush is great.
Yeah, we
like
use that
good
too.
good call on that because you can like also do competitive analysis work through SEMrush. So gives you an idea what the data sets look like. So I think that's a good spot.
We use Crazy Egg to see where people are going on our website and try to, make changes to that, based on where people are clicking.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one before, so I'll definitely check that one too. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more question.
Right back here.
This question's from the YouTube live stream. Bobby asked, as far as promotion for music, what social media do you see best for building a fan base and reaching more people?
For music in particular, I think there's so many. It's so hard to say. What would you say? I would say, using YouTube for sure.
Yeah.
And then for more like burstable content, having like a TikTok or something like that, I think would be big to me. That's where I seem to find music.
Yeah, that's where I would start.
Okay. Yeah.
Same.
There you go.
And create your own page. Create a musician page. Don't have that on your personal. Create it so that you can do different things with the content as well. So.
Well, I think that wraps up our session. And before we thank our guests, I just wanted to remind everybody that you can check out their profiles in the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. So you can read a little bit more about what they do, their background, their successes, and why they're here today. So thank you so much to our panelists.
Yeah, please reach out and connect. I would love to meet each and every one of you.
Welcome back in, everybody. I'm Ellie Davis, a graduate of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, here with my co-star, Brandon, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about, what you've got going on, your, association with the program.
So I'm Brandon Daniels. I've been in sportscasting for about a year now. Got about 6 months left. I'm excited to be here finally at Hall of Fame. My first one, unfortunately, will be my last, but it's been an incredible week so far, and it's been a joy to be a part of it, and of course, a joy to be sitting on this desk as well.
Yes, absolutely. And don't forget, you can always come back.
I hope so. I hope to. Well, you are right now as a graduate, so technically same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are so excited to be here in what the students of Full Sail affectionately call the Fishbowl for the very first year of this show, Hall of Fame Live.
That is right. The Entertainment Business Building is usually where Full Sail students attend class, but once a year for Hall of Fame, it gets converted into a multimedia streaming hub. Now, alumni return to hold workshops, panels, educational sessions, all right here from this building.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you just saw in the last session, we will be bringing a select few of them to you live. And don't worry, if you missed any of the stream panels, you can always watch them on Full Sail's YouTube channel.
Well, I think what we have to do right now, I think it's time to give away some prizes.
Some more prizes?
I think it's time. We're doing it all day. We have to continue.
Absolutely. And earlier, if you were in here, we were doing trivia. This time, all you got to do is show up. So we are going to give out some shirts here.
So do they have to do the Hall of Fame shuffle, or is that not a thing?
Do we want to have them do the Hall of Fame shuffle?
I think we have to. We'll kill it for now.
I think we'll just give them some
shirts.
shirts.
It's okay. The shirt's probably easy.
If you guys are ready for some shirts, there goes one. Oh, very interesting. We'll go one in the back.
Who's next? Oh, what a catch off the rebound.
One over here.
Oh, come on, guys.
Really aggressive out here.
Come on, guys. Oh, let's go that way. Let's go that way a little bit.
One more. Oh.
All right.
Very interested in the shirts.
I mean, that was pretty cool. A lot of shirts getting thrown out. That was a ton of fun. But of course, one of the most important things, do not forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, as well as Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF, Full Sail Hall of Fame, throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame.
Alrighty, and speaking of socials, it's time to read some tweets.
Ooh, let's do it. It is such an honor to reconnect and visit with the entertainment business faculty at Full Sail. Coming from Phil Palin, one of the legends here at Full Sail. Absolutely incredible. He's been here all week. It's been amazing to see him, and it's great to see that.
Alrighty, this one comes from Storm Ye. Hanging out with friends and networking. We talked about this a little bit earlier. It is such a crucial part of attending the school. Just talk with anybody that you can, exchange contact information, especially in sportcasting. Send over a demo reel. You never know when you're going to see them again.
Exactly. Next one, I'm on campus all day Wednesday, Thursday. Any students welcome to hunt me down and share, talk shop, and make a new friend from Gary Rizzo, another legend of Full Sail University. Again, it's great to see so many teachers, past Hall of Famers coming back, current Hall of Famers being on campus this week, and of course, all of the students. It's so great to see all of them connecting, like you said, networking and gaining new connections for their careers.
Yeah, and coming all the way from Hall of Fame 1.
That's true.
This one says, be excellent to each other, hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame. You're never too cool to be kind.
Pretty simple. All right, last one, bumping into, learning from, and having great conversations with legends. Of course, legends all across. There's two of them sitting right there. And of course, like we've been saying throughout this entire show, legends coming out through all different walks of life right here to Full Sail University.
Multiple opportunities to speak with them. And while you're on your phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. It's the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. Here's a video on how you do panels and presentations during Hall of Fame week.
Throughout Full Sail University's Hall of Fame week, students can attend a series of conference-style sessions held on our Winter Park campus. Attendees are invited to learn, engage, and make connections with graduates, faculty, and industry professionals during these sessions, many of which are also live streamed for online students. With panels, presentations, and workshops covering topics across the fields of entertainment, media, business, and technology, as well as career-focused sessions devoted to networking, mentorship, and more, students can get a perspective on what their chosen careers are like in the real world. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
Make sure you download that app. How else are you going to soak up all of this knowledge from our incredible Hall of Fame grads?
Absolutely. And speaking of incredible Hall of Fame grads, let's hear more about Hall of Fame 11 grad Michael Cardwell.
When I was 10 years old, I was at a IndyCar race with my family. And I remember I took a picture of a car, like driving around the track. And my dad was into photography, and he looked at my picture and he's like, that is a really good picture, it's good framing. I remember that day specifically because I thought, wow, I think I'm actually pretty good at this. I never really considered myself a creative person. You know, that was probably the earliest memory I have of wanting to get into film and video. So in high school and as a kid in my teens, I was pretty lost. I turned to alcohol and drugs and making a lot of bad choices. In my 20s, I hung out with a lot of artists and musicians who also were making bad choices, drugs and alcohol, but I really admired how they were making something that they could look at or listen to that was like cool and I felt proud of. They inspired me to find my own art, which was video. I think the most important person that's helped me on my journey is probably my mom, because she's the one that found Full Sail for me. She's the one that, you know, supported me while I was here and believed in me. I literally came from rehab to Full Sail like almost the next day, and I haven't gone back to that life ever since. So after graduation and being in Orlando, I worked freelance in some different jobs. One of those jobs was filming a seminar at the airport Marriott. The guy who owned that company, his name is Sean, and at that time, Sean had 11 clients that were all in that room. He had a big job where we were gonna go around the country and film a movie about all of his most successful clients. I was like, I don't think I can do this. And he's like, dude, just quit your job, start your own company. I'll help you, I'll mentor you, I'll give you some referrals, you're gonna be fine, you can do this. I was like, all right, screw it, let's do it, you know? So I took the money from that job and a little bit of other money I had saved up, and I started the company with that. Bo was the very first person that I hired at the company. I don't know, for him, maybe he was a little bit worried, like, oh, I'm working out of this dude's house. Like, I don't know how this thing's gonna turn out.
He was pretty honest. He's like, look, I don't have an office or anything like that, but this is what it is. And if you're okay with that, then I think we can move forward. Meeting Mike at the cafe for the interview was really nerve-wracking. I didn't know what I was getting into, but when you meet Mike, you kind of feel like you've known him for a while, because he's just talks to you with a smile and is interested in you and what you're capable of doing.
All the people that work with me at Digital Brew, like, they all are really passionate about what they do. And I think those are the types of people I want to surround myself with. Bo just has a special place in my heart because, you know, he's been there since the beginning. You know, he probably took a chance on me. I just love having him there. I'm so appreciative for him every day. I tell him that all the time, but, you know, here it is again, Bo. You're getting here again now. I appreciate you, man.
It was a huge honor for him to ask me to induct him. We've always kind of been in this together. Now, 8 years later, I'm super proud of all the work we've done.
When I came to Full Sail, you know, I wanted to work on cool stuff. I wanted to be in film and video and movies, or, you know, whatever format that takes, because I want to make stuff that I feel proud of and that, like, that is, like, cool, you know? Now to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, just like, it's like, I came here with a dream to just be a normal person. It's not just a place where I started my career. It's a place where I started, like, my new life. So this just feels so good. I'm so humbled, and it just means so much.
Ellie, you know, I was so excited about this fact that I'm about to tell you that I jumped the gun earlier, but I'm going to tell you right now. Did you know that there are 72 Full Sail University Hall of Fame grads? That's pretty cool, right? I would say that's pretty cool.
I didn't know that before. I do know now.
There you go. This year's class of 6 inductees will be welcomed into the family at Thursday night ceremony, which you can watch live right here on Full Sail Live, on Hall of Fame Live.
It's going to be a very exciting time. But for right now, let's meet another one of this year's inductees, Justin Rathbun.
My name is Justin Rathbun. I am a 2000 show production graduate from Full Sail. I'm currently the head audio engineer on Hamilton, an American musical on Broadway here in New York City. The favorite project that I've worked on in my career is, and it happens to be my current one, and that's Hamilton. And the only reason I say that is it's been such a journey since I started working on that show in 2013, being on that roller coaster ride of what it was in the beginning, performing a show at the White House, like being able to be a part of such an incredible experience. I mean, it's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. My theater ritual starts with meeting up with the Backstage crew. There are 3 sound folks that work on Hamilton on a nightly basis. We check every single microphone. I check every single microphone in the pit. We check every single microphone that goes on an actor. As far as personal rituals before the show, I tend to get out to the desk maybe 3 or 4 minutes before the show is actually going to start. I do some deep breaths. Just make sure my focus is in the right place, make sure I don't have anything else that's on my mind, and if it is, try to get it out of there, because the next 3 hours I don't have time to worry about that. But I do some stretches. I loosen up as much as I can before I sit down for a 3-hour session of mixing a show.
So the fishbowl is packed right now, and we can see all of these students behind us doing a great job networking. What do you say we, do another little giveaway?
I say we should give some more swag, because I feel like that's always fun, right?
Of course. We've got our own swag. Let's continue on.
I know. Who's first?
Do one right there.
Oh, there we go.
Do one way in the back. I'm so impressed with these throws.
Know, right?
Not going to lie to you.
Let's get another one all the way to the back.
One right there.
Oh, perfect.
One right there.
Boom.
I don't know about throwing sunglasses, so if anybody wants to come up here and use sunglasses.
You got to come up here, though.
You got to come up and...
If you want sunglasses, you got to come up here.
They told you not to throw scissors. We're also not going to throw sunglasses.
Keeping up the kindergarten
and
value.
Fanny packs. See, what a great addition.
I know. Fanny packs, sunglasses, T-shirts. We gave away some big prizes.
It's like Christmas.
It's like Christmas.
In March.
It's so great. It's so great.
You want to give the rest away?
You want one more shirt? You want one more here? We got a couple more. One more here. All right, we're
going to share the love.
We got one more shirt. I'm going to throw that like that. Boom.
What a throw.
I know. Not bad. Not bad.
So, Brandon, it's been a while since we've heard from Tracy. Let's see where she is now. Probably out on the back lot at the Student Creative Experience. Tracy?
What's up, everybody? It is me, Tracy Boo, again. We're hanging out by the student stage with my good friend and fellow MCBS grad, Ivan Emilio. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be here back, seeing real faces. It's just insane to me.
Real faces. Didn't you forget what faces looked like for a while?
Yeah, we were used to just 2D dimension Zoom calls, and now you can actually hug.
I know, it's so great. I'm so sweaty, but that's okay.
I'm sweaty too, it's fine.
So Ivan, you work for BuzzFeed. Tell us about what you do for a living.
Yeah, so I'm a talent host and video producer for BuzzFeed Pero which is their Latino channel, and basically I come up with an idea and I film it and edit it and post it and everything in between. Sometimes I get help. Sometimes I don't, but that's okay. That's the world we're living right now.
I love it. Pero it was really fun. I watched one of your videos where you were giving very American people Hispanic food, and they were all freaking out.
Oh yeah. That's how I started basically. I started just putting my friends on the spot on saying Puerto Rican slang words, and that video kind of went viral, and then BuzzFeed came in, and the rest is history, I would say. Yeah.
So there you go. Follow your dreams, people, and it will happen. But you know what? Since you're on BuzzFeed, social media, blah, 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 TikTok, I hear, is the thing these days?
It is the thing. It is the thing. I'm trying to get into it more and more, I'm a millennial, but I still dabble.
I'm way past millennial, but I think we should attempt the TikTok. Do you know the bougie Applebee's dance?
I've seen it a few times. I'm not a TikTok dancer. I'm more of a comedy guy over there, but hey. I like making a fool of myself.
Today, we're going to make a fool out of ourselves. Here we go. Hold, please. All right, good. We got this. Yeah, stretch it out. It started.
It started.
We start again.
Can we
do it again?
Do it again.
Restart it.
You gotta listen.
All right, take two. Take two. Take two.
Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake and some whipped cream on the top too. 2 straws, 1 check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam.
Hey, not bad for a millennial and super old lady, right?
That was not horrible. We can do better for sure, but hey, live TV, right?
Yeah, and we're tired. It's Hall of Fame time. But Yvonne, tell everybody how they can find you on all your channels.
Yes, please, you can all find me at the Ivan Emilio on all social media platforms, and I love communicating with everyone, so please reach out. Let's have fun together.
Let's have fun together. It's about to rain. We're going to go. We're going to go. It's going to rain. Bye.
Well, Tracy, that was absolutely phenomenal. As a huge fan of TikTok, I don't know why they didn't ask us to do that dance.
That would have been kind of interesting. I don't know how big of a fool of myself I would have made, but still. Anyway.
Oh, huge, but imagine how much fun that would have been.
That would have been a lot of fun, that's for sure. But we still have some fun left in this day today. So let's take a look at our schedule of what's coming up at 4 p.m. today. So in FS3B 106, we've got our free-to-play screening and our Q&A. And then also in 112, we have from athlete to analyst. So some athletes and some former athletes turned analysts now in the sports industry making a name for themselves. That's going to be pretty cool to watch. So some cool things, some pretty exciting things left here today.
Now let's take some time to meet one of our Armada grads. Michael Hervmaster Hervo is a Full Sail game design grad, military veteran, former Armada player, and Armada coach. Let's check him out.
Games helped me out in a bad time in my life. My out through that whole thing was video games. Half-Life Counter-Strike was the big thing. What we used to do is we used to go to a junkyard that was really close to one of my buddy's houses, and we used to get computer parts from there, and we built up our computers. So all the computers that we would have were just like these riggedy rigs that like normally nobody would play with, but they worked, and we would just play each other on Counter-Strike, go online and play other people. 2-3 years after I got out of high school, I just said, you know, things aren't working out. I kind of needed a reboot. So I talked to my family about joining the military, talked to a recruiter. Within 3 months, I was active duty Army. I was a wheeled vehicle mechanic. So anything that had wheels in the Army, I worked on. It was some of the best experiences that I had in my life. I got to learn a lot of things. I was stationed in Korea for 2 years. I had an NCO who always talked about Full Sail. Always said that Full Sail was like the best school to go to for video games. Always said that, you know, if you want to learn how to code, you want to learn how to design video games, Full Sail's the way to go. Wasn't really thinking much about it because I was like, I'm going to do 20 years in the Army. I'm going to be a drill sergeant. I'm going to do all this stuff. And I got into my accident, messed up my shoulder, got a concussion, dislocated my hip. So I ended up calling before I got out of the Army. When I talked to them, it just kind of seemed like a fit. It was one of those conversations that you have with somebody that's like, hey, you like video games, we love video games, we would love to have you here. If this is what you would like to do, maybe we can help you get into it. And it was actually one of the best conversations I had with a college. There were a lot of ups and downs while I was in, because I do suffer from PTSD. When I first showed up, that was the one thing that they had preached. If you have a VA appointment, if you have anything, and then also having all of the veterans sit down and have a meeting and saying, hey, if you guys need something, here's my number. Contact me, call me, don't care what it is, don't care what time it is. You're having a bad day, you just need somebody to talk to, call me. And that really resonated with me. That actually like helped me to talk to the other veterans that were here, talk to the other guys that were going through the same thing. That's one thing that helps, knowing that I had others just like myself in that situation. When I first heard about all the different clubs that they had for video games, they were just like, oh yeah, there's this group, it's Armada, it's just starting out. They're like collegiate esports for college. And I was like, that kind of sounds like something I would do. And that's when we ended up starting the actual Counter-Strike team here at Full Sail, which being a part of the first Counter-Strike team at Full Sail was really cool. And also helping set it up and being a part of that process was really big to me. Even if it wasn't just Counter-Strike, it just showed me and opened the door to me saying, hey, you can do this. You can help not just yourself out, but other people out with playing video games. Every single day I was dropping 20 applications just to try to get a job. And then I got a message from Jacob from Full Sail. And he was like, hey, we have an opportunity. So would you be willing to have an interview and talk with these guys? They're called Esports Tower. I talked with them and everything just took off after that. Really good conversations, really nice guys, very awesome staff. We will bring you in, We'll have you start up and go and do all of this, small stuff, and then we'll have you build the team. I'm in charge of all of the players that come into our program, make sure that the players have everything that they need, and also training and teaching the coaches as well as the players. Positivity's always been a big part of everything that I've tried to teach, tried to be about, especially like within my past. I've noticed that preaching positivity, showing positivity, and having everybody just positive the entire time, it could be a difference between winning and losing. I'm not gonna lie to you, there's no way I cannot smile being at work the entire time. I mean, I'm playing video games and watching and helping people play video games as well. It's one of the coolest things that I've ever had to do in my entire life.
Oh, Michael Herview, what an incredible grad. And speaking of incredible grads, I'm here right now with none other than Hall of Fame 10 inductee, 2009 graphic design grad, 2010 digital arts and design grad, Margaret Haig. Hi, Margaret.
Hello. You nailed it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if you know, I didn't read that off prompter. That was all up here. So are you having a good time so far,
I'm
Margaret?
having a really good time. I forgot how much energy, I get from coming back to this. And man, we didn't do it for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I feel like at first I was like, oh God, I'm scared. A little bit of, social anxiety, but here we are in the throes, and I'm so glad to be back.
Oh, good. Is there anything in particular this week that you're really looking forward to? Any panels or just people you want to meet, new inductees, anything like that?
Yeah, it's always really hard to get time with the new inductees. So that probably won't be on my docket, this week because they're really busy. However, I have appreciated being on panels with people that I normally am not on panels with, right?
Okay.
So I got to be on a panel with Brian and a demo, earlier, Cully and Tom. That was awesome. I did a panel Monday. Also, what was that, yesterday? No,
it's
Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Tuesday.
I also don't know what day of the week it is. Don't worry.
Right. I did it yesterday with who was it? Shanae and Nadi. And we did a panel on women in tech on International Women's Day, which was really cool. So that was probably the apex of my week and the beginning, but
I love that. I love that. For anybody who doesn't know what you do, you want to give the little elevator pitch on who you
what my
are.
life is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So if I can explain it, I was trying to explain it to either a parent or a grandparent. So if you have an app on your phone, if you use anything, like TikTok, Amazon, I'm the person who designs essentially all the things that you're touching.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love the Capital One app, and I know you had some work in there with the credit.
Credit-wise, yeah.
Yeah, I actually that's how I check my credit score all the
That's so
time. I don't
cool,
use any other
yeah.
app because it's included because I have Capital One, so I love that. Yeah, I think of you when I open the app. No joke. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, to think that that my life, working for a bank and doing something in the credit space, and that so many people are touching it.
Yeah.
To think that me as a person, all 5'3" of me could have that kind of impact, on humanity is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. So when you were inducted, what was that experience like for you, being on stage? Was it very emotional? How did you feel?
Yeah, it was super stressful. Not stressful, but it was. I feel like it just takes you out of the comfort zone, right? Which is pretty accurate to who we all are at Full Sail. We're pretty introverted. We like being. I want to be behind the scenes famous. That's how we want to do. We want to power everybody else. And so in the situation like Hall of Fame, it essentially takes all of that away from you. It takes you completely out of your where you I don't know, under a nice blanket, warm. That's where I want to be. Full Sail was no. You're going to be standing here in front of a couple thousand people talking about your life. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. But you do a good job.
Thank you.
I can't tell that you're nervous.
Every single time we do something like this, I'm super nervous.
Do you have any advice for this year's inductees on how that's going to feel or what they can do to prepare for that moment?
So I leading up to the ceremony, doing sessions all week it's a lot. It's a demand on your time, and plus they're running around being chauffeured everywhere. Go here, do this thing. I would say if they could, I took the day off on Thursday.
Okay.
And I just did a whole day of self-care, getting ready, feeling my best for that day. I don't think I talked a lot at all. I maybe said 20 words the entire day leading up to the ceremony.
Yeah.
But I took a lot of time just to myself to be kind of alone and be ready for the night.
Oh, awesome. What do you miss the most about like being a student? Anything?
Wow. Making friends. It's so easy to make friends when you're a student, right? And you have like such a cool circle of people. You know, it's like kids are so great because their minds are so young and fresh, and they have that such beautiful perspective, and they haven't like been ruined by the world yet. I miss that. Sometimes I do miss having that like really playful nature when I'm creating something, right? And vibing off other people, because I'm kind of like an old lady now, you know, like a little bit ruined by everything.
Yeah, I can relate. Can we also talk about the best glasses at Hall of Fame this week? I think it's the two of us.
Are we killing it?
Yeah, we're absolutely killing it.
We both got kitty cats. We're great.
Yeah. It's a look. It's a look. So what's some advice that you would give to students to make the most of this week? You're kind of like, you were coming to Hall of Fame long before you were inducted, I imagine, as a student. You were hanging out. So
I was not. The first one was like
2009.
Right.
So and then you graduated that year, but then it was kind of low key still.
I was here for the one with Jason Whitmore and that whole thing. He was like a big deal because being in DAD. So I remember we came in here and saw like a lecture with him.
Oh,
like,
cool.
Literally in this room. Yeah. It wasn't like it is now. It's completely different. You know, like I just said yesterday, I was like, I wish we had this. Like, it's so cool. Everybody. Imagine all the new people you get to meet this week as well. You know, from like all different degree programs. Yeah. And how special is that? Because I feel that we're like, if you're in class or going through stuff, you're normally kind of in your own lane. And so this kind of breaks that mold a little bit, and you get to interact, and I love that.
Right. Cool. I think that we're going to watch a video about you now. Is that exciting to watch yourself on screen? Do you remember this one? This is your
I really love that video. Thanks to all of you and the team at Platinum Creative. They crushed it. They gave me I will say it's one of the best gifts I've ever been given. It's just kind of like my life and my story and my heart in like a 5-minute video. It's like, I don't know what the word is. It's super priceless and it's great. And honestly, when I'm feeling down, I go and watch that video.
Oh my goodness.
It will like lifts me up, you know, it's great.
Okay, you're making everybody in control cry. I'm about to cry, so let's play the video before it's waterworks.
I had gone to a traditional college, which was Penn State. I remember wanting to get into graphic design, but they only accepted 9 people a year. And you had to have a portfolio to do that. And I didn't have any of those things. All through high school, I was drawing. I was constantly like being creative and doing stuff. But when I had gone to Penn State, like I think I kind of abandoned a lot of that stuff. But I still had the hunger, you know, to just be creative and do something. I think at like 26 years old, I just packed up everything and came to Florida. And I don't know, started a new life, I suppose. When I started my class sessions, like I hadn't touched a computer in God, I don't know how long, you know. The one thing I really liked about going to school here is that it wasn't about handing in the best looking thing. It was about like your work ethic. And if you like met your deadlines and you were like really into like the work itself, you were rewarded for that. Every free night I had, I would come home and practice my craft. And I would start actually by finding things that I didn't understand. So like I would see these amazing visual designs and I'd be like, how does someone do that? And so I would take it and try to recreate it. So I did that a lot. All of a sudden, like my muscle memory was like starting to make stuff. And I think the first time in my life, I was like, I can't believe I made that. I've had several people in my career that I think have helped me become who I am today. I've been working at USA Today and now at Capital One with, his name is Eamon Burke, and he has been one of the best managers that I've ever had. I look up to him so much because I don't know how he handles it all. He is a father of 2 kids. He's a husband. He is a senior manager. He is a professor. I have a cat, and that's exhausting. I don't know how he does all of this and remains so calm and collected and being like, things will work out. I want to be like that.
Some of the biggest things that stood out about Margaret at an early stage in her career, especially at USA Today, were more so around just the creativity level she could bring to her work. But in addition to that, the passion level she brought to her work. And I've seen that level of passion evolve over time. You know, initially when we first met Margaret, it was very much visual design oriented. Her illustration skills, her UI skills, her ability to kind of bring in branding elements to the design work at USA Today. Through the time that we worked together at Capital One, where it evolved to being more centric around the user experience and the user's needs. Her ability to kind of have a really strong amount of empathy for our users and the customers of Capital One and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, Margaret could definitely relate to that.
I started working on this product called CreditWise, and this was huge for Capital One. And they were like, we're gonna make a free tool for everyone, and anyone can download it, and it doesn't matter if you're a customer or not. I think I remember my first day, and you do competitive research, and I had the moment of, I was like, I'm scared to check my credit score. And that spoke volumes to me. I downloaded another app, just to check my credit score. And I remember feeling, oh my gosh. And then it was like, well, what are other people feeling?
At Capital One, we all had to conduct our own user lab studies. And Margaret was in the room with the user. We were all behind a sort of two-way mirror watching the interaction. And we were learning about how customers view their credit scores or whatever it may be. And Margaret just had this really strong way to kind of connect with people in those interviews. Really having a deep interrelated conversation with someone she's never met before in her life. And it got the user so comfortable that we could learn a ton about their personal opinions. So Margaret had a really strong ability to kind of relate to people in that sense.
I have a personal mission to help people through tech. And how do I translate that? How do I make people feel like they're in control? I don't necessarily know where I'll be in 10 years, but I feel like that place that I'm going to be is probably a pretty special one.
That Margaret video is one of my favorites. She is one of my favorite Hall of Famers. Sorry, everybody else, but she just inspires me so much, and I look up to her so much. And I was having a hard time keeping calm talking to her just now because I just think that she is so fantastic.
I love that she's always giving back to the students. She's always talking to them, always has time for them. That's incredible.
Yeah, we love to see it. But I think now these people behind me really want some prizes. Yeah, make some noise. Okay, make noise for the prizes.
You know what time it is. As always, it's prize time here, guys. Some prizes.
They're they're a little too excited. Okay, now we're gonna dial it down.
All right, let's go.
Let's hand it over to our neighbor Scott with some prizes. They're so excited. We've created monsters.
All right, so who do I have here? What's your name and what program are you in?
My name is KJ Doyle, and I'm from the sportscasting program.
Hey, you're in sportscasting. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, great to meet you, KJ. Awesome.
What's your name?
Brandon.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I've heard you guys around, yeah.
Okay, so KJ, you know the deal. One question, you get to win a prize, all right?
Wow.
We're going to pick it for you. So, here is your question. Which popular Battle Royale style survival game features the iconic purple supply cache known as Loot Llama?
My gosh.
For all the marbles.
I'm gonna have to go. This is totally out of left field right now, but I'm gonna go with Fortnite.
Correct.
Hey,
That's
let's
right.
go.
All right. Dig them ditches. Let's go. Ooh, a T-shirt for KJ Doyle. I can't catch.
Oh my God.
All right.
I've always wanted a T-shirt.
Should I duck
now you
next
can match
time
with
I
me.
throw?
You can match with Scott.
Let's go.
It's the biggest thing.
Congratulations.
Take your time, though. It's okay. It's not like we got other people.
I got this. No, I got this.
You got it, KJ.
Okay, he's trying it on.
He's so trying it on. This is what Hall of Fame Week does for people. There you go.
Yeah.
See?
Hey,
Perfect.
can you hit the Hall of Fame shuffle?
Is it like that?
Yeah, be careful. Hold on. You might fall off. Be careful there. Okay. All right. Almost an accident here. Who's next? Who wants to win a prize?
Who's next?
You. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
I want prizes.
All right. Again, for all the marbles, we're winning prizes out here. This is going to be a good one, all right? All right, here we go. Which highly anticipated sequel follows Joel and Ellie's fight for survival against the infected and was Game of the Year at the 2020 Game Awards?
It's a great game.
The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 2 is correct.
Hey, it's too easy for him. It's too easy for him out
What
here.
is he going to win?
We could ask him another
I
question.
mean, it was too easy, but you got to get a big prize for it. An HP VR headset. All yours. This is Hall of Fame 12.
Let's go. Hey, what's the first game you're going to play?
First game I'm going to play? Elden Ring.
Yeah. All right.
Congratulations.
We got time for one more?
I think we can do another one.
Perfect. Let's do a couple
Yeah,
more.
let's go.
Who's next? Who wants to win a prize? Brandon, you choose.
All right. Let's Let's see. All the way in the back with the hair, yeah.
All the way in the back. with
Like
the
your hair, bro. So what's your name and what program are you in?
L, and I'm in the computer science program.
Awesome. Okay, L. So I'm going to ask you a question. Computer science, maybe you watch a little bit of HBO. So in season 4 of Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister gives a Valyrian steel sword to Brienne of Tarth. What was the name of that sword?
Oh man, I don't watch too much Game of Thrones. I don't even know. I can't.
I'll give you a hint. It's in this room. Maybe someone can find it. It's in this room.
Can somebody help him out?
I'll read the question, see if you can find it in the room. All right? He's going to phone a friend. In season 4 of Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister gives a Valyrian steel sword to Brienne of Tarth. What was the name of that sword? It's in the room. All right, they're going to discuss amongst one another. So hopefully he gets the answer right.
We got it.
Okay, you got it?
Oathbreaker? Is it the Oathbreaker?
Correct. It's the Oathbreaker. We kept the oath, and guess what? You get a prize. All right. You win a big one, buddy. You're getting an Oculus Rift headset. Courtesy of Full Sail, it's Hall of Fame week. We like to do great things. How do you feel? What's the first game you're going to play?
Oh, definitely something like Spider-Man, man. I saw Spider-Man on that, 100%.
Congrats, man. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, let's get one more.
Last one?
All right, here we go. Scott, you want to pick the person? I did it last time.
All right, let's go. We got room for one more. One more.
What do we got?
All right, you've been screaming. Let's go. Let's go. He's been screaming really loud.
He deserves it. All right, your name and your program.
Luis Sanchez Film.
All right, awesome. Not a film question. We'll see what you got here. All right. This artist won the 2021 Grammy for Best New Artist and Best Rap Performance with her hit song, Savage. Who was the artist?
I'll give you a hint. Another song. Shake that body, yaddy, 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 yaddy.
Lizzo?
No.
Oh my gosh! Hold on, we'll give you a hint. So, Beyonce's Black Parade, which won the 2021 Grammy for Best R&B Performance, was also a winner there. The two are very good friends. What do you got?
Some might say she's a horse.
A horse in the industry,
car, maybe a stallion. She's a stallion. She's a stallion. Can someone help him out? She's a stallion. Who is she?
We're going to give him some glasses for trying,
All
but we'll
right,
get
you know
somebody
what?
else out
You
here.
get
You
some
get some
glasses.
glasses for
Good
trying.
try, good try.
Thanks, bud.
Get something.
Hey, you know what?
All right,
Sometimes
you're
you
good.
can't win them all.
Oh, One more. We're going to have one more. We're going to hand one more.
One more?
One more?
One more. One more.
One last one.
Let's bring this lady with the pink hair. The lady with the pink hair.
Let's get you there. Wait, are you picking
Pink
someone?
hair. Bring the girl with the pink hair up.
Let's go. Yes.
Just bring a woman up.
And matching Shay's hair.
Don't forget about the women.
Alrighty. So, Brandon, take it away.
All right, what's your name and what program are you in?
My name is Alina, and I'm from Game Arts.
Okay. This is a tough question. Let's see if you can get it. This Grammy-nominated heavy metal band just recorded their 9th studio album, What the Dead Man Say, right here on campus. What was the band?
I need help. I don't know.
So you want to phone a friend? We'll get a hint first. So, a couple grads have been associated with this band. Okay, Darren Schneider is one of the main ones. Any guesses? We're gonna phone a friend, but any guesses?
No.
Okay, let's see if we can phone a friend.
All right, can someone help her answer this question, all right? Brandon, take it away.
The Grammy-nominated heavy metal band just recorded their 9th studio album here. All right, What the Dead Man Say. What is the band?
Yeah.
Huh? I gotta go with his answer. His answer is Trivium. Do you trust him?
Yeah, I trust.
That sounds like a trustworthy answer.
Well, you were right to because that's the answer.
That's the answer.
It's Trivium.
You win! Yeah! VR headset.
Another VR headset from HP. All yours for the trust.
What's the first game you're gonna play on this?
Probably the Spider-Man.
Always a good one.
Solid
Always a good
choice.
one.
Thanks for
Great
playing
choice.
along.
Thank you.
I would like to see her.
Thank you,
Brandon.
So
Thank
much
you,
fun, so
Scott.
much fun.
Good time doing trivia with you. We'll see you later, alrighty? Oh my goodness. What a good time giving out prizes. Don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. And of course, we're going to meet our next inductee, Stephanie Dawson. She's a Hall of Fame 12 inductee, a 2006 film graduate. Let's learn a little bit more about Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Dawson. I'm a 2006 film grad, and I work for WNET Group as a producer for Great Performances. Feature production is my first love and will remain so. I like being part of the production from start to finish. And when I'm line producing, I'm building the budget, I'm deciding how many crew members we're getting. So I like having my hands in everything, and that's my favorite role to play. I think it's very important for us as creators to recognize that we can create the stories that we want to tell, but we can do it responsibly. We can leave resources for the generation behind us. We can affect change. We can encourage conversation. So I think it's very important that we not only use our art to make the things that make us happy and tell great stories. When I'm in a position to do so, I like to use it to make our stories that much more impactful to everyone, as opposed to this kind of small, narrow view of who the audience is. We have a big audience out there that we would miss if we don't make our stories more diverse. When I first moved to New York City, I was living with my boyfriend at the time, who's a jazz musician, and he made a point that we went to every jazz club. And we went and saw Charlie Hunter. Near the end of the show, John Mayer walks in, and the whole, all the eyes turn to John Mayer. It's this crazy experience where he talks to Charlie and they have this whole thing. It's like we're not even there as an audience. And then he plays a set. And I'm just like, oh, this is what happens in New York. That's a quintessential New York experience that I will never forget. And it was one of my first years there, so it was just magical.
You just met 2006 film graduate Stephanie Dawson. Stephanie is a producer, line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. She is currently a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNET Group. Stephanie is also a founding member of Women Independent Producers, a networking group for New York producers, and serves as the Producers Guild of America's East Green Committee co-chair. A 1997 graduate of the digital media program, Bobby Jones is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, a globally recognized strategic creative agency partnering with culture-shifting brands across wildly different industries, including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and more. An advocate for innovation and an influential leader, Bobby pioneers Purple's ever-growing team of strategists, creatives, and engineers to deliver best-in-class innovative experiences for clients. Naughty K. Funny, we should speak about it. Naughty K is the current senior producer for Zynga. She's a 2011 game design graduate who began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working on QA on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers, Rise of the Darkspark, and Star Wars: The Old Republic. She's gone on to become a producer for indie games for Wicked Fun, in casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now mobile mogul Zynga. And what do you know? I've got Naughty K right here with me. Hi, Naughty, how are you?
How are you?
Good. So excited to see you get inducted tomorrow. I can't wait.
It's so crazy.
Yeah? How has the week been for you so far?
It's actually been really good. So I've relocated to the UK.
Oh, awesome.
So it's been bonkers, but it's been really super fun and amazing. And I'm so thankful for this opportunity, right? Like, who would have thought that I get to travel all over the world working in video games? It's like dream.
It's the dream,
exactly.
right? What are you looking forward to? I mean, probably the induction ceremony, but is there anything else you're really excited about this week, or that you've done so far that just really was like, oh yes, awesome?
So meeting all the inductees and the former Hall of Famers, I feel so unworthy because there's so much talent and incredible people that are here. And it's just I feel so lucky to be able to be here and participate in the Hall of Fame. And so it's just, I had no idea how massive this was, and it's just a whole different beast.
Oh, I love that. I love that. How has it been getting to know your fellow inductees? Pretty good, yeah?
I think the one sad thing is that we're so busy and we're getting whisked around everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't really get too much time to be able to just sit and chill and talk. So, but it's really nice to be able to just do a few little snippets hey, how are you doing? How's your day going? What panels do you have going on?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun and really a lot of energy. It's just
awesome.
Oh, great. And you know, Margaret was up here with us before, and I asked her what her advice was for new inductees. How can you kind of get ready for and she said she took off Thursday, and she just like pampered herself. She chilled. She took some time to just like be with herself and not feel. What are you planning to do tomorrow?
Tomorrow, let's see. So I have one panel that I will be doing in the morning.
Okay.
And then the rest of it is just like rehearsal and like getting ready. And then my parents are coming into town tonight.
Oh,
so
yay.
I'll spend some time with them because I haven't seen them in 3 or 4 months, I think. Yeah, so I'll just be spending time with family. Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen past induction ceremonies, but it's a lot of waterworks. How likely is it that you will cry?
So it's funny because Albert was like, we're taking bets. We're going to see who's going to cry. And I'm like, what? And then he's like, are you an ugly crier? And I'm like, what do you mean? So I'm just like, gosh, you're such an instigator. So I'm going to try really hard to not cry so I can make him pay.
Got it. You can really you can kind of hold it and just like choke yourself a little. And maybe if it comes down on the side, it's like, oh, I was yawning.
Yeah.
I was sleepy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, what's some advice that you have for students who want to get into game development? And any word of advice for them?
So definitely Full Sail is probably the best way to get in because it's definitely the most streamlined out of all the degree programs that are out there. Definitely be vulnerable and willing to work really, really hard. You're going to get out what you put in. So it's very important for you to utilize your time that you're here. And then, make sure that you're networking and spending time with all the people who are here because you have no idea where anyone is going to end up.
Right.
I have been able to rely several times on Full Sail alumni to help me get my next job. So it's been really amazing. I feel very lucky. It's one of those things where traditional universities will always boast about how wonderful their alumni network is, but Full Sail is definitely
unmatched.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
couldn't agree more. We were talking earlier about your move to the UK, right? You were in Austin when our team came out to interview you for your profile. So what has that transition been like going across the pond, as they say?
Yes. So shout out to everyone in Platinum. Miss you guys so much. Y'all are amazing. And what a wonderful job all of you guys are doing. So thank y'all so much. So it's been really... it's been kind of crazy, honestly, right? Because there's the slowdown in the ports, and then you have to hire drivers to move your stuff out of the warehouse into your home. So they've been constantly sending us emails about, hey, sorry, it's delayed, and then it's delayed again, and it's like, oh no, it made it, but now it needs to spend 2 weeks in customs, and so it's just been a wild roller coaster. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna give it up, go with the flow. Guess, yeah, because you can't. There's nothing I can control. So I'm like, okay, just let it go. Relieve the stress.
Yeah.
It'll get here when it gets here, hopefully soon, but we'll just make do with what we got.
Well, hey, you're living in my dream place, so I'm a little jealous right now. All right, I think we're going to learn a little bit more about you. Do you want to watch yourself on that big screen? It's real fun. Okay. Let's learn more about Naughty K.
Hi everyone, I'm Naughty K, and I'm a 2011 Game Design Master's graduate, and I'm currently a senior producer at Zynga. Favorite thing that I've worked on so far, it's got to be Star Wars. It's always got to be Star Wars. It's an arena PvP player game. It's really super fun. The lore is so amazing, and there's so much depth there, and I am really enjoying all the revitalization of the new lore and the characters that we don't know as well, and so it's nice to see it kind of get revamped and get back into popular culture. Robin Cowan was my favorite professor. She definitely helped me to set a standard for equality, and that is something that I've taken with me through my career and at all my companies and jobs that I've worked at to make sure that, I am fighting for the little guy and fighting for myself and making sure that everybody has a good, hospitable, and safe environment to work in. My time as a mentor, the thing that I love about it is being able to help and watch your mentees grow. There's just a really great feeling about being able to help that person grow into the person that you know they can be. Soak everything up while you're at Full Sail. It's the best and most important thing that you can do because you definitely get out what you put in. I can tell already that those of us who put in the work and time and the hours, we are some of the more successful Full Sailors.
always great to have so many Hall of Famers just floating around here. The old ones, the new ones.
It's so exciting when they come up here to say hi. I feel like a total nerd right now. I don't know. I gotta relax.
Well, let's talk about some of the Hall of Fame inductees for this year.
Okay.
After graduating from the Entertainment Business program in 2011, Phil Pallen began his branding business immediately and has evolved into a leading brand expert with international media appearances on CNN, Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, The Daily Mail, and many more. He has delivered keynotes on 5 different continents, and his non-conventional approach to personal branding and digital marketing has amassed a global audience.
2000 show production graduate Justin Rathbun has been the front of house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning Broadway musical Hamilton inception in 2013 before it landed on Broadway. Justin has also worked with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda on the 4-time Tony Award-winning musical In the Heights, where he served as the A1. Justin recently was inducted into the Cinema Audio Society after winning an Outstanding Achievement in Sound Mixing Award for his work on the Hamilton theatrical release.
With a degree in recording arts, Tom Todia is a sound designer, field recordist, audio engineer, and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tribune in Orlando. In the recording studio, Tom has experience in both major label and independent markets. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, NCAA Football, EA College Football, Deep Sea VR, Orca 360, and more.
What an amazing group of grads. I am so hyped to see their induction ceremony tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
We're going to be just on the edge of our seats waiting to see if Naughty cries or not. But let's learn a little bit more about one of our past inductees, 2004 recording arts grad. Words are falling out of my mouth in not the right way.
I feel like he would be able to fix that in the studio. He'd be like,
in post.
I got
he could
this.
fix it in post. Let's learn more about Tremaine Williams.
I'm Tremaine Williams. I'm a Hall of Fame inductee, and I'm an artist stage manager for Mariah Carey. My job is to anticipate any of her needs and handle everything while she's on stage. Her music director, Big Jim, initially hired me on as a keyboard tech, and after my first meeting with Mariah, we kind of clicked immediately, and he was like, maybe you can help take care of her. And so I got thrown into it head first. I think my production background helped me figure it out. You know, being in the studio with artists and learning how to get the best performance out of them, even on their roughest days. I genuinely care about the artists. I want to see them do well. And I consider them to be my friends. I don't want to see anything bad happen to my friends. So audio, when her pack goes out on stage, I have to run out and fix it. Before the shows, I generally sing to her while she's walking on stage and just kind of keep the mood real light, keep it fun. So no matter what happened backstage or before, earlier in the day, when she gets on stage, I need her to feel good and go out there and put on the best show she can for the fans. Typical day on the job, go in during load-in. After keys are up, I go around and kind of check for potential hazards, make sure there's nothing low-hanging so she doesn't have to worry about hitting her head. You kind of check the stage if we're in a different venue to make sure there's no weak spots because she wears stilettos and those can stab through a stage. So just kind of being her for the day and checking all the hazards to make sure she's gonna be good. When applying to be stage manager, you have to, number one, crisis management is your biggest thing because anything can happen at any moment in a live scenario and you have to be able to react quickly and have a solution for everything. Being calm in all situations, you can't freak out because if you freak out, that's gonna freak the artist out. And I'd say understanding every piece of the stage as far as how it's built, understanding audio, understanding instruments, so you can speak the language of everyone on the stage and kind of keep it all together. You're kind of like the glue.
I love seeing that so much, but don't worry, I think we got more videos coming.
Ooh.
This one is from 1994 recording arts graduate who's a part of our 9th annual class of Hall of Famers. This is Bob Cowan. Let's see what he's all about.
The biggest lesson I learned at Full Sail that has helped me in my career probably is taking your dreams seriously. I started going into the placement office within, I believe, the first week that I was in school there, and continued to go to that office until I actually had a job secured for myself before I graduated. You know, I didn't wait until the last 6 weeks or whatever the recommended time was to go to the placement office. I just wanted them to know who I was right away, and I wanted to get at it. I would try to work as many different shows as I could as a stagehand, and there was a local company that did a lot of big shows in the area. And instead of working at the grocery store, that's when I started driving to all these Pink Floyd shows and working them as a stagehand, which I did the entire time there. And I think I did that sheerly out of determination that I was gonna succeed, because I was a little scared, to be completely honest, that, you know, there's all these other kids here, and what is gonna set me apart from not only all these people that are here, but all the people from other schools and all the people who aren't in school and all the people that actually have experience and are in already. Like, how am I gonna get in there? But it was a motivator to make me want to succeed. I didn't want to go back home to Pennsylvania. I wanted to go forward in life and pursue my dreams. So before I graduated, I've already got a job lined up at Maryland Sound. I worked there for almost 3 years, and I did a few tours with Michael Bolton. And there were a few support bands that I mixed monitors for. And then I left there and went to Colorado Springs and started working for a company called Audio Analysts, and that kind of started catapulting my career. I ended up mixing monitors for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and I took care of Clarence Clements, Nils Lofgren, Gary Talent, and Max Weinberg, the drummer. How I ended up working with Metallica was I had known the previous monitor engineer for some time, and I had heard that he was going to retire. So I asked him about it. He said yes, he was going to retire. And I basically went out there in hopes to get a shot at mixing monitors. There was someone that came out and was going to replace Paul, but that didn't work out. So I was the next person in line, and the first night I mixed was in December of 2008, and I mixed every show from that point forward, and the band's been pretty happy, and I was really lucky. It completely changed my life. It really comes down to, can you do it or not, and have people trust in you. You know, that's a big thing, and you have to be able to deliver all the time. You know, it can't be once in a while. It has to be all the time. You have to be really consistent.
So fun to learn about our grads, huh, Shay?
Absolutely.
What a good time.
Like a trip down memory lane.
Soon we'll be throwing to our final streaming panel for the day, and I'm really excited about this one because I'm a big sports fan. Featuring A.J. Przinsky, former White Sox catcher and current Major League Baseball analyst, NFL analyst Charles Davis, WWE analyst Byron Saxton, and moderated by a program director of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, Gus Ramsey. We'll be learning about the path from athlete to analyst.
please put your hands together and help me give a warm welcome to our host, Gus Ramsey.
WWE re-announcer. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for coming out here today. I would love to spend the next hour talking with Charles about Russell Wilson going to the Broncos. In deference to other two guests, we're only going to do that for half an hour, and then we'll get into the other stuff. Charles Davis played safety for the University of Tennessee in the 80s, and among many other things, has been an NFL color commentator for Fox and CBS. Many of our students also know him as one of the voices of the Madden NFL video game franchise. No one questions my decision-making more than Charles on a daily basis, including my wife. Here to share his journey from athlete to analyst, please welcome Charles Davis. A.J. Pierzynski was a career 280 hitter over 19 seasons in the major leagues, a career 292 hitter in 32 career postseason games. He caught a no-hitter, a perfect game. He won a World Series with the White Sox in 2005 and racked up to over 2,000 career hits, which is a rare feat for a catcher. He now calls games for Fox. Sharing his path from athlete to analyst, please welcome A.J. Pierzynski. And Byron Saxton was a wrestler in WWE's developmental circuits for 5 years and is a proud Florida Gator. He has worked on all of WWE's flagship shows, traveled the world, and made his debut as announcer on Monday Night Raw after Brock Lesnar beat the holy hell out of Michael Cole, JBL, and Booker T. Here to tell us about his literal bumps in the road from athlete to analyst is Byron Saxton. You can tell we got some wrestling fans here.
I'll pay you guys later, don't worry.
Charles, I want to begin with you. Your road from athlete to analyst is kind of under the road less traveled category. Yeah. Share with us about how you went from athlete to pro analyst.
You're right, it's probably the road less traveled because as a normal deal, AJ, tremendous player, World Series champion, actually did it at the highest level by working as a wrestler. I was a college athlete only. So for me to call NFL games, that's a little bit unusual. And for me to get involved in it, a little bit unusual. And the bottom line is, I just got a call out of the blue from someone because a friend of mine thought that I would make a good college football analyst, never told me, gave my name and information to an executive at Fox Sports South by the name of Steve Craddock, who now works on the NASCAR circuit. And he had my card for 2 years and got jammed up, needed an analyst for a college football game. And 8 days before the game, he had run out of people to ask. And in the bottom line, when we agreed for me to do it, I just asked him, I said, how many people did you call ahead of me? He said, 30 to 40. He said, but people just couldn't do it. And I said, well, you're hiring me for 2 games and you've never seen me do it. I said, what if I'm really bad in the first game? And he said, well, you'll be really bad in the second game because you're all I've got. And that's how it all started for me. And I got involved. And my first game was Memphis State at Mississippi State college football. And my second game was UCF at South Carolina. And so it began there, and I was fortunate enough to get here.
But leading up to that, nothing in television. What was
no,
keeping you busy?
I worked for a living, as I like to call it. I was an intern at the Southeastern Conference office. I coached college football at the University of the Pacific in Stockton, California. I was the director of the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs, Colorado, an assistant athletic director at Stanford. Worked here at Disney for Disney's Wide World of Sports, helped open the entire complex, and then became the director of the PGA Tour golf event, the Disney Golf Classic, and then got involved into television on a full-time basis.
So a different journey. AJ, when you were playing, you were probably someone that we could have identified as someday he'd be a good broadcaster, just based on your personality alone.
I don't know about that. If you ask Charles, who's been around me a little more, he'll probably say not. But
no, that was exactly what people were saying.
I took, kind of the more traditional path. I was a player, played for a long time, very fortunate. And Fox, Charles and I have a lot of similarities with Fox and know a lot of the same people. I was brought on by Fox early in my career, around 2001, 2002. a lot of you guys in school here won't know there was a show called Best Damn Sports Show, which was on Fox, the regional Fox, and it had Chris Rose, Tom Arnold, John Sally, and it was on every night on the regional, like would be considered like Fox Sports Florida or Sunshine Network. And they had a show, and they would ask me whenever I was playing in LA, will you come on the show for a day or two? And I started coming on that, and all the people now that were on that show have now ascended to Eric Shanks, who's the head of Fox Sports, John Entz, who was the head of Fox Sports. All these people moved from Best Damn all the way to the top of the ladder. And when I was playing, they started asking me, hey, will you do pre and post game for the postseason? And I was like, yeah, why not? I got nothing else to do. I'm not playing in the postseason. So I think my first time was 2004. I did it 3 weeks straight on Best Damn every day. They flew me in and out. Then 2006, I did my first actual series with Jeannie Zelasco, and I think Eric Burns maybe did the pre and post. And then 2011, I was still playing. 2011, they came to me and said, hey, we want you to start this again. So I did 11, 12, 13, from all the way through to the World Series. 14, I was in the LCS with the Cardinals. I say a Cardinals jersey. They asked me to come do the World Series, and I have a wife and 2 kids, and my wife was like, you're just gone for an extra 3 weeks. If you go for the last week, don't come home. So I was like, I'm going to pass. 15, they asked me to do a series. I worked with Matt Vescursion and John Smoltz, did a calling as the third guy. Did that, went well. Matt Vescursion went on to do Sunday Night Baseball. Smoltz is the lead guy for Fox now. 16 was my last year playing. They came to me and said, hey, we want you to do it again, but we need to know you're not going to play next year. And I was like, I can't give you that promise. Until after the postseason, then I went back to them and said, hey, I'm not going to play. And they said, okay, when you start doing games. And so from 17 on, I've been with Fox. And unlike Charles, my first game, I will admit, was a disaster because I didn't know anything.
I didn't say mine wasn't.
I didn't know what I was doing. They don't give
that.
Me and I'll never forget Kenny Albert. Yep. He was a very famous announcer, and I in Tampa. It was Yankees at Tampa. Like they were like, go.
And I'm sure they gave you a whole lot of direction.
They said, go
right?
get them. That was it.
They said, you know, camera on, go. Right?
Don't curse on the air. That was basically it.
That's pretty much the roadmap.
And we'll see how you do. And since then, I've been doing it now for, well, I guess this is my 5th year. And I'm fortunate enough I get to work all the big Fox games on Saturday, playoffs up until the LCS when they drop down to 1 crew. And it really is, it's a dream come true to be able to stay in baseball and call games.
I know you're going to move on real quickly, but for all of you out there, if you go back and Google AJ starting this journey broadcasting while as a player, you'll notice that's pretty rare. Doesn't happen very often. While your career is going on, they ask you to come and do those. So there's a universal respect there. Position he played, understanding the game better than anyone else. And the reviews for him out of the gate were off the charts. He's being modest about them saying, well, are you going to play the next year? They were trying to get him to retire from the first time he went because they wanted to make him full-time. And he still had a lot of baseball left to give. So,
indeed. AJ mentioned John Entz, who was on my staff when I was producing the 11 o'clock Sports Center. And he went on to run Fox, and I am here with you guys. Win for me. Win for me. Byron Saxton.
Hold on. Speaking of, I'm sorry. Before. Were you the one that taught? If you guys don't know, John Entz is one of the strangest texters of all time. Now, Charles will back me up.
Ever.
And so I don't know if you taught him how to do this, but he would randomly text you at like 2 in the morning and say, the grass is green. And you'd say, what are you talking about?
And no response after
for like 3 weeks. And then he'd be like, the sky is blue. And you're like, what? Is he taught? So you must have taught him.
That didn't come from me, no.
That was not you.
No. Well, frankly, when John was working for me, I don't think we had texting yet. So it's been a minute. Byron, at the time you were getting into wrestling, you had already done television in Gainesville. So you had maybe a bit of a tug of war in terms of what you wanted to do?
Yeah, it's funny. I of course, graduated from UF, and I got my first television job in Jacksonville. And I ended up doing, I did news reporting, I did sports, I did traffic, and I was still pursuing a wrestling career at the same time. So basically, I'm working, I think my schedule at the time was like Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday was my weekend. Well, on Saturdays, I'd be going out doing small independent wrestling shows and getting beat up on the weekend or ringing out and singing. I always try to downplay it for my news director so she wouldn't tell me, no, you can't do that anymore. But yeah, I was able to obtain experience that way. And during that time, I had probably about 3 different tryouts with WWE. And I remember going out, they had a reality show called Tough Enough at the time. They flew me out to Venice Beach, California, and I'm like, yeah, this is my chance. Because wrestling was always the thing I wanted to do as a kid. I'm like, this is my chance. I'm going to do this. They had me out on the beach doing all these ungodly workouts. It was horrible. At the time, on a side note, too, I was wearing contacts, but I had an eye infection. So I was doing 1 contact per eye. So I was like half blind during my first tryout as well. But I came back from that tryout, didn't get hired. So, of course, that destroyed my morale. But in the grand scheme of things, it actually worked out because 3 tryouts later, not only did I finally get the offer and the opportunity to join WWE, but I also had extensive broadcast experience under my belt. So when I sent in my audition tape back in the day, I know things have changed a little bit, I had footage of me wrestling, I had footage of me ring announcing, and I had footage of me doing commentary. So to WWE, it made me more marketable. And, just to give you the timeline here, my first tryout, actually first sent in a tape in college, which was 2001, okay? So between sending in that tape, 3 tryouts, I got hired in 2007. So there was a lot of effort and time put forth to finally get there. But it's one of those things where, like, when you're in the midst of it, you're going, like, I want this now. And then when your opportunity doesn't open up, you go nuts. But then when you look back, you go, okay, I'm glad I traveled this road that I didn't expect, because had I not traveled that road, I probably wouldn't have got hired because I probably wouldn't have been qualified. So, but that news experience helped me a great deal.
More terrifying, your first professional match or your first live shot in news?
Oh, first match. Yeah. First match. Well, I'm out there half naked. You're standing there basically in your underwear.
What news story were you covering? You had to be, wrestling.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. Like, doing TV news was always a highly pressurized situation. In fact, one of the scariest moments in TV news I recall is when I had to actually do a live shot on the morning show from a Shark Tank. And of course, like, I don't want to say no, and I'm trying to put a brave face on, but I remember we're like 30 seconds out from the live shot. I'm just walking. I feel like I'm in the middle of Jaws, just all these sharks just circling me, and my heart's racing. And I'm trying. I've never had like an anxiety attack, but that's as close as I came. I don't know how I pulled it off. But yeah, with wrestling, there's just there's so many unpredictable variables. Like, you're out there, you're in front of a crowd, you don't know how they're going to react to you. You're also in there with your opponent. So you're worried about your physical well-being because you're working together with the guy you're in there with. You put your health in their hands and vice versa. So you always want to make sure everything goes right. So there's just a ton of nerves going through that. But at the same time, it's it's a dream. So if you're doing something that's a dream of yours, that when you have those nerves, I think that's a healthy thing as well.
Charles, you did college games before you did an NFL game, but what do you remember about that first NFL broadcast?
Well, the first one was a part of getting ready for a college game, which was the crazy part. Back then, Fox had the BCS, which later turned into the college football playoff. So in order to get us going with our new team, because we were a brand new team, Tom Brenneman play-by-play, Chris Myers sidelines, Barry Alvarez, the former coach at Wisconsin, and myself, they had us do an Arizona Cardinals home game. And so that was my first NFL game. But at the same time, I didn't really count it because they just kind of put us on it to try and give us some chemistry and work through it. So my first true NFL game, when I was really part of the team doing NFL games, was Philadelphia at Carolina. Donovan McNabb was the quarterback for Philadelphia. Jake Delhomme from Carolina. And Carolina was good, and they'd had a horrendous playoff game. Jake had a horrible playoff game, and he had to bounce back from that. And the season opener, he was horrible again, and really never quite got it back. One of the best guys you'll ever meet. But for whatever happened and that was my first game, and Donovan McNabb broke a couple of ribs that day as well, so the quarterbacks had a tough one. But what I remember most about it was just I was worried about how I'd be accepted in the NFL. College guy, never played in the NFL, never coached in the NFL, wasn't an executive in the NFL, and I was terrified. I remember Andy Reid was the head coach of Philadelphia, and I was asking him questions. I just kind of said to him, I said, Coach, is it going to be a problem that I didn't play or whatever? He said, it'd be a problem if you don't know what you're talking about. And that was it. You know, kind of like, hey, if you got it, just do what you can do. I've never forgot him saying that.
AJ, your story isn't uncommon, unfortunately, in professional broadcasting, and we often take guys off the field and say, here's your microphone, answer the questions you're asked, and talk when it seems like a good time to talk. So take us inside your first broadcast and just what you were feeling and what you were experiencing that day.
Well, first of all, Byron, I've been in the ring also, and I agree with you. The most nervous I've ever been was the first time I got into the ring because I didn't want to screw up really bad.
It's like stepping into chaos.
Oh, it was completely different. TNA back in the day when they were at Universal, we did a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And I won the X title, division title.
We have a former wrestling champion here.
Yeah, 3 times. I got 3 belts, by the way. 3 of them. Yeah.
Give that man a belt.
But yeah, I was scared to death because there's so many things like baseball, World Series, All-Star Game, and any baseball situation. But when I had to walk down the ramp and the music hit and we came out and the whole thing, I mean, I was just, please, God, don't let me screw this up. Because we all kind of know about wrestling, right, and what it is. And I'll say this, like the outcome might be kind of predetermined, but I know how hard I've hit people with objects and how well they take it. It is not fake. So I will stand up for wrestlers till the day I die. It is not fake. It might be predetermined, some of it, but it is not fake. Now, to your question, I wasn't as nervous as I was when I wrestled, but we're in Tampa Bay, Yankees, so of course they give me the Yankees first, so everyone's watching, right?
The whole country's watching.
Yeah, they couldn't give me Tampa, Miami, where nobody pays attention. I get Yankees, Tampa. Aaron Judge just gets up, right? So he was like kind of the star. And I remember, luckily I had just gotten out of playing, so I knew all the players, I knew all the coaches, I knew the managers. Girardi was great. I went in, talked to the coaches about guys, tell me about Aaron Judge, and they tell you about this, and you tell me about the Rays guys, and they were good. So, and then you get into it, and Kenny, like I said, Kenny Albert's great. He does, if you watch a hockey game, he's the voice of the NHL and does basketball and baseball and everything and football.
And he's an absolute cyborg.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
There's nothing he doesn't know.
He's unbelievable. So we get into the first game. He goes, look, I'll get you through it. I know you're a little bit nervous. I'll just get you through it. And he was so great. He just kept asking me questions, right? And the only advice I ever got from anybody at Fox, and I'm sure Charles was, they're like, just don't talk the whole time. Like, let the game play and let Kenny tell you when to talk. And I was so thankful that Kenny was there because he kind of led me through it. And you still feel like you talk too much because I'm sure you guys can tell, when you're sitting there and you're watching an event and there's silence, you think that you need to say something. But in reality, like the game is happening or the match is happening and you can just kind of let the crowd and the scene, because the camera guys, the producers are so great at what they do. And that's the hardest thing I think to learn, because a lot of times when I watch new guys do it, they just can't stop talking. And it's hard to all right, the guy hit a ground ball to second. I don't need to analyze it. Like play-by-play guy, is that a ground ball second? And you're like, okay, great, move on. But that was, for me, it was scary. I was glad it was over, but wrestling still got it.
Well, that's a great point. Our students do the broadcasting for Rollins College. And one of the things I try to impart on them is let the game breathe, especially baseball. Baseball, even now, once they start playing again, we don't watch a baseball game with our undivided attention. It's background noise. We're on our computers or iPads, whatever, and then every once in a while I need to look up. So I will tell them, watch some broadcasts and see how long you can count before somebody talks. And a lot of games tell you can't get past 3 seconds, and it's not necessary. To your point, the cameraman, the director, they're bringing you into the environment. That's half the battle. Byron, outside of hoping you weren't going to get assaulted by Brock Lesnar, what do you recall about your first Monday Night Raw?
Well, good thing I was wearing dark pants that day. No, it's funny how it happened, because I had been on the road with WWE, and I'd been doing some of their secondary shows. And for those of you who don't know, Monday Night Raw is like their flagship program. It's 3 hours long. That's where, your main storylines take place. The other show now is Friday Night SmackDown. They're basically on equal level now. But Raw, for years, that was the show. And so I remember getting a call earlier that day being told, hey, something funky might be going down tonight. You're probably going to be calling the show. And in the WWE world, things are just ever changing. You know, we may have a show lineup set at like noon, and then at 6 o'clock, we've had about 5 different drafts. So you're always on your toes, you know, because things are just, and that's part of the creative process and, you know, entertainment, you know, kind of, you may feel like you want a character to go one way, and then you realize, okay, maybe we need to go this way. So that changes, and of course that adjusts the whole broadcast. But I was told, all right, there's a good probability you're going to be doing the show tonight. Then I was told, okay, you're probably going to do the show with Jerry the King Lawler, who's a long-time wrestler, long-time commentator for WWE as well. So I'm like, okay, cool. I've never been in the play-by-play spot, which is what they were going to have me do that night. I'd never done that on WWE television, but I knew I had King with me. So, you know, I figured, yeah, we'll get through it. Well, then, as things always change, the show starts at 8 o'clock, okay? So you think things are set there? Not quite. About 8:15, I'm looking at the show lineup, and I'm seeing, like, Seg 8. Oh, Byron Saxton goes to the ring. And I'm looking at the lineup, and I'm going, wait, that's where's King's name? Because I was told King is coming with me. And so I'm, like, flipping through, and I'm going, Seg 9, no King. Seg 10. So there was a couple segments where I was going to be out there alone. And I knew this like 30 minutes beforehand. So hence the dark pants. And just to paint the picture for you, they did a scene where Brock Lesnar, who's big star in WWE, UFC, he destroys the entire commentary team, destroys the announce desk. So I remember running out there, and it's the night after WrestleMania, which is our biggest event of the year. It's our Super Bowl. So we've got, packed house, fans from all over the world. And so I'm going to call the show alone. And that reality alone is like, hold on, the biggest Raw of the year, and you got me out there. And then on top of that, the desk had been overturned. So I essentially, I gotta just have you visualize it. The desk is overturned, so our monitors are typically lodged in the desk to call the show. Well, since the desk is overturned, there's no monitor, so our local PA there on the floor is holding up a monitor. He has one on the side for me. I have to sit crisscross applesauce, basically, staring at a monitor. So I'm thinking to myself, in this position, the biggest show of the year, and this is how I'm calling the show. So needless to say, I was racked with nerves, and of course, you know, it was an experience that didn't go too well. I found out how aggressive Twitter can be that night. To the point that even my mom, who knows nothing about the internet, she comes in, she goes, I heard you have a lot of heat with the company. So that's, yeah, I'm glad I went through it. Because it was a learning experience, and that's what, you know, everything we do is. Yeah. Whether we fail or succeed, but I will never forget it.
Yeah, it's all about those reps, and you do it once, you know what it's going to feel like, and you don't want to feel like that again. No. Charles and AJ, you guys have the luxury of the game knowledge and knowing what it's like to be on the field, to call pitches, to call plays, whatever. But at some point, as a broadcaster, preparation comes into play. You can't just fall back on, I know this stuff. So Charles, walk us through a little bit how you prepare for an NFL game.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gus. And for me, and people always ask, how long do you get this question? And I'm sure you get the same
Every
question.
single person.
How long does it take for you to prepare for a game or an event, right? And my answer is always the same. As long as it takes to get the job done, meaning every person's going to prepare differently, have different timelines, all that. If you're just sitting there saying, I've got 1 hour, I'm going to do it, it just doesn't work. You have to find out what works for you, for your comfort level, for you to know that you know the information backwards and forwards, to have everything down for that event. So for me, I typically will call a game on Sunday, and I have information with me that I start preparing for my next game, because typically you know your next game at that point, on the flight home. That's how I do it. Now, other people, they take some time, they get some rest, they do whatever, however they want to do it. Never judge whoever you're working with by their preparation unless it comes out on air that they aren't prepared. because every person has their own process. And I'll start then, and it's just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, typically leave on Thursday, and my preparation is reading information, watching game tape, talking to different people, understanding the league, just making sure you see the shows, all the things, the transactions, all that goes into the hopper, and having a decent idea of how I think this game is going to go. But as Byron just talked about, you may have an idea of how it's going to go. AJ knows who's pitching that day and knows how they want to pitch. But sometimes those things change on you in a hurry. He doesn't have his best stuff. They change. Byron's going to the ring by himself now. No King Lawler. When did that happen? I think that they're going to throw the ball a lot. They come out and run it 15 times in a row. What's your adjustment process? At the end of all of your preparation, isn't it pretty much what's in front of us?
Just react.
Call what's there. That's kind of how we have to get to it.
AJ, how did your process evolve?
Well, I'm glad Charles spends all week because I am the opposite. When I first got out, I knew everybody, so it was easy. I could just I face this guy 50 times. I know what he's going to throw. I face his team. I know as I've been out now, I have to do a little more preparation. But I think in baseball it's different because it's a daily game. So football, one game a week. So he sees Sunday, he knows who he has. Well, I have a week. So if I do a game on Saturday, okay, say I do Cubs Cardinals Saturday and I have Yankees Red Sox the next Saturday, we'll typically guess on who's going to pitch. We don't normally find out. So I try to watch the pitcher who we think is going to pitch, because with the MLB package you can kind of watch every game now. So I'll guess and say, okay, Garrett Cole is pitching against Chris Sale on Saturday, we think. Now there could be a rain out, there could be who knows, they could get a toenail, whatever it is, they might miss the start. So you have to be, that's kind of my preparation. And then I try to watch the game, definitely if the game's on Saturday, I always watch the game Friday night. I try to watch the home broadcast of the starter the time before, because they'll give you a lot of the information, how he's throwing, what's he trying to do. We get clips, media clips all week sent to us for the two teams, read through those. You get some tidbits here and there. It's very generic usually. Friday we have a meeting with the starting pitcher, whoever it is. We get 10 minutes with them they used to be in the locker room, but now it's on Zoom. Then Saturday we go into the stadium before traveling. And we sit down with the managers for about 15 minutes of both teams, and you try to get everything you can in those 15 minutes. But at the end of the day, I'm not a big stat broadcaster guy. I'm not, I understand the sabermetrics and I understand all the numbers, but I don't think if you're listening at home, you understand what's happening, and I'd rather tell you what I'm seeing. So I have a guy, Joe Davis, who you worked with. He has a guy named Rick, who's a stat guy. Before every game, he sends me a stat, basically a rundown of nuggets on every guy on both teams. And so the day of the game, the morning of the game, if it's a 7 o'clock game, usually about lunch, I'll sit down and I'll go through them, and I'll just take like one or two things off each guy and write it in my little scorebook and through every guy, right, for the starting nine. Now, and that's it, and that's all I'll have, and the rest I'll just let the game tell me. Because if you're watching the game, we put their batting average and their home run, so you know who's having a good year, who's hot, who's not. The guys do all that. So for baseball, it's a little bit different. For me, it's more. And then there's all these great websites. There's Baseball Savant, there's Brooks Baseball, there's Inside Edge, and I can find any stat I want to find. And so, like, we'll bring in a relief pitcher, and I'm not sure I know him. I can go, while they're bringing him in, I can type in on Baseball Savant and say, show me, I don't know, Aroldis Chapman, and it'll show me 5 clips in 10 seconds. And it'll show me every pitch he's thrown, what count he throws them in, the percentage he throws them, how hard he throws them. So it's changed because of the information that's out there. So for me, it's more of watch the game, go feel how the game, and trying to guess what's going to happen. Because in a baseball game, if we talk to the manager and you watch the team, you can say, okay, the Yankees have a lead in the 6th inning. They're going to go to Britton. They're going to go to Chapman in the 9th, Britton in the 8th, back it up. And you say, okay, if Garrett Cole gives them 6 innings, then this. And you ask the manager before the game, hey, is everyone available? Yes. Okay, you do this. Yes. And then they follow a script. But then when the game gets wild and it gets hard, it's 15-0 in the 2nd inning, and you've got 3.5 hours to fill, and there's no stat in the world that'll do it. It is just BS your way through it, tell stories, look for something funny in the crowd you can get an inning out of. There's a guy with a nacho helmet eating ice cream or doing something silly, get an inning out of that. So it's a little different because we don't have the week to get ready. It is that day, and it can change like that.
And that's when you find out if you kind of have it. You know, when things change, when the game gets out of hand. The easiest games to broadcast, I would guess, the easiest events to broadcast, when they go according to script, right? When they go according to how you expect it to be. It's a good, tight game. A lousy game is when you find if you're a good broadcaster. A bad game, a blowout, all of those, because you've got to find those things that AJ was talking about. And we're really not as different because we have those meetings with coaches. We have those meetings with quarterbacks. We have those go to practice and see things. I write those little nuggets on my boards just like AJ talked about. There's a lot of similarities across it. It's just how you utilize it, how you utilize it, and then how you transmit it.
Byron, your world is different in part because you have no off season, and you're constantly basically with the same team. But you still have 6, 8, 10 matches that you have to prepare for, not 2 teams playing each other. So what's your process?
So my process has changed over the years, and a lot of that is just because of all the content we put out. So, you know, we do a show, and we've got an incredible social media team. So you got guys doing interviews on social media. You got guys putting out stuff on their own social media. So for me, it's kind of covering all those bases. You know, when I first started, it was, okay, this happened on Monday Night Raw, or this happened on SmackDown. Make sure I'm up to date on all the different stories here so I can bring that forward if I need to. Now it's, okay, what is this person tweeting throughout the week? What are they posting on Instagram? What can I use to potentially bring that story forward? I'm an over-preparer by nature, because I'd rather do everything I can to make sure I won't get caught off guard, even though
I'm the opposite, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I admire that ability. But yeah, it's really just kind of, you know, dotting every I, crossing every T that you can, and then with us too. You know, you talked about the guy with the nacho hat and all this stuff. Like, we have such limited real estate because our average match is, say, 6 to 8 minutes long. So you're either pumping up, you're putting in a plug for a sponsor, you're pumping up the next show. There's certain storyline points you know you have to get through. So speaking in sound bites is so imperative for us, but still trying to tell a story within that context. So it's, you know, I may have a page full of notes, and I might get 1 or 2 of those. And then, you know, Charles' point, a lot of it's just reactionary too, because you know, you might have certain story points you want to put forth, but if the match isn't flowing in a way that allows you to do that, again, you have to switch gears immediately. So, long story short, I over-prepare, but at the end of the day, it comes down to what happens in that moment and how much base knowledge you have to tell a story that needs to be told.
Hey, real quick, Gus, before you go, with yours and with, you know, WWE, I'm old enough, AJ and I are probably old enough to remember the WWWF. Yeah. And how much broadcasts have changed over that time. Because for you guys out there, they used to have matches with a 60-minute time limit, literally. And they would go an hour. Like, these matches would literally go an hour. And the setup and the finish were way different. Because you're talking about 6 to 8 minutes?
Yeah.
You remember how long it would take? We'd hold a guy with a sleeper hold, or just, you know, or they put a figure, and they'd hold him for a while, and it'd be there for 5 minutes. Yeah. It was a whole different broadcast you have now.
And to that point, too, it's changed so much, because back in the day, you know, our commentators were very similar to sports commentators, where you called that body slam, you called that clothesline, and now the way our product has shifted and adjusted over the years, it really is more about storytelling. Yeah. You know, we get told all the time, you're not calling radio here. Like, I don't need you, the viewer can see what's happening. I don't need you to tell me every single thing that competitor's doing. But what I do need you to do is tell me their motivation, tell me their background, because what our product does is sell emotion. So if we can't create an emotional connection between the competitor for the fan to understand, they have no reason to cheer the competitor or boo the competitor or be emotionally invested, and therefore we've just wasted a segment.
Did they cheer you with TNA? Were you a heel or were you a baby face?
It was way more fun being a heel. I went both. I did both. Face was boring.
Did he tell you? So you didn't know that? Oh, he was on Raw too.
Yeah, Price is Raw with Bob Barker. Yeah. I was nervous. By the way, when I did that, I was scared to death because they said you have to say this exact thing. If you don't say this, it's not going to show up right, and then you're going to get body slammed by Big Show. And I was like, oh, I don't want that.
Did you punch Bob Barker like Happy Gilmore?
Price is Wrong, Bob.
Did you do like Happy Gilmore and take on Bob?
But I actually do have because I'm obviously a wrestling fan, Mark, whatever you want to call me. How much you can say no?
Fans,
how much do they tell you though when you call it? Do you know the time and you know the finish? Do they tell you that, or is that all?
I typically don't know the finish.
Okay.
In a rare case I do, and I kind of prefer it that way because I do want to be able to have that natural, visceral reaction to what's going on. And again, there's times where even if you assume one person is, going to win the match, that could change, because they decided last second, hey, we're going to adjust the storyline. Or there's times where in the middle of a match, like someone legitimately gets hurt. So again, I mean, you've got to just flow with it. Like we had a situation a couple weeks ago on the show where one tag team was supposed to win the match. It didn't go that way because our referees, it's up to the wrestler to kick out. And if you don't kick out, boom, boom, boom. So we can't go, oh, hold on, everybody. That wasn't the way it was supposed to end. We'll get back. No, you got to just react to go. Yeah. So
this year at the Royal Rumble, I'm guessing Kofi Kingston's feet weren't supposed to hit the ground.
That's another, yeah. So we're doing, a lot of these guys are doing such high-end stunts that, law of averages says things aren't always going to go right. And again, like how the guys react it's the same for the guys in the ring. It's the same thing. You may have something planned. Maybe the crowd isn't where you want them to be, so therefore you have to adjust what you're doing. Or maybe somebody gets a little banged up. Maybe they get the wind knocked out of them. You have to be able to adjust without exposing what's going on to the audience.
But the competition, right? JJ mentioned it before. It may be a predetermined outcome for the most part. But everyone goes into it with the idea they're competing. I had a college teammate. Many of you may or may not. His name was Doug Furness, and he was known as the strongest man in the world at the time. Big, he could squat 1,000 pounds in the whole deal, right? So Doug made it to the WWE and the whole deal and the whole thing. Well, when he was working the regional circuits, Knoxville, Tennessee, had another teammate named Lee North who played with Doug. And Lee told me one day, he said, did you see Doug today? And I said, no, I haven't seen him today. He goes, get him a belt. He's a champ. And I said, that is so cool. He said, be careful, though, when you talk to him. I said, what are you talking about? Man, I made the biggest mistake. He said, we went out, and I was going to go with him to a match. And I hopped in the car, and Doug's driving. I said, well, Doug, we're going to win or lose tonight. And Doug looked at me and said, if that's the way you feel, man, just get the hell out of my car. And he said, let's go get him, champ. And never said another word. So the point being, we may talk about it that way, but the people involved, the competition, wanting to get it right, health is into your hands and his health is in, right? Yeah. The health back and forth, making sure you get it right. There's a lot that goes into it, so there's got to be a bit major respect factor.
One thing I want to touch on today, because many of the students here want to be a studio host or want to do play-by-play. You all have had experience working with hosts and play-by-play guys. So Charles, starting with you, what do you think is one of the keys from the host perspective in terms of a good working relationship and a good on-air product?
I think we're working with a host. Number one, the host listening to what you are saying and advancing things and illuminating things that way, that nature. And you, of course, listen to what the host asks you. So don't give an answer that just that came out of nowhere. AJ talked about Kenny Albert, who can do everything. And he is so good with any partner that he works with because he will go over things with you ahead of time to find where the comfort level is, to try and get you to a certain place, to try and get the story that we want to get in advance the right way. Those are the things I think are really important. I've served in those roles, and they're not easy to be light on your feet, so to speak, and be able to adjust to what comes at you. when you ask a question, all of a sudden this major curveball, be able to advance, be able to handle, be able to do those things. Those are a big part of it for me.
AJ?
I agree. I've never done play-by-play, or I've never hosted a show.
I did, and I hope no one ever finds mine.
I'm always the secondary guy, right? So I always follow, and for me, I always follow what the host or the play-by-play guy says. And again, we talk about it and say, all right, we want to get to this at some point in the game we want to get to this if the game takes us there. And then the good play-by-play guy, the good host will weave where you're at. They'll listen to what you say, and then they'll continue it, moving it down the line, and then also stop it, right? You don't need to talk about so-and-so for 3 innings. Like, okay, we talked about it for a minute. All right, well, it's done. Let's move back to the game. And I think most play-by-play guys that are good. Listen, Charles has worked with a lot of guys. Pretty much everybody on Fox Baseball I've had an opportunity to call a game with, from Joe Buck to Kenny Albert to Adam Amin, who you know well. I mean, these guys are the best of the best. And a game can be a little more difficult than even a studio show, though. I mean, Fox used to have a show called Whip Around out in the studio, and I'd go out and do it for a week. And Chris Myers and Kevin Burkhardt and all these guys would do the show, and we'd go through the show before.
Way more scripted.
Yeah, we'd go through the show before, and I would never watch the highlights, and I would never. Whoever my partner was, it was 3-person. They'd be sitting there, and they're like, "Why aren't you watching that?" And I'm like, "I don't want to know. I just want to react to the highlight. I don't kind of like what Byron says. You don't want to know the finish, right? I don't want to know. I already know the score and who won the game, but I don't want to see what we're going to show because I'd rather have a more natural reaction. And a good host goes off what you say. If I say, "Oh, that was incredible," "Oh, well, let's show it again," or "Let's break that down," and they jump on it on the fly. So it's about being able to adjust. It's being able to work with whoever you're with, and it's being able to put not only yourself, but your partner in a good situation.
I had a lot of Baseball Tonight or Sports Center meetings where the analysts would start to get into a conversation and I would stop them and say, save it for the air.
Yeah.
I don't want you to, I want your reactions to be honest and not know that he's going to say that, so I'm going to come back and say this. Now, when you're doing it, you have to listen to your broadcast team, but you also have to listen to Vincent Kennedy McMahon, who is in your ear for a lot of the show. So what's that like? And then after this, we're going to open it up for you guys' questions.
Well, the voice of Vincent Kennedy McMahon tends to trump everybody else. So he says something, you say it. And there's been situations, funny enough, where, because I'm typically working with 2 other guys in my broadcast booth, and you know, there's times where perhaps what I'm being told might not be in line with what they might be communicating to me or even asking me. I've been in that situation because they may not hear what I'm hearing. So they're asking me a question and I'm getting told to say something else. So I'm like totally ignoring their question.
Well, what's in here is way...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Which totally kind of defies the logic of what we were talking about, listening to your broadcast partner. But when that isn't the case, it's the same. I know... because I've had the pleasure of doing play-by-play, I've done the hosting, and as well as the color analyst work, and I know one of the issues I struggled with early on was being on my own island, as I used to say, because I would prepare so much and not always pay attention to what my partner was saying. So to the point that you guys brought up, it's so imperative. Not only through repetitions you learn the style of your partner, and you understand perhaps as a host, like you trust the host to maybe give you questions that they know you're qualified to answer based on your background. I've been in the ring, so my partner could say, "Hey, Byron, you've had this experience. What is this like?" And then of course, understanding that you got to speak in those sound bites, deliver whatever points you have to make, and then again trusting your partner. It's all about trust. Okay, I trust that my host or my play-by-play guy is going to lead me where he needs me to go, and then he trusts me that I'm going to stick to that conversation so we can keep the flow going.
They also don't have partners telling them to shut the hell up. Which happens to you every
that
Monday night.
happens on occasion.
You produced,
as well.
right? You produced? You produced? Did you produce?
I did, yeah.
You've had a producer. I've had a producer in my ear tell me to shut that.
Oh, yeah, many times.
Stop, cut.
No, I'm
Stop
talking,
before you get in trouble.
I'm talking a co-host on the air.
Co-host.
I told a lot of talent to shut up.
I've had both. I've been cursed out in this ear and then yelled at by partners. So
Yeah, and again, showing age, right? We remember Vince McMahon as the play-by-play.
As the broadcaster,
he was the play-by-play voice of the WWF, then the WWF, then WWE, and the whole thing. So you're getting it from a person who did all the things, not only and besides runs.
It's like at times I get to be Vince reincarnated.
Yeah, because he's going to tell you what to say.
You laugh a little.
Without the paycheck, though. I'm assuming.
You got that laugh.
Byron, without the paycheck, though.
Well, yeah, it's not about the money.
Stock options.
All right, let's get some questions from these guys. Throw your hand up, and they'll bring you a microphone. And we'll get to some questions from you guys.
I love it. It's like Phil
Yeah.
No one knows who Phil Donahue is.
You remember that old Phil Donahue skit on Saturday Night Live where the guy, I forgot who it was who played him, he'd run down the aisle. Coming over.
Hi, my name's Dwayne. Byron, this question is for you. So obviously, you know, a lot of people have the feeling that working for WWE is extremely chaotic. I want to know specifically, most chaotic night to you working as a commentator for WWE. What was that? What was that like?
Ooh, man. This probably won't directly answer it, but there's so many chaotic nights just because things constantly change. There's many nights. So Monday Night Raw is a 16-segment show. Okay, it runs from 8 p.m. to 11 o'clock. I can't tell you how many times we start the show and our producer goes, "Okay, we have seg 1. We'll go from there." And legit, this happens, I mean, no lie, every couple months. Like, it's that prevalent. And so, because matches are changing or whatnot, but hey, we're on the air, okay? We have, you know, the first 15 minutes covered, and then the writers or whoever backstage is scrambling to kind of keep us updated. We have a great director, great producer, so luckily, like, they keep us honest. You know, this happens almost weekly where we're in the middle of a segment, and during commercial break, you know, our producer comes on and says, "Okay, I know we have this scheduled during seg 2, but instead we're going to start off with this. We're going to have it on camera. Then we're going to go to a backstage segment, and then we're going to come to you." And so I think for me, I've just gotten so used to that. You know, I think the day that I walk in and see a show lineup at like noon and that is what we have at 8, like, that'll shock me because I'm just not used to that consistency. So I know it doesn't completely answer your question, but.
Were you on Raw the night it got snowed out?
Yes. Yes, we actually, so we had the first and only night that Raw technically got canceled. We were supposed to be in Hartford, Connecticut. And
I had bought tickets to the show for my kids for Christmas that year.
I'm sorry, okay, I feel bad now. That's why you brought it up. But no, for the first time, like, the arena said, no, we can't do the show there because the weather's so bad. So Vince McMahon, being the ultimate adjuster to situations, said, "All right, we're going to put on a 3-hour show from our headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut." So I had to drive literally through blizzard conditions to Stamford. And we pieced together a show. We played an old match. At one point, we did a segment on the top of the roof.
In the snow.
In the snow of headquarters. We did a couple live interviews. I mean, that was, so you know what? Now that I think of it, that was probably the most chaotic. There it is. I got the answer. That might have been the most chaotic night just because.
And one of the highest rated.
Yeah, because literally, we didn't have all of our wrestlers there. You know, there was only a handful of us. So we had a couple of announcers. We had, I mean, a handful of guys. And I remember at one point, we're all just sitting in the room, and we're going, all right, in a couple hours, we're going to put together a 3-hour show. And so that was like as grassroots get.
There was a great curiosity factor, I think, which drove the ratings. People were wondering, how are they going to do this tonight?
I was wondering how we were going to do it, but we pulled it off. So, yes, got your answer.
Thank you, Dwayne. Question over here.
Hi, I'm Sean. My question's for Charles and AJ. You used to coach and you played a lot. Have you ever thought of going from analyst to coach? Because I see that going on a lot lately. No.
Hard no, right?
Well, you see, you guys know, how many of you guys know Gordy back there? See how many gray hairs Gordy has? Those are all from my son when Gordy used to coach my son, all the gray hairs. For me personally, listen, if a team came to me and said, "Hey, we want you to manage the Cardinals," like, you can't say no to that, really. Am I actively out pursuing a manager job? No. I like having all my hair, and some of it's a little gray, but it would be a lot worse. And to be honest with you, I enjoy what I do now, and the grind of coaching is really hard. In baseball, it's every day, right? So the coaches get there at 11 o'clock in the morning, and they don't leave till midnight. And they turn around and do it the next day. And if something goes wrong, they get blamed no matter what. The player could have a bad day. The coaches get blamed. And for any Yankee fans, you guys see Aaron Boone, how old he's gotten quick, right? Like, I mean, he had heart problems. You know, before he took the job, he was like the youngest looking 45-year-old guy in the world. And, you know, Alex Cora, like, I mean, lost all his hair. And, you know, it's like, geez, guys, what happened to y'all? These are guys I played with, you know, and what happened to you guys? And like, this job's hard. And they're like, don't, you know, they were all announcers. Now they're broadcasters. Now they're managers. And I'm like, all right, I think I'm just going to stay over here with Charles and Byron and just watch this show.
It is. It's a whole different world. And it's like, if you ever watch presidents of the United States, when they take office and then when they leave office, and then see them 6 months later, and it's like a new lease on life, like, woo, all this is off of me. Coaching was not something I wanted to get back to. General manager, front office, intriguing. All right, as AJ said, if
the paycheck's better too. I want to, sign me up. If anyone's, I'll take GM too. Maybe owner.
Yeah, there you go. But as AJ said, if they come to you with something like that, it's hard to turn it down because the one thing you miss as a broadcaster is the competition. It's the beauty of being a broadcaster. Game's over, we're on the plane or in the car, no big deal, right? But you also don't leave without that because you remember the highs. You remember when it was good. Remember when you competed and you won. And that feeling is maybe what you chase again as a coach, as a GM, as a whatever. Brian Greasy, who's just left Monday Night Football, is going to go back and coach for the San Francisco 49ers. I can't wait to see him about week 12 and see how Brian's doing. Like, hey, man, you miss getting ready for Monday Night Football? Or how you doing? How's your quarterback playing? Because that's how everything changes for you.
I think we had a question up here.
Hi, guys. I'm KJ Doyle. Gus, I liked your last question. I was going to ask it, but that's all right. Great minds think alike.
Way to go, Gus.
Gus mentioned a lot of the great things we're able to do while we're in school, like calling games for Rollins and taking advantage of the studio. But I was wondering, once we're post-graduation, what are some of the things that you guys would advise us to do if we have aspirations of getting to those highest levels of sports broadcasting?
I can't answer that because I didn't go to school. I didn't go to college. Harvard of the South, Dr. Phillips High School.
I went to Cypress Creek. We were rivals.
Yeah, kind of. We used to beat you guys' brains in.
And I'm right in the middle of this.
I didn't go to school. You guys heard I was just kind of thrown into it. I think Charles would be the guy, and even Byron. I've heard stories of guys I've done games with that started in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, doing weather. And then they've worked their way up to.
Where did you start in professional baseball? What level?
I mean, the lowest rookie ball, Gulf Coast League.
So you hit the buses, right?
Yep.
And you rode the buses from that all the way up, A, AA, AAA, major leagues. So you know what that's like. It's to say, it's a very similar thing. I want to steal anything Byron's going to say, but relationships, what you're starting to do right now as you meet people that come through. But the biggest thing is I think Byron gave us one of the best lessons. You're not going to necessarily get the job right out of the gate. You may have to interview for the same job multiple times. When was your tape? 2001? When did you get the job? 2007? Yep. You didn't just do nothing in between 2001, 2007. You keep working on your craft. No job's too small. You go out and you get, what is the used term, reps? When I came up through the ranks, I literally did Pop Warner football, Little League baseball, AAU basketball, boys and girls. Baseball, you're not going to believe this, AJ. I was the color analyst for the SEC Game of the Week on Fox Sports South for an entire season.
Do we get some tapes of that?
Yeah, they're out there and it's scary, right? Baseball, as an analyst for that, I've done sidelines for the NCAA tournament for CBS. I've done sidelines for high school football for the FHSAA. I could go on forever and really mess you up. I actually did volleyball for UCF. Okay? Bottom line is get your reps, learn your stuff, do your things, and make your mistakes along the way as you prepare yourself to go. Because one of the beauties of being a great player is you typically start at a great level. But it comes at you really hard. Now Twitter is aggressive. Try being a former all-pro, all-star, and right out of the gate, you're calling the biggest games. And if you don't hit them right away, they come for you. I made my mistakes, single A, double A, triple A. They didn't come for me the same way. So when it came time, I had a chance. But develop your relationships, work on your craft, put yourself out there, give yourself a chance to fail. I always call it the Walendas. Anybody know what the flying Walendas are? Anybody ever heard of flying Walendas? Tightrope walkers, right? What was their hook? What was their hook? No nets. Everyone else worked with the net. The Walenda family, no nets. That was always the hook. A lot of what we do are no nets. Gotta give yourself the chance.
Twitter's so scary, it chased Jason Witten back to the game.
Listen, Jason is back coaching high school football. But if Jason had started on the 3rd or 4th team and worked his way up, had a chance to make a few mistakes, Jason would have had a chance. But Jason was working Monday Night Football. It's the biggest show in town. You're the only game on. So every Tuesday was brutal because we all came for him on Tuesday. I still say, hey, if Jason had a chance to work his way through some things, might have been a different story. But when you work that high, you've got to hit it right out of the gate. And by the way, Tony Romo's kind of messed it up for everybody.
No, you guys are all getting paid now.
Because you don't, well, they get paid. But you don't get that same opportunity because Tony hit it so well. I think a lot of executives think the next person they hire is going to hit it just like that. And that's a rare thing that happens.
Well, I don't have Twitter for that reason.
Well, I got off 2 years ago, and I haven't missed it.
I would say, and Charles, I would also say this, you have to be able to take criticism. And I was told, I don't know how many of you guys know who Hawk Harrelson is.
The Hawk.
The longtime White's Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame for broadcasting in Cooperstown. He told me when I first started doing this, he said, listen, not everyone's going to like you. Not everyone's going to dislike you. Just be yourself and know that you're doing the job the best you can. And that's it. He's like, don't read what they write. People are going to write good things. People are going to write bad things. But be able to take some of the bad things and don't take it personally because Twitter, everyone knows Twitter is like the worst thing ever invented for people on television, people in their lives.
You guys are smart for getting off it.
I never had it. So.
You probably can't with your job.
But be able to also understand, like, people are going to come after you, and they've come after me, they've come after Charles, and just be able to, there are some things that are said that are like, okay, yeah, I could maybe listen to that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
But at the same, know in your heart what you're doing. And like if you like one of the best advice, I was like one of the first couple games I did, they're like, rewatch them. Watch what you did, and then think about the announcers I like watching, and think about would they have done that, and then you start figuring out, okay, well, there are things I can improve on, and then you look at some of the comments, you're like, okay, well, maybe these people know a little bit, right? So we have to be able to take some criticism because it's going to come no matter how. I mean, Tony Romo, he gets killed. Troy Aikman, everyone. Joe Buck, probably the best announcer in the world, he gets killed every day, right? I mean, people hate Joe Buck. I mean, but
luckily now you can look at his paycheck and say they can hate me all they want.
Simple piece of advice. I learned in the wrestling business, but you can apply it to any realm of work that you're in, especially when you're working up to that level. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your ears open. Okay? Listen. AJ brought up the point, there's always someone that knows more than you do, or someone you can learn from. They may not even be doing exactly what you want to do, but you can always get these little grains of knowledge from people that you come across along the way. Even though maybe your goal right there is that exit sign, and you may have to divert down to that back row and do something there. You may have to, head to the back of the room and do something there. But eventually, you keep that goal in mind. You build your resume, you build your experience, and you're more well-rounded because of it once you actually get to that final destination.
I think one of the cool things about today is we have 3 guys working in 3 different arenas, but delivering the same message. That's how universal this business is. That's why the stuff that we teach you is so repetitive in all your classes, because it's going to come up over and over and over again, no matter whether you're doing wrestling or football or baseball. Let's give it up for AJ, Charles, and Byron for their concept. That's a wrap. Thank you, everybody.
Guys.
absolutely incredible way to wrap up the day. Thank you so much for joining us for another thrilling day of Hall of Fame Live.
We'll be back tomorrow with panels on pursuing your dream job in sportscasting, working with and managing creatives, virtual production, and more.
Plus, we're going to have even more coverage of everything happening here on campus and the moment we've all been waiting for, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. You don't want to miss it.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom. At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.